We're from the Montpelier Homelessness Coalition, and Rob Farrell, who's the director of the Good Samaritan Haven, and you will meet them in just a minute. This is a second show that we've done on homelessness. We had John Sayles here last week, who was talking about food insufficiency and how it all ties in with homelessness, and all of the other challenges that some of our Vermonters are facing. And it's pretty tragic. So I welcome you all to the show. I'm very glad to be talking about this issue. And we just start and introduce yourselves, and maybe you can rerun another tape, Mir, from when and then we'll talk about the topic itself.
Sure. So Mary Moulton, and I'm the Executive Director at Washington County Mental Health, where we provide services to those people who have serious and persistent mental illness, so very set group of services to give people a lot of support in the community. We do outpatient therapy for children and adults. We have an open door policy for all Vermonters who need to come in for those services. We serve people who have developmental or intellectual needs, disabilities, challenges. As well as children, with a very robust children's system of supports for mental health as well.
That's great. Excellent. Thank you. Will?
Yeah, my name is Will Emberly, and I've had a bunch of roles over the years related to homelessness and street outreach and providing support for people experiencing homelessness. I ran a mental health drop-in center called Another Way for a number of years, did street outreach for the Youth Service Bureau, and most recently work as a field director for the Agency of Human Services. In addition to working with folks who are homeless, I've also spent a number of years of my own life homeless, so very personally invested in the topic.
Thank you very much. Okay, Rob, you want to talk to us about the Good Samaritan?
Thanks for having me.
You're
Rob
welcome.
Farrell,
Glad you're
Executive Director of Good Samaritan Haven. We are an emergency shelter here in central Vermont. We operate 4 shelters with a total of 77 beds. One in Heading Church, which is an overflow shelter. Second overflow shelter is Bethany Church, right here in Montpelier. And then one over on Nelson Street in Montpelier as well. And then the mothership is Good Samaritan Haven in Barre, Vermont.
Right, excellent. And I know I've been there a couple of times just on tours and stuff over the years. You really do an excellent job.
Thank
I was
you so
kidding
much.
about my comment before. Anyway, it's a wonderful service. It
Thank
really
you.
is. Zach.
So,
This is Zach Hughes.
Zach Hughes, and I do a variety of different roles. I work part-time at Washington County Mental Health, doing peer support, but I also do a lot of homeless outreach, running a grassroots-based organization, nonprofit that I have run for the last 22 years. And I am a member of the Montpelier Homelessness Task Force, and that Will's also a member of that. So looking forward to some exciting discussion tonight.
Great, thank you very much. Well, Zach and I met when I was working for Barre City, and I think you were up really trying to encourage them to fix the sidewalk so there weren't any of these craters and stuff, because it was making it difficult for him and others to get around town. So, which is a darn good cause. So anyway, tonight let me just explain to you. We had Guy Page on a couple of weeks ago, and he's a political analyst, I guess one would say. And I asked him at the end of the show, what's the most important thing that you see? What's the biggest problem we're going to face in the future? And he said homelessness, which I must confess sort of surprised me, because I just didn't realize how serious it was. Ergo, our guests. So, and John Sayles said some things too that really woke me up a little bit too.
Definitely, yeah, because the food insecurity and home insecurity kind of go hand in hand in a lot of cases. And one can be a leading indicator for another. So that's.
And I was surprised by the time how many things are all intertwined, and it's really all just one mess for these people to deal with, and it's pretty bad. So we're glad you're here. So why don't could you tell us a little bit about Washington County Mental, how you deal with homelessness? How are you impacted by this problem?
Well, for Washington County Mental Health, we have to work with all of our partners, Pat, on all of this. So I just think back and have been in this field for a long time, just recognizing that as an agency, when people come out of hospitals, and as they did way back in the 60s and 70s, we needed to be invested in housing is the foundation to getting someone back on their feet. And so we did that here in Washington County. And now we talk about our homelessness situation and how it's so important to get people housing so they can get back on their feet. People with mental illness, people who are homeless aren't all mentally ill.
Right,
So, you know, what we know is that there about 30% stats will tell us have serious mental illness. However, homelessness creates such stress that there's a definite relationship between being homeless and then experiencing the stress that causes depression and other problems. So, you know, I just have a real passion for getting people housed, as do people that work for our organization, and we work very, very hard to find housing for people who receive services from us. And we own some of that housing, and then we have to work with partners and landlords. We work with our shelter. Rob will tell you how we do that. We work providing supports and outreach, and there are a lot of efforts on getting people housed because really housing is health, and that's the way we really should look at it.
That's interesting that you say that because UVM Medical Center, who's a nonprofit, right, a couple of years ago, had some excess revenue at the end of their fiscal year, and because they're a nonprofit, they have to they can do a couple things with that money, but they don't have shareholders they can distribute it out to. One of the things they decided to do with it was invest in low barrier entry housing.
Yeah.
So because they saw housing as a health need.
Correct.
So that's an interesting way to look at housing. If you had to pick, what were the top 3 reasons people may end up homeless in Vermont? What would you say? And this is really a question for everyone. What would you say those top 3 things are?
Maybe I'll pass that out
Yeah,
there
that's
first.
Yeah, maybe we could each take one.
Yeah.
You know, a
There we
livable
go.
wage
Yeah.
clearly
There
is
you
probably
go.
a good starting point right there. Certainly affordable housing
Yeah.
would be a second one. And I don't want to monopolize this conversation by any means, but those two, and certainly services. We need those services to get folks into housing and to keep folks in housing.
I'll add substance use and abuse to that because we
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
mention that yet. And really, statistics are showing that overall in the nation, the homelessness population has grown largely lately due to
And do you see that overflowing into the kids?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
To families, yes.
Because I'm part of
Yeah.
Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, and they said that the statistics for child abuse has come down over the years, but child neglect
Neglect is up.
because of the narcotics and people just not knowing where they are or not caring about the kids is pretty bad. Yeah.
The only thing
So-
I'd add, people have spoken well about this already, but I do think that there will be more and more of a connection to draw between childhood trauma and
Really.
and ongoing adversity throughout life. The ACEs study is something we're becoming more and more familiar with, but executive functioning is something that can relate directly to the experiences people have overcome as children. So a lot of people that we're working with that are experiencing homelessness, particularly people that are homeless for a long period of time, just had incredibly difficult childhoods, and as a result have a very difficult time doing the daily functions that would result in getting and keeping housing.
Is that largely a change in, like, we're better able to identify those early childhood traumas? Is that partly of what it is that we're able to better identify that, hey, this person experienced something as a child?
Rather than that there's more of that happening, you mean? Is that the
Yeah,
question?
I think teachers are better trained. I know Prevent Child Abuse Vermont goes out and teaches teachers what to see and what to look for, and be able to identify them in kindergarten.
As well as
the way that-
pediatricians
and
are
pediatricians,
learning
right.
more about that.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, can you talk? Well, first of all, I don't know. Can you talk about ACEs?
Yeah.
Tell people what that's pretty exciting.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, adverse childhood experiences in a nutshell is what ACEs are, and there are 10 sentinel ACEs, and there's a pretty famous ACEs study at this point, which has drawn some rather startling conclusions about a person's chance of early death, chronic illness, high medical cost, things of that nature, based on those experiences that have happened as a child. There are a number of pretty well-developed organizations in Vermont and coalitions focusing on that. Building Flourishing Communities is one initiative that has been a profound opportunity for the state to take a closer look at that, and that has been a partnership across the human service sectors. Priscilla White and Kathy Hensey and the Agency of Human Services have spearheaded that and had an opportunity to do a lot of training around the state. So to Ben's point, there is definitely a lot more awareness about that, a lot more screening. And, you know, ACEs, it's important to understand the trauma, but the really uplifting part of that is to note that resilience is very possible, and just one positive connection to a consistent adult is often enough to totally mitigate the effects of no matter how heinous the trauma might have been. So there is hope.
Yes, that's good.
Yes.
And every time Linda would say, we write something, it has to be age appropriate and trauma informed. That's what we learn as a mantra in the board. But anyway, Zach, could you tell us a little bit about the Montpelier Homelessness Coalition that you and Will are on?
Of course, yes. But if you don't mind, I'd like to add a comment. I think there are challenges around different behaviors that happen with folks out there that can cause the homelessness to occur and be very challenging to place the individual back into housing.
Could you give us an example?
Yes, well, challenging things can be past housing situations where they got evicted, and then the landlord, they don't want to go back, or the landlords don't want to deal with it because it's too risky. We've actually heard this very clearly in a meeting last year. One of the representatives was a landlord who spoke up and said, hey, we don't want to deal with these challenges because it's too risky. And I think it is a challenge, and so we have to find creative ways to house.
Is there any training or whatever with landlords so that they could understand and help?
It's more providing the support, like myself and other people that connect with that landlord, to be like a liaison. So that, and even Washington County, there's liaison with landlords in order to provide that connection with the landlord can call and say, hey, help, because without that, the landlord's not going to be really interested.
Because he doesn't understand either.
In fact, the connected one that I have, I haven't had to use him again, but he really liked the fact that he could call me at any time and say, I need your help. I think that's really important, because some of the choices people make are really challenging, like they choose not to pay their rent because maybe they spent the money on something else, which might tie back. I'm very cautious, but it could tie back to substance, or it could tie back to something else.
Like a health emergency or something
very
like
interesting.
that. So does anyone happen to know offhand, like how many people that get evicted end up homeless, or do they find other forms of housing?
Boy, I don't know the
That's a
answer
really
to
interesting
that.
question. Yeah, I don't have that on the tip of my tongue.
That would be curious to find out.
Yeah, that would be.
I know
Look into that.
Vermont Legal Aid just did a study on eviction, and that was pretty comprehensive. They might be a resource to follow up with. They did a pretty close look at some of the
The,
behavior.
Yeah, we should.
So
find out.
the homelessness task force was formed after a July meeting with the city council. It started out because of concerns of panhandlers on the streets here in Montpelier. And it turned into formation of the group to look at challenges around Montpelier. We acknowledged that we're not going to be able to solve the problem. It was more of looking at ways to work together on the issues, and our charge was to look at different things from, what could we do to make things a little easier for people out there, the networking, the stuff like that. It's turned into continuous charge, because originally it was 3 months, to maybe a year. Now it's continuous standing because it's really important. So what we do in there is, like right now we're looking at like priorities. We work together here with Rob and City Council to open the overflow shelter a little early, you know, and we managed to do that. I know we couldn't do it right away, but we managed to do it. I think it was within a couple weeks before the scheduled time. So that took some work. You can't just, I think some people thought, oh, you could just do that.
Flip a switch and it's
right,
done.
you can't just, well, it was interesting. It was creative. It would have been something I would have done 20 years ago. Well, I think I can man the shelter. I don't need all these guys. But the reality is you do. Because what people don't understand, cities particularly sometimes, is I think Montpelier has a grasp that if it wasn't for the nonprofit sector, they would be paying for it directly. I think that's really important to understand. So that was a really, so just real quick, I don't want to monopolize, but I will say that the task force is working on like 3 or 4 areas, particularly around, you know, the shelter situation, the making sure that we have all the resources and trying to come together and not recreate the wheel.
Right.
That's another thing. And so we'll be going off to the area groups and representing, you know, but we also believe the task force is important because we still can act on a local level. So things like that.
That's good, thank you. That's great. Rob, can you tell us about Good Samaritan Haven?
Sure. So I think one of the underlying messages we do is to drive by hope for folks and to understand that folks coming through our door has experienced a certain level of trauma and often are in very much crisis mode. So one of the things that we also try to do is build a relationship with them. So not only with the folks walking through our doors, but all our community partners, because we really need everyone here. The folks we serve are a very diverse, complex population that struggle with both mental illness and addiction at times, and are probably some of the most wonderful people I've ever had the privilege of meeting. So again, so much of what we do is to help build that relationship, establish hope, and then try to find folks some housing. So that takes a robust relationship with all our community partners. Some we agree with, sometimes we don't disagree, but the good news is we have that relationship to have those difficult conversations sometimes.
It's a small world here in Vermont.
It's a
You have
small
to help
world
each
here in
other.
Vermont.
Right? How do people come to you? Because you said it's all open, but do they come referred by a doctor, by a nonprofit, or the state? How do people find you, and you accept them into your world?
Sure. We have essentially an open door policy. So people find us in lots of different ways. A lot is by word of mouth, through folks that have been at Good Sam before, which we're affectionately referred to. Certainly by our community partners, whether that's Washington County Mental Health, Capstone, Downstreet, Pathways, the list goes on, Homeless Task Force, which we feel very privileged to be working with as well. So our referrals come in a variety of ways. Hospitals sometimes.
So somebody can just walk off the street, knock on the door,
absolutely.
and you'll help them. That's
absolutely.
Great. Yeah. You too, Mayor, is that how they come to you, or do they need referrals?
All those, no. People walk in the door.
Really?
We receive referrals from the hospital, the emergency room, the shelter, the schools,
everywhere,
doctors' offices, however,
but people can
wherever.
just come and knock on your door?
Yep, or give us a call, and you know, we do an intake and get them into services. And you know, we are connected, and we also have someone who works at the shelter. That works for Washington County Mental Health, that goes regularly
They're
to the
there
shelter.
if they need some kind of emergency help, treatment? Great.
Just to, you know, be there for support and to kind of assess needs, to see if people need or want services, and then we can make a connection. So
great.
it happens
As
that way.
things kind of calm down at the hospitals lately, I remember you and I years ago were working on
Another whole subject.
Because
Another show, Pat.
Berlin police were there to provide safety for the workers and the patients and stuff, but it was pretty difficult when people were coming out of the
Right.
trauma.
Once when the storm took away the state hospital, there was a
Yeah,
lot.
right.
There's still people waiting in emergency rooms. I think the emergency rooms and the staff there have become very adept at broadening skills,
Yeah.
which are really important. And we do a lot of support there through our emergency team
Good.
in providing support and services to the people coming in, waiting for beds. And the hospital, as you know, at Central Vermont Medical Center here in our community is looking at adding 25 beds.
Right, right.
From 15 to 25.
Right.
And so we'll have a few more years before that project is accomplished.
Right.
But certainly, you know, one of the things that we all experience in crisis beds or hospital beds is if a person doesn't have a home to go to, they are spending a longer time in the hospital. So
Right.
one of the things we're looking at right now are what we call barrier days to discharge, and that's to examine why a person might be staying in a hospital beyond when they should really
Oh,
leave,
okay.
and if in fact it's that there isn't appropriate housing, we might examine that to help improve our database, Ben, on something like what the medical center did with, and I'm not saying Central Vermont Medical Center is considering this at all, but what we're looking at is what's the data showing us around what is needed for housing if it's not available, and that's preventing someone from coming out, and what in our community could we do
It's
together?
the same in
to-
corrections, isn't it?
Yep, to fix
Because
it.
then they keep them in jail way beyond their
Exactly.
their time that they've
Right.
served, and
And
they
it-
should be out.
Yeah, and it's an absolute factor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
to what degree it's a factor is, we need to get better and better at our data on that. So we're
Yeah.
all working at that.
Well, and that happens with mental health services as well. There's a, you know, if there's not a mental health treatment facility that has a bed available, and a hospital may end up holding on to someone a
Right,
little
exactly.
longer than
Yep.
they might otherwise do because they don't have a place to put
To
that
go.
person.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
they don't
really
have a
tragic.
place.
I could give you some data at this point if that's helpful.
Yeah,
since it's
do
a
some
natural
data.
segue. So-
Will's got
Hey,
a
we're all
smile on
about
his face
data.
because
We've
he's got
the,
data.
so one of the tools that we use to capture this is called the point-in-time count. And so all around the country on the same day, every community in the country it looks at how many people are experiencing homelessness on that particular day.
It's coming up.
That's coming right up. So most recently, our count for Washington County was 141 unique individuals and 111 households experiencing homelessness. Of those, we had about 33 households who were considered to be chronically homeless, which it's a very difficult definition to pin down, but you can understand that as generally about a year or greater of homelessness equals a chronic homelessness designation, or multiple periods of homelessness ending up with at least a year with less than a certain amount of days in between them. You could look at the HUD definitions to get that exactly, but I'll spare you the details. So those are the general numbers, but the thing that's important to look at is that our shelter partner here does extraordinary work, has worked with about 706 unique individuals over the last 3
Wow.
years. So if you compare the trend of the people that they see in a year to the point-in-time count, you see that our true volume is just about 40% greater than the official point-in-time count
That's right.
captures.
Now you
Right.
said, I think you said 110 families. So there are
100 and
moms, dads, and children.
Households.
Households. What is that?
Households. So a household could be comprised of either an individual or multiple adults or
'cause
adults and
that's-
children.
That's sad.
Yeah,
I find
it
that.
is.
I
And there
know
are quite a few.
It's all sad, but
Yeah.
it's particularly sad
You almost-
when it's a mom and
almost-
dad and kids and
Yeah,
oh
think
my
of it as a
God.
family unit.
Yeah, just
to
oh,
have it
Absolutely.
not good.
similar to
And
a
while we're
household
talking
definition.
about it, for folks that want to learn more about that, there's something called the Vermont Coalition to End Homelessness.
Yes.
And they have a great website that shows all of the point-in-time counts for every county of the state for the last few years.
Yeah.
A lot of detail is.
So just you're giving us all these stats. How many? I don't even know if you can do this. How many beds are we short in this state? I mean, not everybody's got a place to be, do they? There's still a need. So is
Well,
that?
there have been studies.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm catching you off guard here, but I mean, what's the scope of the bedless problem? What?
In terms of just units, how many units are needed compared
Yeah,
to how many
right.
people? Well, there was the roadmap to end homelessness, which we
It's
commissioned
over-
in the legislature,
Right.
which
over
made very
3,000.
specific
3,000,
recommendations.
wow.
Yeah.
Because
Statewide.
John, you remember John Sales told us he's only meeting 40% of the need with all the work they do, and they're 24/7 over there, and he's meeting 40% of what's out there, and that's staggering.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's just wrong. They should, and he's working as hard as he can, and he's got, he's doing all that he can do, but it's only 40%. which is pretty
Yeah, it's like,
unnerving.
you know, always being behind, but trying to.
Right, it's just running to catch up, and
Right.
they work so hard.
Well, and there's, you know, when a person is homeless, and Rob, you can certainly speak to this, we have what's called rapid rehousing, which is to get a person into housing as soon as we can. The organization or the organizational group that Will just mentioned, part of what they do is coordinated entry. And in our own region here, we have a group of providers that come together. So when you're homeless, you can put in an application, and that coordinated entry group works to get you as rapidly as they
Oh,
can into
great.
a housing situation.
Right.
I think we're saying homelessness is so important because we're finding that that isn't rapid
Right,
by any
right,
means.
right.
You know, I can give you the example of a woman who we serve who was about to have a child, and we were looking to try to get her into one of our available housing
Yeah.
units. And because it was an environment where she had flourished as a single person that didn't yet have a baby,
Right.
we had a department open up and said, I think we could do that too. Well,
Right.
you know, what ended up happening is, in order for her to have a voucher and continue to work toward a long-term voucher, she had to take necessary steps and not lose that voucher. So if I housed her right away, she could lose her voucher.
Oh,
If
oh my
I
God.
said, you know, if
Right.
you could have this for less
Really?
money. So she had to go the hotel voucher route, and then after the hotel voucher route, she was what we call precariously housed, because she used up her days, and then she was waiting for her longer-term voucher. So she was actually staying with friends and on a couch surfing,
Yeah.
as we call it, with the baby, and then finally
Oh, she
got,
had the baby with all of this.
Yep,
Oh.
had the baby, and then got through finally to put the voucher system together, and it all in all took 3 months.
Oh, my
So
word.
that is not unusual to have
Is that-
something go as quickly as you want it to, but it's not a week or 2
Right,
weeks.
yeah.
It's a period of time, and you're talking individuals under stress, you're talking
Right.
families living in
I'm
hotels.
sure all they want is security and safety. They want to feel secure, and I'm assuming safe.
And,
because
and to
that's a-
be quite frank, a housing market that might not be available to them. So we are seeing that vouchers aren't quite paying for what the rent might be set at in our
Right.
region, and so that just is locking people out of housing.
Right, right.
Right.
I bet Burlington, with all their high
Oh,
rents,
yeah,
that must be
Definitely.
a field day over there.
It's
It must, because they're
it's a
high.
challenge.
Yeah.
We run into this in the Monroe County also
Yes.
particularly. So we recently, within our continuum of care partners, took a look at how much affordable housing was in the county. And as Mary mentioned, there is an affordability standard for those vouchers, which sets the payment amount at a certain threshold. So we looked
30%.
at what is it that is within that that's available within the entire county,
Right.
and we came up with 3 available units in the whole county that were open. So it's very difficult.
And I'm looking, I mean, Zach, obviously you need your motorized scooter to get around.
That's right.
And what happens when people that need apartments have some disability and like Zach need access? And because that must limit the number of rooms too that are handicap accessible.
Depends on the situation. My first unit, some 22, I think 20 something, like 21 years ago,
Yeah.
was actually inaccessible, and I was forced to take it or be on the street. I don't think my team would have allowed that to happen, but I don't know.
Well,
So I took
people have gotten much better.
So I took the
about
first unit available, and it was inaccessible, and I actually had to break out of that lease once we found another place, and
Yeah.
it was challenging. I think that can be a challenge, and that does have to be taken into consideration.
Right, for
We
sure.
have served cases where they have a motorized scooter or wheelchair, so that does have to be taken into consideration, plus a whole host of health problems
Right.
go along, just because, you know, people who have healthcare problems can be on the street as well.
Yes.
I think that's really important to understand. People who are on oxygen or just not very good at taking care of themselves for
sure.
whatever reason, and their conditions sometimes deteriorate. So they end up in the hospital more, and so we'll have coordinators from the hospital saying, "Hey, got this guy back again. He showed up at the ER again.
Oh.
What are we doing with him? And this is so I think that's really good that you asked about that.
Yeah, because I'm sure if people need, I don't know how many percentage-wise, but that's got to limit the number of beds and places you have that are accessible, because we've got old housing here.
We have
We
old
don't
housing
have-
stock,
yeah.
yeah.
Yep. So we have limited capacity, as we've all alluded to. God forbid someone's been evicted in their past life, which makes it increasingly
because it's on their
harder.
record and-
Very
Correct.
difficult.
I think one of the challenges is that we have a system that people are working very hard at. It is not a perfect system, but to hear the stories of the individuals who are
Yeah.
waiting and waiting
Yeah.
for this housing to come through.
Very compelling.
Very, very compelling, and the emotional roller coaster, for lack of a better way to articulate, that they go through is just very powerful to see firsthand and experience every day.
Yeah, this show has helped me. I always tell people I think I live in a bubble,
Yeah.
because I don't know and I don't see. Because I was surprised when a guy said homelessness. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I don't know whose fault it is. It's probably mine. But this show has really opened up my eyes to what's out there, because it just goes right over my head. And that's a shame.
And I would
Shame
echo,
on me, I
yeah,
think.
the good news is the awareness right
Yeah,
now
Yes.
that folks
yeah.
are experiencing, and without shaming and blaming anyone. I don't
Right.
think that gets us anywhere. But to see the homeless task force, to see so many people involved, and
Yeah.
to have people like Mary and Will come to the table helps a lot.
That's great.
And you know, and all the numbers that we've talked about are really just the people that have ended up in a home or been reported in some way. There's this other layer of housing insecure
Yeah.
people
Yes.
that are a lot harder to get visibility into, and these are people that might have lost their home and are staying with friends or family. And are in a situation that's not going to last long term. It could be that family that's one disaster away from not being able to pay their rent. It could be, there's a number of situations where someone could be housing insecure and we wouldn't be able to find them. And so I guess it's also important to keep those people in mind
Yeah,
as
how do you
well.
know they're out there?
Yeah.
Well, there's a percentage, and
Oh,
that's
there
what Will
is.
was, I
Oh.
think,
Very good.
alluding to.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say,
Is the unknown percentage?
Yeah.
or-
Well, as you say, it is very hard to get to the precarious housed figure, but it is, I think of what you said, the part that really resonates with me the most is that you just don't know how quickly that circumstance might change.
Right.
As recently as yesterday, a case I was involved with, a person thought that they could stay with friends indefinitely and felt relatively secure as they're working towards a long-term voucher. They're on the waiting list, they have the applications, everything's looking good, and then just instantly it fell apart, and they spent the night in their car with their kids, in the middle of the winter. So I mean, just the type of insecurity that people live with is truly heartbreaking.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that must be.
I mean,
So-
we had two last week that I became really aware of, more high profile, and that's just, we have large caseloads, serve a lot of people, but two families, that were losing housing, having to move in with a large group of other people, raising risk for newborn baby, young mom. It's just, there are really difficult situations out there.
So if you take one of those, without giving anything away or identifying them, do they not have jobs? Do they, you were talking about, the hourly wage,
Yeah.
that's an issue. I'm sure they want to be in the home and have a job and bring money home. What's happening in this unit or a unit?
People's, the affordability, you could have an elder caregiver, say
Yeah.
a grandparent,
Yeah.
who is not able to afford their unit when because they suddenly have to take on the
Right.
care
And that's happening a
of
lot.
a
Sure
couple
is.
of grandchildren.
Yeah.
So that's one situation, where your circumstances
Yeah,
change quickly,
right.
and certainly I've seen multiple times. We have young mothers who are perhaps still in school,
Uh-huh.
and so they're needing to finish their education,
Right.
and their circumstances change if they become pregnant and then have a child, and they're trying to keep their child and getting support from their families, but another layer of care needing to be added in that makes the affordability of housing maybe
Overwhelming.
so difficult that they have to move again to a unit where there are more relatives, they're squishing in.
Right.
That's the precariously housed piece that we're talking about. And there are some that have, perhaps it's due to addiction of parents, and
Yep.
we've had a few cases of this year, certainly more than a few, where the children are coming to school and they've slept in cars.
Right.
They've lost their housing. Certainly one thing that we know that I think, gee, if I just had a pot of money, and, we do
Right.
receive some money, but a larger pot that our community just contributed to where
Right.
we could make repairs to houses if,
Ah,
if they become damaged, to help landlords feel more support. And
That's an
certainly
interesting-
in Housing First models, I think Pathways has
sure.
some of this, we have some of it. We want to keep people housed first, but as Zach was alluding to, landlords become pretty shy if they've had a bad experience.
right.
If we could provide more assurance because we could fix a unit, it might help to open up some of these units that have become
yeah,
closed
because
to
I know
us.
when I was in the legislature, the landlords, when people, and they do, they destroy, destroy
Sometimes it
the
can
apartment. I'm not sure why, but they do. And then the landlord walks in and there's a couple of $1,000s of repairs he or she has to make, and they don't get too supportive anymore.
It's also
They-
not only that, but it's also having to actually carry out the eviction process.
Oh, and
Right.
which takes forever.
And
Very
I
expensive.
having, boy, that taught me a lesson. I'll tell you personally about the eviction process. I sat in 2 of them, and not for
Really?
myself, but just watching that was very life changing for me as far as how I would help people in the future with it.
Interesting.
Because it's basically it's there to protect people, but it's also if I'm just going to say if a low income person loses in the eviction process, we all lose. Not only that, because they're going to have to pay, they're going to be affording more, and they're going to have to pay more. People are going to pay more because
Right,
that's just the
right.
way it is. And so then landlords, of course, are going to have to shy out
Yeah.
or try. We try to, say, yeah, that was a bad experience, but we can work this. And sometimes it works, and other times they're like, you know what? I don't trust you anymore.
Yeah.
You told me you would work this out, and you didn't.
Right.
So, out
There's
the
a lot
door.
of responsibility.
Yeah,
on
you
both
know.
parties, both people, the renter and the.
But I
owner,
think
the-
what's important to stress, we try to stress to the rentor, is, hey, please pay the rent. Please find a way. I don't care how you do it. You can ask for my help. I can call Will up. We can work something out. Don't fool around with this. Don't lie to me as a provider because it doesn't work. You're going to get kicked.
Because you're right, it would affect everybody. Just what the landlord's impression is would carry over. Yes.
Mary's point is phenomenal. This idea of having
Yes.
disposal, how you're disposal of flexible dollars to sort of insulate landlords against risk is one of the most effective strategies out there. Risk mitigation pool is the technical term for that type of thing, and typically there are like allowable uses related to damages, legal evictions, payment of rent. And so if there are people out there in the community wanting to be involved in this issue in a meaningful way, that would be a profound way to be involved, particularly because many of the units that are not currently at play for the community we're talking about could be if there was some type of security for landlords to take a risk on more risky tenants, which
Right.
then doesn't need the expensive development cost of always creating these new units.
Interesting.
So
It allows us to retrofit more of those older
Right,
units
that's
that are
right.
already
Yeah,
in the
that
rental
makes a
pool.
lot of sense.
Exactly.
And we get locked out.
Right.
People, it's so, there are a number of units that could just come off the market. And, you ask about stigma a lot when
Well,
we talk,
yeah.
Pat, and I think that, so we're, this could happen with one person, but then when another person comes along who's receiving services, let me say we have a lot of really excellent supportive landlords, but there are some folks that own a number of units that could become available if they didn't feel such a risk
Yeah.
because their thought is, well, that happened with that one person, it's going to happen with the next. Well, not especially. So maybe some education would help,
Right.
and certainly supports that we could provide and education. But it's still the stigma that sometimes
Because I agree
can.
with Rob,
cause the
few,
lockout.
and there's only a few homeless people I have met just for being around. And they're all so nice, and they have a great, they have a sad story, but they're able to share it with you and sort of understand how they got to where they are. And I've never been afraid or anything. They've just been wonderful people to talk to. We had somebody who took shelter in the personnel building I was in when I worked in personnel. We all got to be friends, and
Sure.
but he was comfortable with that life. So he wasn't about to change. He liked what his lifestyle was.
One of the things that also happens that have been, talked about is that there is that stigma. And then there's the times I've called landlords to see if they have a place for rent, and then we kind of play around. And then they suddenly hear what I have to offer them. I've got this subsidy for you. If you can help me out. Oh, we don't rent to subsidies. And they're very, it was a shock to me because this is an open admission saying to me that they're willing to violate fair housing laws.
I was going to say, I don't think that's legal.
No, it's not legal, but they do it. And so it's a very scary thing, or we have to try to protect the person's information to the best of our ability. I've had people try to dig for information from me in order to get, like, can you house this person? Well, tell me their story. Well, I don't want to tell you the entire story. I don't think I should have to, and I don't. We protect. I know at the agency we do that as well. We have to protect the story. But the other thing I wanted to mention just real briefly is that my organization earlier this year took it upon itself to start a volunteer street team. And we do have some outreach people or volunteers who are out there right now as I speak, dealing with, homeless folks out on the street. We connect with people like Chad Bissett in Berlin. We connect. We just basically, we've been doing this for years, so we kind of connected together, and we're hoping maybe, to formalize it more. But this is kind of what we're doing.
Good for you.
And I do know that we are actively working to make sure that people out there have a nice Christmas this year. It looks like.
That's nice.
Yeah, Chad's been doing a great job, hasn't he, Bissett? I think that's his first name, yeah.
So following up on those last two points, are there any other things that we can be doing in Washington County or around the state to prevent homelessness? I think it's as true in healthcare, and it's
Right,
probably true in
prevention's
this.
the key
Prevention
word.
is much easier
Piece of it.
than trying to solve the problem after
it's too
a
late.
homeless
Yeah,
situation
right.
has occurred.
I think we've started recognizing it, which is really important. Plus, we should, at an early time, when the kids start to come out on their own. Young, I hate to do, but it can happen at any age. But I would say, if we teach each other, really, at the beginning, listen, this is what your obligations are going to be. Really got to stay with it, and it's hard, but that's one area.
I think you're referencing, that transition age.
That's
is
correct.
Yes, where
so
they just
important.
fall off the,
Yeah,
fall out
and
of services.
right, we have we have a transition age youth program, and it's teaching some life skills
Good.
and trying to help people to understand what they need to do to get out there. They may not have had any kind
Right.
of
All of a sudden, they're
parental
out there.
guidance on that, and they're just out there and they're trying to find a job, and so
Right.
providing those kinds of vocational and life skills support is really helpful. I just think too of the Nest, and you mentioned the Nest, Rob.
Now, what is
So-
that,
Yeah.
the Nest?
So that's a step-up program from Good Samaritan Haven for folks who have really engaged in the programming, and it leads to a little more independence. It's more like an apartment setting over there, where we're going to infuse a lot more of those life skills groups that folks might need some little fine-tuning on as they move forward in trying to find permanent housing. I would also offer, just piggybacking off some thoughts, first, I think Mary's idea is brilliant around the money piece, and I forget the name you articulated it with. So much of this, I circle back to the relationship building, and if you can establish those relationships with the landlords, knowing you're going to go through that rough patch, like our community partners that I alluded to, but to be there with those not only support systems, but for the funding itself to help fix the damage done. And it's really honoring all parties here. You know, the landlords deserve a voice here too, as does the homeless
How much
population.
do the
that we serve.
teachers weigh in here, because they see the kids face to face every day, and if they see the child starting to struggle and maybe not bringing lunch every day, or my favorite topic of not being able to get lunch in the line because you don't have enough money, but let's not discuss that. That drives me crazy. So they would know that maybe there's a problem
That's
coming
right.
up, and they should
And it
find
can
out and signal something.
Yep, I know, we have a school also at Washington County, and
Right.
a lot of workers that work in the school, and that word comes back through, that a family's struggling, and so we'll start to work at it
Good.
early on.
Good, because that could be the prevention piece,
It-
if you can get in there early enough to.
Absolutely.
Just have
And you know, the working folks of Vermont are one transmission away from being in serious financial
got it.
trouble.
Right,
Or a refrigerator, or God forbid, a medical issue comes up. And that really derails people very quickly sometimes.
Yes, right.
Hardworking folks.
Yeah,
$6,000 for your furnace,
That's right.
right.
gone,
That's
Right.
right.
done.
That's
You
right.
know,
Yeah.
when you talk about prevention, the thing that jumps out for me too is it's a slower thing. It's a slower cultural change that will take a long time to happen, but to normalize that it is okay to express when things are becoming difficult, whether it's with, economically you're concerned, or maybe there's an issue with mental health, or maybe you're not sure if you can pay the rent, whatever it is, to slowly create a society where that becomes accepted and normal and even encouraged, so that it's comfortable to talk about these things before they get so acute that they're really difficult to solve.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
And I think we've come a long way with mental health in particular. I think, there's still ground in other areas like homelessness to make up, I think, from the stigma side of things. But, and we're not all the way there on mental health either, but
Right.
I think we've come a long
Yeah.
way.
We're getting
I'd
there.
say the same about substance abuse.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Really, we're
Yeah.
making headway, I
Yeah, I
hope.
think so.
Slowly, yeah.
Yeah, we
I-
did a series of 8 shows here on opioids, all the different components of it, and it was very disheartening. By the time we finished with all 8 series, it was like, good grief, I'm glad to hear we're moving along. Yeah, but anyway,
I know Rob said at the beginning, affordable housing, and so if we could get ahead on affordable
Yeah.
housing
what is,
and
may I ask
build.
you, what is affordable housing?
I
What
think it's
is
considered
it?
at this point that you shouldn't spend more than, here in Vermont, it's 30% of your income, and that
oh,
includes your utilities
Yeah,
on your house and utilities. So, if we could get ahead in some building, and that's been
Yeah.
part of the discussion of putting some money into capital build. We did a little project here. Will's a big fan of tiny houses.
oh, I love those
yeah.
things.
And
love
so really just looking at something like that, so groups coming together. So Washington County Mental Health, 2 years ago, maybe a little bit more, we filed a feasibility study to see if this would make some sense.
Right.
We got the Department of Mental Health to say, well, if you did those, we would have some vouchers to
Yes.
attach to the homes. We got
Right.
Down Street Housing to work with us, and we went together to the Vermont Housing Conservation Board to get the dollars to build the tiny
Right.
houses, and we went to Norwich University, who then had architectural students
Didn't
build
they just
them.
have something about
Right,
tiny, they had
so,
a display
so
of
there
them,
are
right?
2 that will
Yeah.
be coming to Berry City, and Berry City actually changed their ordinance to allow more than one on a lot. And so
Great.
we have
Good
one
for
that just
them.
arrived last week. We have another one that will be
Oh,
coming
these are all
toward the
prefab,
spring.
they just
The
arrived?
students built them,
Oh,
and
nice.
now the next, so we'll have, this is a way of, I think, acknowledging too the importance of options for people.
Yeah.
We all want to live like we want to live, right?
Right.
So not all of us can tolerate living in a group with someone. Not all of us can tolerate living in an apartment house where we have a shared wall. And some of us don't want to live in a house. So
Right.
we have to have options. In this case, with the tiny house, we're acknowledging that not everybody wants to
Right.
live with a solid wall. And
Yeah.
so there'll be 2 side by side with support services, which are important
Nice.
nearby, But again, not to say that all people who are homeless have some kind of mental health problem.
Right,
But
right.
people who have chronic housing problems do need more support.
Yep.
And so that's what this option is going to
That's
do,
right.
and we'll see how it goes.
So
That's right.
So over at the agency side, I'll put that hat on briefly. The peer services area over there will be staffing that to provide those services jointly with a couple others on a team from a clinical point of view. We're not clinical, but we had a couple people who will be on that team who are.
Great.
So that person has, our peer person has been hired at this point. So we are really moving on that, and I'm excited to hear
That's great.
more as it evolutionizes. Real quick, we also do a peer bed over there in our peer services.
Oh.
It's located here in Montpelier, and we do deal with homeless issues as well over there. So someone stays, in both of our beds. There are two different programs, but they may be homeless, and they're waiting for a place to go, or they come out of jail and they don't have a place to go
Right.
at all.
Right.
So we have to kind of stretch it a little
Right.
bit. So I just want to say that peers are doing their part as well.
Yeah,
And we all
really
work.
good
And
point.
we all work together, and it's just. I think it's also worth noting in the closing moments here that not everybody wants services.
Right.
I think that's the hardest thing. So I'm sitting at a task force table, here in Montpelier over the last few weeks, and all I hear from one of the task force members is, well, what about just referring them into a counselor? Well, the issue is I've come back and said they don't want to see a counselor. They're all set out in the woods right now. They don't want to come in.
Right.
And so the idea would be to, have the outreach people be able to go out to them.
Right.
And
Because
I
they're
think
probably afraid something's happened in their past that
Sure.
turned them off.
that's true. And then, I would say afraid, but I would also I tend to like to turn to the person and say, well, I'd like to respect their, their
Right.
needs. I mean, because we may not be, it's all easy. I think when I first came out, and I used to talk to Mary about 20 years ago, well, isn't it easy? We could just refer these people in and they can get the services, and can't you guys do your job? That was me 20 years ago.
Yeah, right.
So now we're
Change
working
your tune
together.
We're a little wiser. We're a little wiser, Zach.
That's
Well,
right.
we only have 4 minutes
Yeah.
left, and I want to make sure we cover
Thank you.
whatever you feel is the really important crux of this. I know transportation's got to be
Oh,
a,
yeah.
a dandy in this state, because you may be able to find housing, but how are you going to get the people there?
Or get them
So,
from housing to work.
yeah, to
or
work,
if they
back and
wanna,
forth,
If they
yeah.
want to do that or have the capacity to do that.
Right.
Yes. Fortunately, we have a little bus that goes back and forth, but that's just one, So
Yeah.
what key issues would each of you like to talk about?
So I'll lead it
ahead.
off.
Yeah,
We
Rob,
used to
lead it.
say back in the old days, meeting the client where they're at.
Yeah.
So, and having, there's a whole bunch of us that want to do really good and help out, and I think sometimes we're prone to force feed what we want or what we
Well,
think
that's
is
a good
best.
point, right? That's what Zach
So,
was
so
saying.
really letting the folks that we have the privilege to work with drive the bus here. They in fact know themselves
Yeah.
the best. They know their barriers, and how can we best support them in getting
That
through?
is in such, we had doctors here, one of the opioid shows, that talked about how they're treating the whole self
That's right.
now instead of just
right.
drugs and giving you shots of something, whether maybe counseling could help or massage or whatever. And that's what you're doing. You're treating and helping the whole person, what would work for them. That makes a lot of sense. We're finally getting there. Who knows? Do you want to go over?
Sure. Just briefly, I think that on the one hand, it sounds overwhelming. Homelessness. There's this huge volume of people. There's this huge volume of need. Millions of dollars, thousands of units. But on the other hand, Vermont is extremely small, right? It's a, you look at any one of the towns in Washington County, and there's only so many people there. And people that are homeless, there's only so many people that are literally out there in the woods or in the median or whatever. So we have a real opportunity to know people, to make, to Rob's point, to form those relationships, and to do something just as simple as, you see somebody that is, flying a sign, need some money, and maybe you don't have money at that moment, but you could just stop and talk to them, look them in the eyes, smile, give them some encouragement, wave. You know, just it could cost you nothing, and that could totally change. Maybe the last 20 people have flipped this person off or been mean or given someone, you know, a line that isn't at all helpful, and then you being, you know, human, treating them with dignity and just a basic level of respect can really change, you know, how that feels. At the same time, I think there are a tremendous amount of resources in each of our communities in Vermont, and people could consider, if you own apartment buildings perchance, to rent to people that maybe you wouldn't ordinarily think about renting to, or to extend that job offer to somebody that maybe needs some on-the-job training, or to, you know, to just kind of leverage some of your own social capital in your network to really give people an opportunity to get to the next place in their life, to pay it forward.
Mary?
For me, I think it's community. You said it. It's just recognizing whether people are coming out of corrections, whether they're in a shelter, whether they've just come out of a psychiatric hospital. They're part of your community, and so, you know, outreaching to them and helping them feel like they're a part of the community, because they indeed are, and there's so much that we offer each other. Actually, helps them to then, you know, and us to help succeed in getting housing. And keeping it. So whenever I hear about someone that's homeless, I'm thinking, it's just that one. We can do it. But, you know, it's a little harder getting there sometimes, but we can do it. And we're going to have to work together to get there.
I think from where you were talking about respect, I bet that plays a huge part in it. If you show the person that you understand the situation and that you respect him for whatever, and I think that's got to be a big part of it.
It could be you, it could be me. That's the thing.
That's true.
That's right.
There, but by the grace of God, as they say.
Amen.
But anyway, yes. So thank you all for tuning in. This was a great discussion. I wish we had now we'll have to have 2-hour shows.
I know. We'll start doing that.
So I thank our guests very much for coming, and we'll see you next week. In the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
Calling the select board meeting to order at let's call it 6:20, well, let's make it 9 because the other one was 8. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 23rd, 2020.
So moved.
Second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from January 23rd, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, I vote in the affirmative, the motion passes. So, additions and deletions, we need to add under new business, town meeting lunch, or under old business, town meeting lunch, because we did discuss that. And then under new business, first-class liquor license.
I have one.
Okay?
Under highway, roadside mowing.
Okay, anything else? Alrighty. Hearing nothing, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and take members of the public first. So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Ms. Rudd.
Hello.
Hello.
So I have a few properties on my list. The first one we don't really need to talk about because the gentleman is having a problem paying the penalty, and it was to do with an address error. I didn't have the right address when it came to me. I somehow found a way to get in touch with him through email using the internet, and he eventually sent a check, but he was avoiding paying the penalty, and in all reality, I can't take it away, and nor can you, so it really has to go through the Board of Abatement. So I will tell him that, and he's going to have to send a formal letter requesting to have a Board of Abatement meeting if he wants to take that route. So that is how that's going to go for that parcel. The next 3 are some high dollar delinquent amounts that have very old, some of them are almost 10 years old in terms of delinquent balances. The first one is the DeFelice property, which it took a lot of work to finally get that one to tax sale, and nobody came to the tax sale. It has significant IRS liens on it, and people avoid it for that, I assume. I just don't know what the town is wanting to do with this. It's leaving a big balance on the delinquent list, and I don't know where to go from here. I mean, I've gone down all avenues that I can, and I don't know if you have any suggestions as to what we should do here. And that's sort of not the same situation, but the next 2 are similar situations where I brought the Kopasinski and Jewett to you before. Those 2 are a little different in the fact that there's no heirs, there's nobody coming to, when it goes to tax sale, you have to be able to give people notice, and we have nobody to give notice to, and nobody's owning up to the properties. So these balances are just sitting here, and to me it's frustrating, but.
Well, and again, there's not really anything that this board can do. We can't make those go away. That would be a discussion again for the Board of Abatement. But given the fact that the last 2 properties on there are both tied up in some manner of probate, the original owner is dead. Right? You're talking about either reopening a probate somewhere else or establishing a probate, and yeah, every time we get into these, we seem to get into real serious trouble, like we did with Lisa Johnson. And I'm just a little bit concerned.
But what is the alternative?
It can sit there and continue to do nothing, and sooner or later it will become abandoned property. It's not hurting the town right now.
What happens after it becomes abandoned property?
Then the town can sell it. I don't know what statute,
Is that certain?
I don't know what statutory, how that statutory applies, but I do know that sooner or later it's going to be considered abandoned. I mean, we had a piece out in West Townsend. It was part of, it seemed to have gotten mixed up in the tax maps that we sold as abandoned. That nobody claimed. I don't remember who bought it.
Galbraith?
Yes,
We got 9 years on this one,
right.
so
Again,
how does that process work?
I would assume that an attorney would have to tell you how long something would have to go before it would go into abandoned.
Okay.
I mean, you made every due diligence to try to find the errors, not errors, the heirs of the property of the original owner, and not being able to find them, then technically it's been abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how long it has to be abandoned before the town could actually take it over.
All right. So I'm in the process of another tax sale right now, so when I talk with them, I'll just ask them that
Ask that question.
I think I have before, and I'm pretty sure they did say 10 years, but I don't know if it's not just gonna happen. I'm sure there's gonna be
some,
fees associated with getting it to that point.
probably, because it would be sold like that other piece of property was on a quitclaim deed, as opposed to a research deed. In other words, you may or may not have clear title
Right.
to this property, which is what we did with that piece with, yeah, that wasn't Galbraith, was it? Yeah, I think it was. Okay, which is the way that piece of property was purchased, that abandoned piece.
Well, this one, there's only a year left, so I guess at this point we better try that avenue then with Kopasinski.
And I said that was strange because again, he died in California, which makes it really hard to track down. Do you know what happened with Jewett? Is that local?
It is, well, his wife or was in Brattleboro, I thought, but I think I did finally get a hold of her and she wanted nothing to do with it.
Well, I would run it by the attorneys just to see how long it would take to constitute abandoned property. And then what will happen is when it stays on the rolls like this, it's continuing to add the taxes each year so that the board, when that comes up as an abandoned piece of property, can be made whole, knowing how much money was actually owed on it. So we kind of have to keep that in the background, just so we know how much the town has invested in the property.
Yep.
Okay, but, and DeFelice, all I could do is wish you luck on that one. Because maybe some slick lawyer at some point in time will decide to come in and take on the IRS.
Well, somebody has purchased a parcel that does have this, and he seems to have found ways to
Really? To work with them?
So I hope somebody else has that gumption, but until then, I guess it just stays where it is.
That'd be my suggestion.
Okay.
And like I said, to those other two, if you run them by the attorneys when you do the tax sale, just see how long it is. But we do need to keep that amount continuing to build so that when it finally lands here, they will know how much they need to get back to make the town whole.
Okay.
Okay, and as far as that first one goes, again, just a quick letter, which you've already done repeatedly, but just tell him, it has to go through a formal process of abatement for us to be able, or for the town to be able to consider removing it, and there is no guarantee that will happen.
Yeah, I don't know how much clearer I can be, but if he doesn't do it, it's just gonna sit there.
Well, it doesn't even have to be anything fancy, just a note to the town clerk, requesting a Board of Abatement hearing over the confusion on the address and the penalties. That's all it needs to say. And then there'll be an abatement meeting and it'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else for us?
Don't
No?
think so.
Well, have a good time in the heat.
Thanks. Have a good meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's not get all this mixed up. All right, then moving back to the agenda, the warrants, where are we going to end up?
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,326.94.
Is there a second? For second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 1 in the amount of $1,326.94 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 out of the highway fund in the amount of $197.94.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 2 in the amount of $197.94 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $51.28.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 3 in the amount of $51.28 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so then moving on to the reports, town trucks already posted weight limits?
Yes, I spoke with Montpelier, and municipal vehicles are exempt.
Oh, okay, we know what you're talking about, but you might just clue Rob in on that, because he wasn't here.
At last Thursday's meeting, Irv was here, and he questioned the weight of the new Western Star, fully loaded with material, with a front plow and a wing on it, and felt that we were overweight for the registered weight of the vehicle. Well, there is no registered weight of the vehicle. Anything for municipal is left blank in the box, and we are exempt from any weight limits.
Okay, and then you went in to add roadside mowing.
So I received from HP Fairfield the equipment schedule, slots available for roadside mowing. There are 2 changes from last year. One is the fee, which increased by $100 per week. And the second is, when we rented in the past, we rented for 3 weeks, but technically we rented for 120 hours. If we ever put more than 120 hours on the meter, we were charged an hourly fee for the machine. They no longer do that. There's no restrictions on hours anymore.
Okay.
So the new rate of $3,300 per week, it's gonna take us 120 hours to mow the town. I could do that in 2 weeks. I could do 60 hours a week, splitting shifts with my guys, and we can go from a 3-week rental now to a 2-week rental, because we're not limited with hours. So if the board decides to go ahead and rent the machine again this year, I would recommend 2 weeks in August, and with HP Fairfield.
So do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion that we rent the roadside mowing machine from HP Fairfield for a 2-week rental at a rate of $3,300 per week.
Second. Is there any discussion on that? No? Then hearing none, all those in favor of renting a mower from Fairfield for $3,300 per week for a term of 2 weeks, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you've already gone over with the guys as far as vacation schedules and whatnot, so that you're okay with the timing?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. All right, anything else from the highway?
I didn't mention it on Thursday's meeting, but we did complete the fire truck project. That went well once we were able to get all the correct parts. And I'd like to mention, about 6 months ago, I received a phone call from the one and only resident on Stronghold that her street sign had come up missing. I did have a spare, so I did replace it. She called me late last week, and said the sign was gone again. I went upstairs. I said I probably don't have another one, so it won't be replaced right away. And just by chance, I get a phone call from the Newfane Highway Department telling me that they found 2 of our road signs. And I asked where they were, and they were in Fitzpatrick's Pit in Newfane. So Jeremy ran down there after work one day last week, and we got our 2 signs back.
Okay.
The second one was Simpson Brook, which I now know where that one goes.
Okay. Huh?
Reminds me of high school.
Yeah. So those aren't easy to get off those posts. Anyway, so is that then it for the highway suit?
Yes.
Okay. There is no counter report from the town clerk. It's just end of the month. The treasurer.
Your sweep account, you have $915,257.54. The checking account is 30,000 even.
Okay, any questions? Then moving to correspondence, we received a memo from the Town of Linden Select Board. And it says, "Dear colleagues, we would like to respectfully communicate reports we've received from numerous drivers that travel up and down Windham Hill Road regularly, specifically regarding the last 1.5 miles to Route 30. Reports involve serious icing conditions caused by water spilling out of the ditches and onto across the roadway and numerous significant potholes / deteriorated asphalt areas. We understand how challenging this section of road is to maintain. I do not want to make it more difficult, but also wanted to make sure you were aware that there is a significant amount of driver safety concern. Sincerely, the Wyndham Select Board." So,
Well, I think anybody who travels that road is fully aware of the issues. The road is in terrible condition. The ditches need to be cleaned, culverts need to be replaced. The icing not only is because of water coming out of the ditches, but bleed outs in the middle of the road coming out through cracked asphalt, and as it runs down the road during the day, it freezes at night, and the weather cycles that we've been in with a lot of rain and freezing rain has not helped at all. We fully understand. We have repaired several potholes in the last 2 to 3 weeks. We will continue with that. Billy does extra runs in the morning to make sure that the roads are salted before morning traffic. And that's all we can do until this summer. We're going to have to do the ditching, we're going to have to change culverts, and we're going to have to put in some under drains. And then in another year or so, we could talk about even paving it. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done before we can do that.
okay. Then never mind. Okay, so moving on, then town meeting lunch we talked about last week. I believe Carla did make contact with the elementary school, and the 4th and 5th grade class, I guess, the parents are not interested in doing that this year. I believe she was sent on to the school club to see if they might be interested. Did you hear back from them?
I did, and they would be interested, but they already have a fundraiser coming up at that time. But if we would like to keep them in mind for future years, they would be very willing to do so.
So then, basically, where you are right now is we need to decide. There is, I think, $1,000 in the budget. You've got the sheet.
Yeah, I think so.
I think there's $1,000 in the budget for town meeting lunch.
$1,000.
So somebody would need to make a motion that we contact. Let's see who's done it. Harmonyville Store has catered it. Who else has done it?
I think it's just been Harmonyville
Was
recently.
it just Harmonyville?
And then the school took over. What, last 2 years?
No, I guess Riverbend was, that was actually the election, come to think of it. So, yeah, I mean, we could certainly, we talk to the people at down at Harmonyville Store to see if they're interested in catering it again this year. It usually comes in at over the $1,000 when we have to have it catered. But if that's what somebody wants to make a motion to that effect, then we can send Carla on a road trip.
Taste testing.
Should we see if Riverbend wants to,
We could certainly ask Riverbend.
you know, see what they say?
We could certainly ask Riverbend and Harmonyville, although I have no idea how many people this year.
I know.
I mean, it was usually,
Should we ask for just like finger sandwiches and snack
usually
trays?
what it is, Harmonyville usually does wraps or sandwiches and then a couple of cold salads, cookies for dessert, and I guess it's bottled water or maybe maybe we do them. I'm not sure who does bottled water. But yeah, it's usually just salads, cold salads, and some kind of a wrap or a sandwich. And then a cookie for dessert, that type of thing.
And preferably not everyone with mayonnaise, please.
Is something with mustard?
Yeah, well, just plain. would be
Plain,
fine.
oh, okay. Okay,
No
so,
condiments on.
so do we want to make a motion to have Carla explore those two entities, just to see? So somebody make that motion.
So I move that we send Carla on a road trip to explore catering through either Riverbend or the Harmonville store
For town
for
meeting.
town meeting day, lunch.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, we need a price is what we're actually asking you to explore.
Oh, less than.
No, there's no less than, just find out what they would do for approximately, what do you want to say, 150 people?
I think that's right.
I mean, the town
Didn't they
meetings
used to be
usually,
didn't they used to be potlucks back in the day?
oh, that was a long time. I want to say, the early voting is, in the morning, is usually about 130 ballots.
School board goes first or not this year?
There is no
This year.
school board,
No school board this year.
there's no school board at all,
There's
so
no school
yeah,
board at all.
which is going to impact the number of people there.
So maybe 100?
I'd rather err on the side of caution. So yes, roughly 150 people. So all those in favor of sending Carla on a road trip to explore the possibilities of either Riverbend or Harmonyville Store catering town meeting lunch, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you'll have to come back and let everybody know what the, answer is? Okay. Then moving on to new business, the time clocks. You could start because you start.
Well, I can speak for the time clock at the town garage. The date no longer works, so it does have accurate day and time, but not month, and I can't change it, so the month is blank.
Okay, and what do we actually, what's the issue here?
Our hands do not work on the time clock, but it actually does punch the correct date.
It's always 6:30,
Yeah.
but it punches the correct time.
Okay, so the question is, do we want to actually take a look at replacing those?
I would think so.
And I think Carla's already looked at the possibility of the digitals. Is that what you were looking at?
I've explored the idea of digitals, which are comparable in price. Actually, some of them are even less than the manual or these clocks that we currently have. I think it's just kind of, what do we really need out of them? Just something that keeps the month, day, time, and just knowing that we have to reset them if the power goes out.
Well, the only thing is, are the digitals, are they internet capable? Is that how they're working? How are they setting their time?
There's some that are internet capable that
See,
you
we
can try, but yeah,
couldn't do that at the garage.
they don't need to be.
No,
I mean, I think it's
they
just
really
as long as
don't.
it's punching it, stamping it. That's all we need.
So do you want to have Carla come back with some potential prices
Please.
on replacements for the time clocks and what would be involved? I mean, they've all got electricity because that's been run into, so the electricity's already in there. But yeah, if you could come back with some estimates as to what it would cost to replace the two. Maybe it'll stop making that awful clicking noise too.
Do that, yeah.
That was the only complaint when I was looking at reviews on these ones.
Oh, that it clicks, ticks. You don't pay any attention to it half the time anymore. Okay, so we'll get that, and so you want to put that on the next agenda once you get the information back on that. So then moving on, we added liquor license. I've got a first-class liquor license application for a West River Community Project. This is for the internal building, to be able to serve beer and wine inside the building.
Yep.
And then I also have an outside consumption permit for use during their farmer's market, when they have that area in the back.
And the pizza.
Yeah. So I would entertain, we have to do them in twos, but I would entertain a motion to approve a 2020 liquor license, first-class liquor license for, what are they officially, West River Community Project Company.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the first-class liquor license for the West River Community Project Company, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so there's the first one. That one. And then I'd entertain.
The right-hand side?
Yes. You are. You're very good.
Catching on.
Yep, okay.
Modest learning curve.
There we go. I'll entertain a motion to approve the outside consumption permit for the West River Community Project as well.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the outside consumption permit for the West River Community Project, signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now let's see. Alrighty, so the next regular meeting is scheduled for February 11th at 6:30. And if there's no other business, anybody, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 6:55.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Karen, why don't we get going? I'm hopeful that Robin will join us shortly.
Okay.
But just as a kind of introduction, I'd reached out to Karen a few days ago, maybe it was a week ago. There are some specific parts of this bill that I think we're particularly interested in your feedback on. But you know, those in particular relate to how our municipalities and towns are you know, reacting from a resilience standpoint. And you know, are there things in here that you know, that you can speak to from your, obviously from your members' perspective? You know, I think one of the things that we're trying to address here is not only greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also issues related to resilience and how our towns and communities are dealing with these issues.
Right.
So,
Right.
but anyway, I appreciate you also being flexible on your time. We got off the floor a little earlier than I think we anticipated today.
And we
so,
thought you would be on the floor for quite a while.
yeah, so I think that's going to be tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us, Karen.
Certainly, and thank you for the opportunity to testify about this issue. What I wanted to do was just set the stage for you a little bit. Anecdotally, those are two pictures of Moortown Village during Irene that my son took, so they're not copyrighted, at least for me. So the Vermont League of Cities and Towns Board voted to join the Vermont Climate Pledge Coalition on June 27th of 2017. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna glasses on, glasses off, right? I had, let's see, and that's part of the America's Pledge. That this is a one-pager about America's Pledge from the organization that Mike Bloomberg and others put together. Moreau, Weinberger, and Vermont were early adopters of that pledge. Let's see if I can get back here. Okay. We are also affiliated with the National League of Cities, and our executive director, Maura Carroll, was on the board of the National League of Cities. Whoops, wrong one. Well, I lost that one. Oh, this one. In 2018, and they've adopted a pretty substantial resolution on climate change, which I won't read to you entirely because it's several pages, but the one piece that seems most relevant to us is that NLC urges Congress and the administration to take urgent action to help states and local governments conduct vulnerability assessments, develop and implement long-term mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency action plans, and identify innovative financing opportunities to implement the assessments and plans. So really to conduct the vulnerability assessments, develop the mitigation, and fund the implementation of the mitigation. Look at that back where I need to be. At our last count, 130 towns and cities have established energy committees, and that's actually off the VCAN website, which is hosted by the Vermont Natural Resources Council. Additionally, we have 3 towns that had submitted their energy components of their municipal comprehensive plan to the Public Service Department right after Act 174 was passed a few years ago. Now you submit those components to your regional commission, and there are 44 towns that have done that to date. And then according to the 350 Vermont, in 2018 and 2019, 55 Vermont towns adopted the 350 Vermont Climate Solutions Resolution at their town meeting. So we understand that the climate crisis is upon us, as Paul Costello so eloquently described yesterday. And we understand that it won't be solved without significant action at the state, national, and local levels, and international. Volunteers, which is what most local officials and citizens are, have nothing like the capacity by themselves to change the current trajectory of climate warming. We welcome this proposal to address climate change through the global warming solutions legislation, especially in light of the federal government's failure to act. And I think if you go back and look at the climate pledge piece, which is just a one-pager, but there's a whole report that you can read, or an executive summary, and the executive summary is it's quite a few pages also, so you might just want to stick with the executive summary. But they talk about actions that need to be taken at the national level as well as state levels. We do have several suggestions to assure that the finite resources that we have in Vermont are spent most effectively. We do endorse the prediction that the sustainable economy of the future will provide new green jobs in Vermont. It's starting to do that, but we are very concerned about the pain that will be felt by some Vermonters, particularly in rural and less affluent areas, as we make the transition from where we are today to where we need to be. H 688 would establish a climate council of 22 members and attach it to the Agency of Natural Resources and Department of Public Service. If climate change is our highest priority and our most urgent priority, then we really believe that any such program needs to be attached to the governor's office, where it can require action from all agencies across the state. We've had experience with Tropical Storm Irene where that was the case. You essentially had an Irene czar, and Neil Lunderville and then Sue Minter were very effective at getting projects completed because they had the authority and the backing of the governor. And so we believe that's really important. We've also been in situations where agencies go back and forth and negotiate for who's going to do what. And I think the municipal roads general permit actually is a good example of that in recent years. We suggest that the council representation include one member to represent rural communities and one to represent larger communities. Generally, larger communities in Vermont are more than 5,000 population. The average size of a municipality in Vermont is 1,200 population. I mean, we're really, really small. So I just point that out because the language at Section 4 in the bill is introduced is a little bit squirrely in the way it describes the municipal representation.
Just so for my understanding, does VLCT represent one of those groups or the other? For example, is Burlington one of your members, or?
Yeah. Moreau, the mayor, is the chair, the president of VLCT this year. We represent all 246 cities and towns.
Okay.
The incorporated villages, regional commissions, sheriff's offices are associate members, mostly so that they can get our liability insurance. We do not represent them, and we're quite specific about that.
Okay. But to your point about representation of large municipalities and more commonly sized, those are all under the VLCT umbrella.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to repeat, your definition of large is over what population?
Well, actually, it's not necessarily our definition. It's in the statute in a few places, but it's more than 5,000 population.
The one you cited.
Yeah,
okay.
5,000.
Thank you.
In the bill, the council would be directed to adopt a Vermont Climate Action Plan by July 2021. And we think that that plan needs to include both a timeline for implementation and here's somewhere else, but also recommendations for funding and how we're going to get there. The bill would establish several subcommittees, including a Just Transition Subcommittee and a Rural Resiliency and Adaptation Subcommittee. It is important to focus on how implementing climate actions will affect rural areas where transportation costs are higher, communications networks are less robust, and I think the professor from UVM mentioned that this morning, that if we had, or when we have, because we're going to have now as a result of your legislation last year, better broadband service around the state, people won't necessarily need to travel as far if they can telecommute and things like that. Fewer people are available to volunteer for vital jobs such as emergency medical and fire services when catastrophe strikes, and that's a major issue for us this year, has been for several years in rural areas. And economies generally are more fragile in those areas. They're, you know, even if you're a ski area town, the ski area is the industry, and if anything happens to that, which may, and climate change, that will affect the entire community. These are also, of course, the same areas that are home to our farms, the producers of our local food, and forests that sequester carbon, and the people who care for them. We think it would be helpful to include language that authorizes municipalities through their local legislative bodies to enact ordinances to address climate resiliency generally and facilitate reduced use of fossil fuels. There is a bill that came over from the Senate last year, S-106, that talks about self-governance more generally and sets up a whole program, but we think that in instances where you're trying to address a particular issue and where municipalities can sometimes be innovators and leaders more easily than the state can, that you putting language in to allow that to happen would be helpful.
Is that, having now spent time on the government operations, is that necessary, or is it simply being explicit that be allowed?
So we're Dillon's rules state.
Sure.
He's from Iowa. We don't know why he's in charge of anything, but in Vermont. But,
right, we got to give them the authority.
But you have to be specific. In some towns, we have a spectrum of municipalities across the state, from those who are willing to take risks and sort of go out on a limb or have special authority in their governance charters, to towns that really feel like they cannot afford to risk being sued unless they have specific, they need the specific authority to enact an ordinance or bylaw. We are concerned about the requirement in H688 for municipalities to annually file a report with the Director of Vermont Emergency Management concerning, quote, municipal emergency preparedness, infrastructure resiliency, and infrastructure investment. I think this is an example of the potential redundancies that might occur if this bill is passed as is. We already need to get a municipal roads general permit. We need to provide annual reports to the Agency of Natural Resources and soon to the Agency of Transportation, because they're moving the program over there. We need to have road erosion inventories and implementation plans by December 31st of this year. Towns need to adopt local hazard mitigation plans every 5 years that are required in order to receive federal funds from the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program and pre-disaster mitigation programs. We need to have local emergency preparedness plans already. They need to be updated and readopted annually and submitted to Vermont Emergency Management in order to receive federal preparedness funds. And so the hazard mitigation plans look more specifically at what are the potential events and what's the likelihood of their occurring in your community. And the emergency preparedness plans are for how's your fire department, your emergency medical technicians, the people in your town going to respond to an event when it happens. And I'm going to step way out of line here and mention that Lauren used to work for emergency management until the end of December, right?
I already testified.
Okay, so she can fill you in on a lot of details of this stuff if you're interested. And then we have municipal comprehensive plans, which towns need to adopt. You don't have to have a plan, but if you don't have a municipal comprehensive plan, you forfeit consideration in Act 250 essentially and before the Public Utility Commission, and you also forego any kind of priority for a whole host of grant funding for different programs from the state. That municipal plan needs to be updated and readopted and approved every 8 years now, and it needs to include an energy component. And if you want special consideration before the Public Utility Commission, you need to have an enhanced energy plan that's also approved by the Regional Commission. So back on the second page, when I talked about enhanced energy plans pursuant to Act 174, that's what those are. The proposed Vermont Climate Action Plan on page 13, we think needs to incorporate existing smart growth strategies, implement mechanisms to fund particularly emergency services, and recommend funding sources or reallocations of funds to implement the plan. We also suggest similarly at page 19, section K, which talks about nothing in this section shall be construed to limit the existing authority of a state agency or department to establish strategies to mitigate climate risk and build resiliency. We think that they should be required to do that in concert with the Climate Action Plan and what I'm going to call the Office of Climate Resiliency at the governor's level. I mean, it's really not helpful to have agencies going off in different directions, trying to enact their priorities. And finally, we oppose this section providing a cause of action to any person based on the failure to adopt or update rules. Our experience, which is considerable, with lawsuits surrounding the Lake Champlain total maximum daily load was that a tremendous amount of money was spent on lawyers and lawsuits that could have been spent better on implementing projects to address the problem. For 7 years, while that
Mess
was adjudicated.
Good word. Use it up there.
Local officials and state officials sat around and waited for what was going to be the final word, what was going to be required of them. And where we could have spent, we could have been implementing cleanup projects. People were not doing that. They were not interested in spending a considerable amount of money without knowing that that was going to be the appropriate direction to take. And we're very concerned that the same kind of thing would happen here if you had a cause of action. We think there are other triggers that the legislature could consider. I was interested this morning to hear UVM professor whose name I forget, I'm sorry.
John Erickson.
John Erickson, okay. Talk about binding provisions and we've supported, just as a for instance, we've supported a gas tax in the past if revenues were dedicated to local transportation networks and priorities. That's a tax that could be implemented if deadlines were not met. You could have that kind of a trigger. The administration could be required to return with draft rules to legislative committees of jurisdiction by a date certain before they're implemented, or if they, which would force them to come back and say why they're not doing what they're required to do. this is something that was done as part of the Vermont Clean Waters Act. So those are just two ideas, but we do think there are other triggers that could hold Vermont's feet to the fire that would be more effective and more careful of our scarce resources than a cause of action, citizen suits.
Question?
So going back up to the annual reporting,
Yes.
and I hear, see, and understand the objection. So here is what we're trying to get after in that, and that is, in addition to having this vulnerability index that the
Right.
government is making an assessment about our communities and which ones are in the biggest trouble, need the most help. It seems like there needs to be some mechanism for communities to also maybe
Right.
be reflecting something back on that. So do you think that the hazard mitigation plans themselves, I mean, I'm understanding those can be hard and not all communities do them.
Well, most communities are doing them, but what we would say about this whole section is that if you're going to require that kind of vulnerability assessment, then look at what's already required. Have the council or the office or whoever look at what's already required and ways to incorporate that into the new requirement so that you're not just layering on another report that volunteers need to complete. We just completed our hazard mitigation plan in my town. I'm on our planning commission, and it took about a year. I mean, it's not supposed to take about a year, but it took about a year because we're all volunteers, and it's pretty involved. And crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's for FEMA is a labor-intensive job. So we would just ask you to be cognizant of other things that are required and how to, mesh all those requirements so that it's not totally unfeasible for local officials.
And I think even in some of my towns, they'd probably have to reach out for help from the local NVDA or,
Oh, yeah. We
development,
had
so they
help.
couldn't- Yeah.
We had help from the regional commission, so, yeah. Yeah.
If I can
Please,
too.
please.
Can you skipped over it briefly, but the issues around the municipal roads permits and why that was difficult?
Well, so the municipal road permit is something that was required for the first time in the Vermont Clean Water Act. And every town has to obtain a municipal roads, not really obtain, but they have to have a municipal roads permit from the, right now, the Agency of Natural Resources. And it's roads, so the Agency of Transportation is really sort of the expert on roads, but the Agency of Natural Resources is the expert on water quality, those kinds of things. So they've kind of gone back and forth for a while about what exactly is required of municipalities. You need to assess your vulnerabilities in your road network. You need to come up with mechanisms to not repair your roads, but address those vulnerabilities. So if you have steep roads, stone lining ditches is recommended. We have a lot of road commissioners who think stone lining ditches is not a good solution. I don't want to get off on stone lining ditches.
I'd like to just note for the record that I did a full day of ditch school in Wardsboro, Vermont. With one of our road
Congratulations.
A full day of ditch school.
I know more about ditches
Yeah.
than ever cared.
Yeah, ditches and culverts and bottomless culverts and when they turn into bridges and all those kinds of things. It's very expensive to make those investments. It sort of remains to be seen how successful they will be at addressing runoff, basically in that instance, stormwater runoff in storm events.
Well, again, if I can elaborate too, your point there is that these agencies really need to be in collaboration right up front. Whether it's
Yeah,
agency,
they
and
do.
it's the same with the ag agency and A&R. I mean, you know, I just heard a horror story up my way with somebody who did some cutting and got the proper permits and everything. Next thing you know, found out that it was supposedly in the wetlands.
Right.
So it's a cease and desist order, and I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And you know,
Yeah.
so that it's so important that, you know, all the agencies, whether it's one agency or whatever that has the collective information to issue the permits or whatever, it's critical, I think.
Our experience at the local level is that, and we don't need to get too much into this either, but particularly at the Agency of Natural Resources, people who are administer their program, and they're very good at their program, and there's not really anybody at the Agency of Natural Resources that's taking the whole view of everything that you need to do, and which takes priority. We end up with permits that have conflicting requirements. Stormwater and wetlands was a good example. So that's a real problem, and we really don't want to end up in that kind of a situation with this legislation.
I had a question going back to your what you said earlier on about you're thinking that this should be coming directed out of the governor's office rather than a particular agency. When that happened in the past, that was for a pretty time limited single event. I mean, it was a statewide event, so what is your thinking in terms, I see that as a difference between what we're looking at being something that would be a more ongoing piece of work. I don't know for how long, but it's not to deal with that one catastrophe.
Right.
So I just wondered what.
Well, I don't know that that's. I mean, I understand the difference. I don't know that it makes a lot of difference in this context, because if you're, it seems to us that if this is the highest priority and everything needs to feed into how are we going to address this particular problem, that the people who are directing that effort need to be at the highest level of government. Another example that is not a good example, I will say, is we used to have a state planning office out of the governor's office. And there was a governor who came along and decided that wasn't worth his while, but I think it, there was that office for a period of time.
I'm not disagreeing. It's just as you threw out a different alternative on the table, and I'm just asking because there is that sort of time limited assignment that occurred at that time versus. But you're right. The planning office was considered an ongoing function of the governor's office.
Right, and if you write it into statute, I think they can't, say we don't want to do this anymore.
Well, but if it is a governor's office function, then it would seem to depend a lot on who the governor is. It's not sort of built into the sort of ongoing. I don't know, bureaucracy is such a negative loaded word. Operations, all right, of state government, as it would be if it were sort of career agency people working on it.
Right. I mean, it would depend kind of how you structured it, as to how. I mean, you'd have to talk about how to structure it. I know that it's been recommended that there's like an climate change czar or something, which is along the same lines. And governors do change. I think that,
This just seems like it would be more exposed to political, you know,
I don't know, 'cause-
the politics of the person in the office,
Yeah.
rather than a sort of institutionalized operation of state government.
I don't know that there, I mean, we could talk about that, but it seems that in some ways that it doesn't make a lot of difference because commissioners and secretaries are appointed by whoever the governor is and they carry out that person's agenda, so at the agency's level. But what we really do want to avoid is a situation where agriculture, transportation, public service, natural resources are all sort of jockeying for what they want to have happen, and in the meantime, not a lot happens.
So I have the same question, and I'll take advantage of you being here now. I'm happy to talk about it more later too, which is really a good governance question.
Mm-hmm.
And you have addressed this head on as to what your recommendation is, that there be something much closer to the governor that
Mm-hmm.
deal with this. You know, as I've thought about this bill purely from a good governance perspective, what is an entity that can best get something done?
Right.
This exact question is something that I've struggled with, and I don't have strong feelings that it be one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
My focus is on accountability, and these aren't my words, but I've used them, which is there's one neck to choke.
Uh-huh.
Who is accountable for
Right.
this work getting done? Not that they do all of it necessarily. And one viewpoint, I think it's probably one that you share, or at least are closer to, is that this should be either somewhere much closer to the governor or even the agency of administration
Yeah.
that sits at the head of the table.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not necessarily in a regulatory body that is focused on, you know, they have more of a
Mm-hmm.
financial function and are closer to the governor kind of in that regard. You know, some of the policy orientation is a little farther removed.
Right.
But at the same time, it has more of a regulatory function. And, you know, ANR, on the other hand, is charged with regulating pollution. So, again, this is more of it's not an ideological question from my standpoint, it's a good governance question.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we are going to build this, and we're looking for accountability, where does that best reside?
Right.
Again, I don't feel strongly about it, but I'm just looking for the best answer.
Yeah.
And I think I certainly hear what you're saying on that.
You do have in this bill, you have the council, and the
Yeah.
council has the secretaries of the agency.
That's correct.
And,
And ANR as the chair of that council.
yeah, so, well, that's an interesting thing, you might want to change that, but anyway.
Well,
I mean,
I
like,
was thinking that's what you were
if
getting
you're
at.
going to, if you're gonna have it in the governor's office, then it should probably be the Secretary of Administration, right?
Well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
that was my point.
So then that council and the Secretary of Administration, whoever the climate change czar, is the person who says to the Agency of Natural Resources and the Agency of Transportation, you need to adopt regulations that implement this particular component of our overall program.
Yeah. Maybe I'm missing the point that you're making, but when you talk about this position not being ANR, I was presuming you were talking about that ANR not being the essentially the chair of the council.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we are on the same.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
We're happy to talk to any of you about this more, or come
Great.
back, or answer other questions whenever.
Great.
So,
Thank you, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
the detailed feedback. And so, did you have a question?
Yeah, I do, Karen. I know we're in the infancy stages of this bill, but is the word getting out to the municipalities about the possibility of all this coming down?
well, I'm writing about it on Thursday
Yeah.
night for Friday morning. Yeah, I mean, hopefully we are getting through to our members about this. We did have a climate conference 2018, I want to say, that looked at a number of these issues. I mean, towns, even the smallest towns understand that, you know, we have to do something. We have to address these issues. I mean, up in Ludlow, they've had a couple of road collapses and from flooding events that nobody's exempt from those kinds of natural events, and we're going to have to address them. It's a matter of how can we do it effectively, and how can we sort of corral the interest that's already out there and what people want to do and what they actually need to have. And not be too messy.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, I've got kind of for the room at large. Was this messy when we were dealing with asbestos or lead regulation or control? Does anybody know? I mean, if we're thinking of this as another pollutant like A&R would regulate, is there a corollary you could use as an example?
So I think the best example is the one that the Deputy Secretary may have brought up today, which is, and again, from their standpoint, with water, and how the state has thought about that. So that's my answer. I don't know.
Well, asbestos was more of a federal.
Yeah, it was a federal thing.
So that, but there was, and still is. I mean, there was just a report on VPR this morning about, you know, some, it was in Pennsylvania, I believe.
Philadelphia.
It was Philadelphia, yeah, that they're finding all this asbestos and stuff, and
oh yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's millions and millions, yeah.
Pipe insulation, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess ceiling tiles still.
Ceiling tiles, yeah.
I think what's unique about greenhouse gas emissions is there is no federal, you know, water. Plenty of pressure we were getting on the water side was EPA and federally driven, as well as state driven. But greenhouse gas emissions, you know, are referred to in state statute. But there's no federal guideline there. It's purely state. Okay. Hi. All right.
Could you leave the door open for the time being?
Just to let some oxygen in.
Yeah.
Really good idea.
Great.
Terrific, yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
Is it okay if we have two chairs side by side?
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
knowing that space is at a premium, but
You want to sneak over here? Sure. Welcome to. Or not. Yeah.
Whatever's easiest.
Yeah, for you.
This is fine. There's nothing easy.
It's all about shoehorning here.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're probably going to wait for just a second, so just have Laura return. No room to jump in there.
No time for that. Yeah.
Each document is laid out, so you can just toggle back and forth.
Okay.
Whichever one.
And to advance up, just go up. Yeah, perfect.
That's for each one.
Great, thank you.
That's the updated one. So
Thanks. I'm sorry. Thank you.
It happens all the time, so if it's overlaid that and just upload it all together.
Just to move the bags in case anyone from
Oh, I think he just went on the corner.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he was headed to testify.
Is it okay if we just leave it out on that?
We had 10:45 earlier today.
I'm just gonna put them on the table. I'm just gonna do that.
You sure? Okay. Yeah.
That one on the other side, too.
You know what? This is your phone. Yeah, I'm gonna share. You should have foot space. Do you want? Thank you.
Don't want to be crowding your space. And here comes some, I thought someone was gonna come around.
This is a preview point. Not cooperating.
Things went quickly on the floor this afternoon, I guess. Things went quickly on the floor this afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah, no dissension. We're a well-oiled machine. Until tomorrow.
For the moment. Savor it while you can, right? When the Appropriations Committee has voted to recommend approval of the budget adjustment for the current fiscal year unanimously, then it usually is like, well, does anyone have any questions? Pretty straightforward and an anticlimax. Most, even if there's a strong majority, a lot of stuff comes out, you know, with two people voting no or something like that. And you at least want to know a little bit about what some of the issues were. Were there any no votes today? All this bliss and harmony. No, I write a bi-weekly report. The one that came out this week, I noted that we actually passed for the very first bill. The first few weeks mostly were locked in our little committee, so when things start coming to the floor out of committee. The very first bill was a bill. Dissolution of a village government and its merger into the town. And they voted, you know, and by law, technically, the Constitution, we have to the legislature. So it's again, does anybody have any questions? But that was the very, very first bill. It was completely contradictory. Build some momentum. It's something we'll get there to. We'll get to the messier stuff. So, like this bill.
Thanks.
Caught me.
Yeah, thank you.
So, why don't we get started here? Laura will catch up with us shortly, hopefully. So, thank you for joining us. I think we had originally planned to have 3 folks testify, and we're having a member of your board join us Friday afternoon. So I look forward to that. But we record all of our hearings, so if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves for the record, and welcome you to join us.
Great. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Phil Huffman. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Policy for the Nature Conservancy here in Vermont, and I know some of you, but not all, and just want to say I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to engage with all of you on this really important topic. And I'm really pleased to be joined today by a wonderful colleague from our Massachusetts chapter, Laura Marks, who's a forest ecologist, has been with the Conservancy based in Massachusetts for 14 years, I think. This is her first time today coming to our office, so it's a moment of a noteworthy moment for us. Anyway, Laura is also the Nature Conservancy's regional lead for New England on natural climate solutions, which is basically the role that nature and natural and working lands, the land sector, can play in helping to slow the pace of climate change. So she's a wealth of information, and I think we're really pleased to be able to have her here, and excited that she can offer some of that broader perspective. She also will have an opportunity to speak a little bit about, from her and the Nature Conservancy's
perspective in Massachusetts about their experience with their Global Warming Solutions Act, so we'll dig into all of that in a little bit. And she's based in Western Massachusetts, out of an office in the Northampton area, so maybe a trip north for us today. I know you had the opportunity to hear from another voice, a brand new voice for us at the Nature Conservancy last week, our wonderful new colleague Lauren Oates, who testified about the resilience side of things and from some of her perspective from her earlier work with the Vermont Emergency Management Agency. So now we'll be shifting today and focusing more on the part of this around nature's role in helping to rein in climate change and sort of a complement on the other side from resilience and adaptation. And what we're thinking, and if this works for you all, is that I'll spend just a minute, since this is our first time really before your committee, to just give you a little bit more of an overview about the Nature Conservancy to help round out the picture that you may or may not have of us. And then I'm going to turn it over to Laura to really go into some of the big picture and key points related to natural climate solutions, and to share some of that experience from Massachusetts with their parallel efforts down there. And then I'll come back in and share a little bit about our perspective here in Vermont about all of this work and how it ties into a number of other policy initiatives that are underway, some of which I think you're familiar with, but others of which you may not, and work that's happening on our part and others that are relevant to all of this, and really how it all ties into the Global Warming Solutions Act. And I'll sort of close with our perspective on the bill itself. Does that sound like a workable flow? And we'll try to keep things moving. Appreciate this is getting towards the end of a long day in a small room with not a lot of airflow, so we'll try to keep it moving.
You noticed.
yeah, I can already feel it. So just by way of rounding out a little bit of what Lauren said in her testimony last week about the Nature Conservancy, as you may or may not know, we're a global conservation organization dedicated to conserving the lands and waters on which all life depends, so that's human life as well as all the other species of plants and animals and everything else that we share this planet with. One of our hallmarks everywhere we work here in Vermont and elsewhere is that we're science-based, so we try to gather the best science that we can, either science that we develop or that we gather from others, to inform our own conservation work and to also help to inform the work of other conservation nonprofits, governmental agencies at the local, state, federal, and global level, that sort of thing. So science is a really critical hallmark of ours. Guided by that science, we really work on trying to create innovative, on-the-ground solutions to some of the biggest challenges facing people and nature and the planet. Certainly climate change is at the top of the list, but it's by no means the only one. Habitat loss, things like that, or water quality issues. Those are examples of other big problems that we're working hard to help to address. We are devoutly nonpartisan. We have a long track record of working with folks from across the political and ideological spectrum on pragmatic solutions. So we really are trying to focus on getting things done and finding ways to bridge different perspectives to get there. We work in all 50 states across the U.S. And more than 70 countries around the world now. And here in Vermont, happy to say we're celebrating our 60th anniversary this year, actually, now that it's 2020. So we've been at it for a while. And over the course of that time, we're really proud to say that we've been involved in helping to conserve more than 300,000 acres of land, permanently conserve more than 300,000 acres of both natural and working lands around the state in all different corners, I think in most, if not all, of your districts. And about more than 1,200 miles of shorelines of our streams, rivers, and ponds and lakes. So some of our really key natural heritage, natural assets, we've had an important hand in helping to protect. We have more than 9,000 members statewide now. We actually are the biggest per capita membership of any TNC chapter in the country, we're proud to say, and just I think that's a reflection of the way in which Vermonters care about this work. That is so relevant to all aspects of our lives. And we also, as part of our conservation work, we own and manage 56 natural areas scattered all across the state, again, in most, if not all, of your districts. So that's just a quick snapshot. I hope that helps to round out the picture a little bit of who we are and what we do. And happy to dig in more on that later if you'd like. So with that, why don't I hand it over to Laura, and she can dig in more on some of the content specifics on natural climate solutions.
Great. Thanks, Phil. And thank you to Committee Chair Briglin as well for the opportunity to speak to you today. As Phil mentioned, my name is Laura Marks, and I'm the forest ecologist for the Nature Conservancy in Massachusetts. My goal today is to share some of the boring outline that's going to go away soon, I promise. But I want to share some of TNC's experiences with Massachusetts Global Warming Solutions Act, and to focus in particular on the role of natural climate solutions in climate action. So, we know that climate change is already an economic, environmental, and humanitarian crisis, and that's the reason for that is not unknown, right? We've got fossil fuels making the earth too hot. But fortunately, we also know what to do about it. That's also not an unknown. First of all, we need to stop burning so many fossil fuels, but that alone isn't enough. So we also need to cool the earth. And that's where natural climate solutions come in. They're like these ice cubes, actually absorbing carbon that has been emitted in the air and absorbing heat from the planet. And then I would be remiss in ignoring the fact that climate change is already here, so we also have to adapt to climate change. So these three things have to happen simultaneously to take action to actually address a problem at the scale of climate change. And I and the rest of my TNC colleagues feel very fortunate to live in a state that is working really hard to reduce carbon emissions and adapt to climate change through our Global Warming Solutions Act. And I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my experiences and thoughts with you as you contemplate your own GWSA. As you consider the best way for Vermont to continue to lead on climate change action, I'd urge you to set bold goals for fossil fuel emissions reductions, and also to include a role for natural climate solutions, Vermont's forests, farms, and wetlands as well. Natural climate solutions are ways to protect, restore, and better manage forests, farms, and wetlands to avoid and or remove carbon emissions from the air. For example, avoided forest conversion is one natural climate solution. When we convert an acre of forest or another land use to development, we release a portion of the carbon that's stored in the soils and trees over decades or centuries as carbon emissions. And at the same time, we destroy the ability of that piece of land to sequester more carbon over future years. So avoided forest conversion, which is often a fancy way of saying land protection of forests, is a double win for carbon. And that's before we even begin to talk about the benefit of forests for our forest products economy, recreation economy, for wildlife, for water filtration, all those things that we depend on them for. Another natural climate solution that's relevant in Vermont is improved forest management. And this means a number of things. In some places, that means setting aside forests as reserves to store carbon in larger and older trees. In most places, that means doing careful timber harvesting that considers carbon and also that produces wood products that we can substitute for more carbon-intensive products like steel, concrete, heating oil, or just the same wood products from farther away. Using sustainably harvested New England wood reduces emissions by substituting a more sustainable resource for a more fossil fuel intensive one. So again, there's sort of a double benefit. A third way of using forests as a natural climate solution is to retain and perhaps even plant more trees. In Massachusetts, we're a very urban state, so tree planting is a surprisingly large strategy. We have hundreds of thousands of acres of suburban lawn in our state. In Vermont, it's a little bit different. And I suspect that you'll probably be more focused on tree retention, because even though we take our street trees or the ones in our yards or parks for granted, when you have something like the tornado that hit Springfield, Massachusetts, or an insect outbreak that takes out huge amounts of these trees, you'll actually feel that literally in the heat in the summer, and also in your energy bills and energy use in the buildings that were formerly shaded and sheltered by trees. So by now you might be noticing a theme where natural climate solutions have a carbon benefit, but they also have a lot of other co-benefits: human health, like trees in cities, economic benefits like forestry. And so in many cases, the reason to do these natural climate solutions may be not only or even primarily carbon, but that's one of their benefits. And I've been focusing on forests here because Vermont, like Massachusetts, is a mostly forested state, but it would be wrong to ignore the impact of farms and wetlands as well. So forests get most of the attention, but I know that the Vermont Agency of Agriculture and partners in the farming community are already really thinking hard about how to make some of the farming practices that have carbon and other co-benefits more feasible and cost-effective. I was really excited to learn yesterday that your Payment for Ecosystem Services working group has released a report on this. That actually puts, thank you, that puts you ahead of Massachusetts, where we're just now working on our Healthy Soils Action Plan. And that considers, among other things, ways to increase soil carbon on farms. In Vermont, adoption of cover cropping, silvopasture or trees on farmlands, and fertilizer management can help make the soil more carbon rich while also reducing nutrient runoff and erosion. And in the case of silvopasture, it can even increase milk production. So again, carbon might not be the primary reason that you want to do these things, but you are getting a carbon benefit as well, and it's worth thinking about that and recording that as well, because we do have significant potential to reduce carbon emissions and increase sequestration by increasing the health of our farm soils. And then finally, wetlands. If farms are overlooked, wetlands are even more overlooked. Wetlands store an outsized amount of carbon for their size. They're a very small fraction of the landscape, but they can store, in some cases, many decades worth of carbon. And wetlands can also be either carbon sinks, if they're healthy and intact, or they can be carbon sources if they're degraded, and especially if they're drained. So it's really worth thinking about the health of your wetlands, thinking about restoration of wetlands, again, for a range of reasons, including wildlife habitat and flood prevention, but also so that they continue to play that role of sequestering carbon in soils year after year. So we have some very good estimates already of the potential of natural climate solutions in Vermont. And although there are differences in our two states, in which natural climate solutions work best, for example, city tree planting is a big strategy in Massachusetts, while improved forest management is a bigger opportunity in Vermont, taking full advantage of climate solutions like those I mentioned can avoid or reduce more than 1 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent each year at low cost. That's the equivalent of taking more than 200,000 cars off the road every year. And right now, the only technology we have that can remove carbon emissions at scale is nature. So hopefully that's a little bit of information about natural climate solutions and the potential in Vermont. I wanted to move on to sharing some lessons learned from our experience in Massachusetts that might be useful. So from the perspective of TNC's Massachusetts chapter, we're pleased with the greenhouse gas emissions reduction and the smart policies and the change in the narrative around climate change that have come from our Global Warming Solutions Act. It's absolutely been worth it. And we're mostly on track to meet our 2020 goal. So these figures are as of 2016, and Massachusetts has reduced emissions by 21% below 1990 levels. There's a study happening right now that will figure out whether we're projected to meet our 25% goal, but they're actually running the numbers this year, and so we'll know by the end of the year whether or not we met that initial 2020 goal. I think some of the biggest successes from the Global Warming Solutions Act have been around public-private partnerships. And this is one where I actually had some personal experience. So many years ago, I was eligible to enter a lottery for weatherization of my 1910s era, very drafty, poorly insulated house. And that was a state-run energy efficiency program. But the only reason I knew about it was because there was a local nonprofit that was advertising, there was a local company that was doing the work. And so programs like that are really effective. I got insulation for my house, which is a real benefit to me. Meanwhile, the state got me using much less energy every year. So they got very inexpensive emissions reductions. And again, if the state had done it on their own, I think it might have been hard for the average person to figure out, where do you go for information? How do you find out? But by working across that public-private partnership, they were able to get a program that was wildly oversubscribed and successful. Another success, I think, was that we've really aimed big. So right now, where Massachusetts is in the process, our law actually set emissions reductions goals for 2020 and 2050. It didn't set them for 2030 and 2040. It left that up to another process. And we are in that process for 2030. There's a study right now that I think you'll probably hear more about from David Ismay and Han Chu, called the 80 by 50 study. It's essentially how do we get to 80% emissions reductions by 2050, and given that path, what's the right goal to set for 2030, and what policies do we need to get there? With more than 10 years of putting the Global Warming Solutions Act into practice, we're actually thinking potentially beyond that, looking at, can we get to more than 80% emissions reductions? I was really pleased to see that net zero is referenced in your Global Warming Solutions Act, and just last night, Governor Charlie Baker actually endorsed the idea of moving to net zero in Massachusetts. So maybe he read your bill and got jealous, but that just came out. And then finally, I think another big success was really including adaptation in the bill. We have an executive order, EO 569, that ensures that any action taken under the Global Warming Solutions Act can't be sort of maladaptive, especially for underserved communities. So it's a recognition that the impacts of climate change are already being felt, and they're being felt most immediately and most acutely by our communities that have perhaps the fewest resources. And there's also an adaptation plan that's part of the Global Warming Solutions Act. So there were a lot of efforts to really make sure that climate change mitigation, emissions reduction, and adaptation went hand in hand. So what's interesting is that I think we did adaptation really well, and that certainly has a role for nature-based solutions, using nature to solve problems like flooding and stormwater management. But despite that integration, I think one of the places we have the most distance to go is in fully incorporating the role of natural climate solutions in our Global Warming Solutions Act. And that's probably my biggest lesson learned to offer you from the experience in Massachusetts. After you pass your Global Warming Solutions Act, which has all the language you need, as your Climate Council begins to implement it, I would encourage you to think about lands as a sector. Lands are both a carbon source with actions that can be taken to reduce emissions, and they're a carbon sink with actions that can be taken to sequester even more carbon. I think in Massachusetts, carbon is in our baseline. Natural carbon is in our 1990 baseline, but from every point then on, it's treated very differently from all the other sectors. And I think that had we integrated those more from the beginning, we could have saved ourselves some headaches. For example, now in the 80 by 50 study, it's very hard to sort of fully bring in lands when we need them to meet our emissions reduction goals. And I think we could have saved ourselves also some controversies over solar siting and other aspects where, because the intersections between buildings and lands and energy weren't fully considered, there were some policies that people feel maybe were counterproductive to one or the other sector. So, to sum up, nature has a role to play. The biggest action we need to take is reducing fossil fuels, but natural climate solutions are a meaningful and necessary part of acting on climate change. And if you don't believe me and Phil saying that, you can read the IPCC report or the drawdown report. Like, every plausible path globally and at the US level to really addressing climate change includes going backwards in emissions. And that's what I have as number 3 here. There's also some really simple math. 415 parts per million carbon dioxide is about what we're at now. I looked, I think it's 417 now. It keeps going up, of course, but 415-ish plus 0 doesn't get you to 350. You really need both to reduce emissions and to go backwards. You know, another reason is because it's easier, I think, to do it now than later. Can work things in from the beginning as you decide how to implement your law and maybe save yourself some of the headaches that we've had. And also, you said you would, so did Massachusetts. So all of the U.S. Climate Alliance states pledged to each other in 2018 that they would accurately measure the carbon balance in their natural working lands. They would set a numeric goal for making that number better, and then they would implement the plans to make that happen. And Phil and I went both to the U.S.-wide learning lab, they called it, that the U.S. Climate Alliance held in D.C. in 2018, and we just came back from the regional New England one in Rhode Island last month, and those pledges are coming due at the end of 2020. So as a collective across the U.S. Climate Alliance, those states have sort of pledged to each other to move forward on this. And then finally, Vermont has an opportunity to be a leader on the U.S. and the global stage. And when I was saying that, I was like, people are going to be like, really? It sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. And I'll give you a clear example of why it's not. So some of our TNC colleagues yesterday in Bogor, Indonesia, held a workshop where they are trying to figure out this very thing. How do they work natural climate solutions into their nationally defined contribution under the Paris Agreement? And in the complete absence of federal leadership, countries are really looking to the US states as the actors, not to the federal government. So whereas in the past, maybe that would have been a little bit of an exaggeration, there is no federal leadership that they're looking at and taking their cues from. They're looking at what Massachusetts is doing, at what Maine just did, at what you guys are contemplating doing, at New York, at California, at Maryland, at Pennsylvania, Illinois, and trying to look for examples of states which are much more analogous to them than the US right now, and take their cues from that. So I think it's really exciting that you guys are contemplating passing a Global Warming Solutions Act, and hopefully this has helped just a little bit in thinking about the role nature might play as you implement that. I'm going to hand things back over to Phil, but then we're happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And I think we can pause before I resume if you want, if any of you have questions for Laura at this point. Just
I have plenty.
Break the flow.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
fine.
however you'd like to handle it is fine with us, I think is
Why
what I
don't we
need to say.
go ahead and bring your presentation to a conclusion, and then we'll jump in, if that's okay with you.
That sounds great, whatever works best for you all.
Okay.
Terrific. All right, well, thanks. And I think I just have one more slide that I'll use just as the backdrop with a few key points that I want to hit on to round out our presentation. First, just a few kind of big picture, sort of overarching messages about natural climate solutions, building on what Laura has said. I think it's really important to emphasize that as much as we see the opportunity that natural climate solutions offer as part of tackling climate change, and feel it's absolutely imperative to try to take advantage of that opportunity, and it's woven into H688 right now, we recognize it's not a silver bullet, right? This is not going to solve the problem, as Laura said. We've got to turn off the gas that's heating up the planet while we also are doing things that are working to cool it down. It has to be a both and that as much as nature can help us, it's not the solution. So it's not a silver bullet, but I heard someone use this expression the other day, and I can't remember who it was, but we see it as a really essential part of the silver buckshot that we need to be thinking about collectively to tackle climate change. So it needs to be a lot of different things. I know I'm not telling you anything with that you don't already appreciate, but and just building on that, this it's really not a replacement for the deep cuts in carbon emissions and moving to a clean energy future as quickly as we possibly can. That is so imperative. That said, natural climate solutions we see are a really key cost-effective tool for taking carbon out of the air, and that can help us get from our current goals to net zero or beyond, actually, to net negative over time. And in doing that, we can secure a whole bunch of other benefits for our communities, for our economy, and for our environment that complement those needed emissions reductions and turning down the heat, essentially. And just to reiterate and sort of fill in a little bit more around those co-benefits, we really see it that by investing in conservation and restoration and sound stewardship of our natural and working lands, so in our land sector generally, we can capitalize on their potential to help slow climate change while we gain all these other benefits. And so things like jobs and economic development, water quality improvements, reduced vulnerability to flooding, places for outdoor recreation and all of the benefits that go along with that, health and well-being for being able to access the outdoors and feed our souls, quality of life, and the way that all of these things tie into the attractiveness of Vermont for people to live here, whether those of us who are already here or people who may be interested in coming, and for more of the sort of natural benefits around wildlife, biodiversity, sustaining our native plants and animals. So we see there's an opportunity really for sort of a virtuous circle in all of this. And whether you're coming at it from a carbon perspective or from a water quality perspective or some of those other perspectives, there's a way to be getting synergies from all of these that can be mutually reinforcing and addressing a number of big challenges that we have here in Vermont through the same sorts of actions of conservation, restoration, and sound stewardship of our lands. I wanted to spend just a minute again, building on what Laura said, but tying all of this and how it shows up in the Global Warming Solutions Act before you with other ongoing policy work here in Vermont and efforts that are underway beyond the policy realm. I think I'll start with one that Laura was just touching on, which is this reference to what the state committed to doing as part of its signing into the U.S. Climate Alliance a couple of years ago. And there is one of the main streams of that effort on the part of the 25 states across the country that are part of the U.S. Climate Alliance relates to trying to better quantify and then also increase the absorption of carbon and storage of carbon in the land sector, natural and working land sector. It's something where we've been trying to work with and encourage the state to get more deeply involved in. I think there's an openness to doing that. We haven't seen a lot of action yet, but I'm hoping that over the course of this year, we'll see more forward progress, and I think the timing of it woven in with this bill and other climate initiatives that are happening here in the legislature are hopefully will go hand in hand, and this is another part of that sort of silver buckshot. Other ones, Representative Higley can speak to this in more depth than I can, but is the four efforts that have been initiated by you all in the last session related to forest carbon sequestration and looking for opportunities to make it easier for Vermont landowners, private landowners, but also municipal and potentially the state to access existing carbon markets, offset markets. So I know Commissioner Snyder spoke with you all about that maybe 10 days or 2 weeks ago. We won't go deep on it now. One of our colleagues, Jim Shallow, our conservation director here in Vermont, was part of that working group. Happy to have him come back and share more both on that and on some ongoing work that we're a part of with trying to develop some innovative new pilot projects or test proving grounds of efforts to access carbon markets for Vermont landowners here. And we've been doing that on our own lands up in Representative Higley's backyard at our Burnt Mountain parcel up in Montgomery and a little bit in Eden and Lowell. And then also we're in a collaboration with the Vermont Land Trust, again in that same neck of the woods with private landowners, trying to figure out how to bundle a number of different private land holdings together into a package that's big enough to access, it has sort of the economy of scale to access existing voluntary carbon markets. And then we also are part, and Laura's involved in this as well, with a really fledgling effort, but that we're very hopeful about with the American Forest Foundation that's called Family Forest Carbon. It's a program that's been piloted actually down in the Central Appalachians, but that we're trying to bring into Vermont and Massachusetts, which would be helping to access revenue streams for landowners to do essentially carbon-friendly forestry, not in a way to try to access offset markets, but just to provide some revenues for them for doing different improve forest management carbon-friendly practices. And that's something that we're really hopeful about. It's like, we'll see, but it could be a great tool for accessing particularly smaller parcels and providing some new revenues that can really reward landowners for good forest stewardship, which is what we all want to see, I think, and the landowners themselves are deeply committed to helping them keep their lands as forests, and so that where we're helping to sustain that carbon sink and not getting into a situation where they're having to sell their lands and convert it and risking the carbon source that can result in.
And where would those revenues come from?
Well, so, Laura, do you want to help out? Or
for the pilot, they'll come from a grant. So we have a grant, as you so often do when you do the first ones, you kind of have money lined up. And it's Western and Central Massachusetts as well. Southern Vermont is the pilot area where we're trying to port what they did in the Central Appalachians and move it up. After that, it gets a little more complicated. Massachusetts has a state policy program that seems like it might be it's a version of our current use program. I think you guys call it current use appraisal, and we call it chapter and we call it chapter 61. So it's kind of an add-on to that. After that, there is a lot of discussion about the desire for more and more companies and private actors to basically pay for climate outcomes. Offsets, there's a certain market for that. There's also people who want to incent good behavior, help make it easier for people who already want to do a behavior, but maybe it costs them a lot of money to sort of do cost share. Kind of like NRCS, so Natural Resource Conservation Service, it's the federal agency that, for example, will pay farmers, here's half the cost of putting fencing up around your stream so that your cows don't go through it. So it's not an offset, it's a payment for a practice that they know has benefits. In this case, it's payment for practice we know has carbon benefits. But as Phil mentioned, these things are also, I think we're very committed to being open about whether or not it works. We're trying it out. We're trying not to go in with too many assumptions. It's really promising in the Central Alps. It's also being piloted in California. But if at the end of the day we can't make things work in this region, we'll report that back and look for the next opportunity.
Well, it sounds like you have to have either government revenues or a foundation to support something like this.
Well, the model of the Central Apps is more about private companies and like supply chains, and there's a whole complicated thing that's over my head about how you set that up. Some of the big tech companies have made enormously large pledges. Now, those are on paper. I don't know that they've translated yet. And our carbon here is actually really attractive because we don't have fire the way they do in some other parts of the country. And so when people pay for practices here, they're not quite as concerned that it's going to go up in smoke the next year. So again, there's economists with much different expertise than I am who have worked all the things out, and they show it to me and I'm like, that's great. We're really trying to be let's put it in practice on the ground, come up with the practices, see how much they cost, see who signs up, and figure out whether that sales pitch that they're doing in the Central Apps, works here. So yeah, it's
not to belabor the point, but I mean, they're not getting the companies that would be fronting the money for this aren't getting anything. They're not getting carbon credits or anything.
They are getting climate.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. So there are companies that are going for carbon offsets, where they're like, we want you to figure this out to the nth degree, and that's fine. And that's one set of markets. But there are other actors, including companies, including some of the big forestry companies, including things with big supply chains that are basically saying, we want to take climate outcomes. We want to improve our supply chain. We want to show we're taking this seriously. We want the goodwill. We want the marketing. I mean, there are all sorts of things that they're getting, but what they aren't getting is this is your carbon that you're allowed to emit. That's sort of the difference. It is also worth noting that we think that one or two of the practices we're developing here probably will work in that offset market. So for that one, the funding might come from offsets, but there will be others where it just doesn't fit, the market doesn't work very well, often for those small private forest landowners, and that's just a different sort of thing. Again, These are also questions we're asking about how many of these companies and how long is their attention span and how much money and
Right.
exactly.
Okay.
So these are good questions for sure.
Definitely. And I have a handout about this Family Forest Carbon program, high-level overview that I'm happy to pass out when we're done. It's also, Danielle has it for the record, that may help to answer this a little bit more. And also, this could be part of a follow-on conversation if you have the interest in a time later where we could get Jim Shallow in to dig deeper on this and on some of the carbon offset work that we are doing on our own and with Vermont Land Trust and others with the state and things. So,
One other question on this, or is it similar to flight shaming? So there's an effort out there from a lot of people, whether it's they feel bad that they've taken an air flight, or there was even talk in our committee about, requiring vehicle sales places to have some form of a program around that. But it's a feel-good thing in a sense.
Yeah, that's a real. I'd have to think that one through. I mean, I think the pitch to companies would not be so much like you're doing bad stuff and so you should do this, but more here are these small landowners who know what to do and want to do it, and the numbers just don't work for them. And you have the opportunity to show that you're helping that, and you're taking climate change action, and you get the marketing and whatever other benefit. You get to take people out to look at it. Like, it would probably be individual for each funder. But I know that in the central apps, it's much more it's being much more pitched as a, you said you took this seriously, here's one way you can act. It's a way that's carbon additional, so those offsets, it's not just being emitted somewhere else. It's a brand new thing that wouldn't happen without you. So that's, I think, more the argument. But I'll think more on, that's kind of an interesting parallel that I haven't thought about. I mean, I guess there's more than one ways to talk to the companies about it. But for now, I think is a much more positive, like, this is a good thing, you want to get credit for doing it, we can work together on this sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think, I appreciate the question, and this is, it's all complicated, as you know, from the working group, which was focused on the offset side. This is a little different, but in either case, I think it's not just feel good, it's about real additional carbon, whether it's happening through practices or through a commitment to be doing, changing practices for a certain period or whatever. And so there is, again, some real carbon change that's a result of the payment that's happening, whether through an established offset market or through this fledgling idea that we're trying to see if it works, basically.
And I suppose as one real life example, so yesterday Microsoft pledged not only to go to carbon neutrality, but to remove the carbon that they had emitted over their business practices. That's a little different than an offset. So something like, I don't know whether they have plans yet for how they're going to get there, or they just put the pledge out and they'll figure it out later. But something like this would actually be about removals of carbon from the atmosphere in a way that an offset wouldn't allow them to say that, because it's about the carbon they're emitting over here being absorbed over here. So again, it's such a rapidly shifting. It's one reason why I think the pilot did require a grant, because we need to have the money up front to sort of show, okay, we got this, we'll test it out. But those are the kinds of things that we'll be trying to think about as we move on in the pilot as potential funding sources.
Thanks.
Robin. So the forest carbon markets their value is on the increased carbon storage, right? Between current practice and future storage and sequestration. Is that right?
Yes, so it's about that additional carbon. So it's that's where the payment is for that additional carbon over time, and with a commitment to sustain that carbon over the duration of the agreement.
Well, but there are also offsets on the forest conversion side. So there's there's both. There's avoided loss, like this would have been converted from a forest and this carbon would have been emitted. And then you're exactly right, Phil, that sort of, this is additional carbon that's sequestered because you paid for some action to be taken.
And so in your Massachusetts version, in calculating your greenhouse gas reductions, do all of those count?
So in our Global Warming Solutions Act?
Yes.
So our baseline is set at 1990. So any forests that were there in 1990 are baseline. The carbon that's there is baseline. The sequestration that happened in 1990 is baseline. And then things get a little more complicated because forests grow no matter what you do. So the baseline in that case is shifting, but the things that would, again, this is where we didn't integrate, this is where you guys should do a better job than we did of integrating this from the beginning. No disrespect to Han and David and others who are doing amazing stuff with it. But as we do this 80 by 50 study, we need to separate out what can be attributed to action that we took. That's additional. Like, the state paid someone to do this thing and this carbon resulted. That's not baseline, that's additional. That is something that could count. What can't count is, good news, the forest grew, like we didn't do anything to create that. So that's still baseline. And as you can imagine, it gets a little bit challenging when you're actually measuring it, but the good thing is because we've measured forests for wood forever, we have really good data going back very far from the US Forest Service and lots of other sources, so it's possible to go back to a 1990 baseline, a 2005 baseline, or whatever you need, and then look at what's happening now. So.
And one other question, then I'll wait for the next round. Are things like biochar being explored as a storage?
That's so funny because, so earlier today, I met with Jim Shallow in the Vermont office, and we have, as part of our Family Forest Carbon Program pilot, on February 11th, we have our first stakeholder workshop about forest carbon practices. And so I've been working with some staff from the US Forest Service and Jim and others to scour like all the lists anybody we know of has ever put together about this is what carbon positive forestry means. And we're pulling that together into a hopefully much more understandable and shorter list that we'll put in front of stakeholders from Vermont and Massachusetts, so foresters and harvesters and state agency staff and academics and nonprofits, and try to get at which of these which of these are opportunities in our region. I mean, some of them are just, like mangroves, right? That's not even something we're putting on the list because it's pretty much not relevant. And which ones we think have potential here and which we don't, and sum up the evidence that we have for the carbon benefits, like where do the carbon benefits come from. So that is one of many policy practices that is on that list for sort of, let's really get our heads around the evidence about this and see whether or not this is something that we think is a potential here. And we're really leaning on the stakeholders to do that. We didn't want it to be, a TNC list. The idea is, hopefully, it is this broad swath of stakeholders with the help of TNC, US Forest Service, New England Forestry Foundation, state, everybody, so that it comes out basically as solid and complete as we can. So I don't have a lot of expertise in that area, but it's definitely one of many things. The list is quite long that we'll be looking at and kind of looking to those stakeholders to help us ground truth and think through.
Mike?
Yeah, so as thinking about along the same lines, Vermont is 75% forested, plus or minus a couple percent. And so the idea of more reforestation is probably pretty impractical.
Yeah.
So any additional carbon sequestration we might do will be incremental. I'm wondering if there are other ways of sequestering carbon with other types of crops, that sort of thing, that would produce carbon sequestration, yet take advantage of farms and other things like that.
Yeah, that actually is a great tie-in to my next point on the list, so maybe I'll build off of that. On the forest side of things, I generally agree that we are largely forested, that our forests are generally well managed, and But there are some opportunities for reforestation, particularly in riparian, riverine areas, floodplains. Historically, our floodplains were covered with floodplain forests, and much of that has been converted, and for important reasons, for agriculture in particular, among other things. But there are now, especially with the changing precipitation patterns that we're seeing and the increased frequency of larger floods, there are more low-laying ag lands that are becoming unproductive, and there's an opportunity for working with farmers to take the land that's now marginal or really no longer viable for sustained ag production and restore forests there for carbon benefits as well as water quality benefits, reduce flood vulnerability, habitat. It's this sort of whole suite of potential benefits. It's, again, this is not like going to be the big lever that's going to solve all our problems, but it's another important modest piece of the picture. On the ag side, what you're getting at, I think, is exactly in the wheelhouse of what Laura alluded to before, which is what will be, I think, an ongoing effort of what's called the Payment for Ecosystem Services Working Group that was authorized in Act 83 last spring. It was sort of alongside the Forest Carbon Sequestration Working Group. So this is one that the Agency of Agriculture has been leading. Deputy Secretary Eastman has been chairing, and looking at ways to potentially create a framework wherein agricultural producers, farmers, could receive payments for enhanced environmental services that they're providing, with carbon potentially being one of those, along with water. Water quality was really the bigger driver of it, I think. But so water quality, absorbing rain and snowmelt, carbon enhancing productivity, and that group is really, they came out with an initial report just last week. I'd encourage you to read it, and again, this might be a topic for further exploration as you go forward, but their focus is around soil health, and that essentially healthy agricultural soils can absorb more carbon and provide those other benefits, including increased productivity. And it does mean, or sort of tie into some changes in practices and crops and things like that. There are others who are much deeper, more deeply steeped than I am in the specifics of all of that, but that's sort of the concept. I think it points to how the ag sector is a really important one to keep very much in mind, again, as like another bit of the silver buckshot here. I'm not going to solve everything, but we can make some meaningful improvements for carbon as well as for all these other important values.
I just want to make one more point, and that's that I thank the Nature Conservancy for your part in preserving the Raven Ridge natural area in Charlotte, Pumpkin, and Heinsberg.
Thank you.
Beautiful area.
Thank you. Yeah, it's one that we're really delighted to have been able to help in collaboration with the state and others to conserve permanently. There's some terrific wetlands as part of that, and other natural areas that are forests that are absorbing carbon, as well as providing really important habitat for native species and whatnot. So, thank you. Should I keep going, move through things quickly on a few other points?
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm not. So a couple other things just in terms of current state policy dialogue and work going on. As some of you may or may not know, there's been a lot of dialogue led in the two ag committees around wetland policy and whether there ought to be any adjustments made to that. I think the take home from our perspective on this, from a carbon perspective, as Laura said, wetlands have a really outsized importance for carbon sequestration and storage relative to their size and abundance on the landscape. So it's really important for that reason, among a whole host of other ones, that we be doing everything that we can to maintain strong protections for our wetlands and for existing wetlands, and to try to accelerate efforts to restore degraded wetlands for the carbon benefits that they offer, as well as others. A couple other things. That state funding for conservation and restoration is critical for trying to optimize the opportunity that we have with natural climate solutions, forests, wetlands, ag lands. And those are the two big ones, I would say, are funding for VHCB and also water quality funding. And there's some important, significant levels of investment there, but there's never enough to do all the work that might be needed to really tackle those problems for a whole host of reasons, but carbon is an important layer to consider as we're thinking about the scale of those investments. And then the other that I'd touch on is, as you all know, I'm sure, that lots of effort underway to try to figure out how to modernize Act 250. And that relates, obviously, to our lands, forest land, ag land, wetlands, river corridors, the whole 9 yards. Important to think about those from a carbon side, as well as other aspects of climate resilience, adaptation, and other things. I know that your colleagues in the Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife Committee are actively thinking about that dimension. But I guess I wanted just to lay all of those different things out to convey, I think we think about them all as building blocks or pieces of this the silver buckshot, to kind of beat that analogy a little bit, but that provide opportunities and synergies with where you're trying to get to, where the bill is trying to get to as that moves forward, and that they tie right in not only to the mitigating climate change, but also helping with resilience and adaptation. So you get to weave all of these together through natural systems. Let me just wrap up quickly with a few quick points on our take on the bill itself. Our position. For starters, want to be clear that we strongly support H688. We see it as a really important foundational framework for propelling the rapid progress and accountability that's needed for Vermont to be doing our part in reining in climate change. And it's an opportunity for Vermont to reclaim and reestablish leadership in this realm that we've been falling behind on in a broader than Vermont context. So it's not going to solve all of our problems either. I think that was coming up in the testimony this morning with Deputy Secretary Walk, and the questions or points that were raised about the Transportation and Climate Initiative and trying to figure out a way to really rein in emissions from that sector. We need to be coming at this from a whole bunch of different directions, but from our perspective, we see Global Warming Solutions Act as one critical piece of that puzzle. I want to highlight and just appreciate the language that's in the bill right now that recognizes the role of natural systems for mitigation, so the natural climate solution side of things, and for resilience and adaptation. Thank you to those who've been involved in drafting the bill and sponsoring it for that. We support the provisions related to the alternative reduction mechanisms, as they're called, and offsets to achieve net zero emissions after 2050. So again, that ties right into what we've been talking about today. So glad to see that there's some good language in there, and it's beyond what was built into the Massachusetts example. We do have a few what I would characterize as just minor suggested revisions that I'd be happy to offer by red line or to talk with Ledge Council or whatever might be easiest. It's around things like consistent reference, where there's reference to lands, to have it consistently refer to natural and working lands as opposed to just natural lands or just working lands or some other combination of those, and to incorporate adaptation and resilience provisions at each step in the process. So in the development of the plan by the council and then by the agency as they're promulgating regulations. So it looked from our read, again, like that the adaptation and resilience provisions might not track through quite in all of those. So happy to talk about that. And then one last one is just also in the resilience and adaptation provisions, acknowledging the importance of really helping our natural systems to adapt and be more resilient to the change that's happening, along with helping our human communities adapt and be resilient to the climate change that's coming. So we're all in this together with the natural systems we depend on. And then I guess I'd just say, we would welcome an opportunity when the time comes to help out with the council's work. We have the potential with the Nature Conservancy to draw on our broader circle of colleagues outside of Vermont. Laura is one example of that, but there's a whole host of people that are working on these issues, mitigation, adaptation, resilience for nature and for people all across the country and the world. Happy to help bring that in to the extent it would be helpful for the committee. and for the council and the state going forward. I'll wind it down there. I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to testify. We really appreciate it. We're really pleased that our incoming board chair, Wynn Smith, the president of Sugarbush, will be here on Friday to testify. He'll be speaking really, I think, from the business perspective. We've given you the TNC perspective, but he's here in part with his TNC board member and incoming chair hat on. And I have a couple of handouts, the one that I mentioned about the Family Forest Carbon Program, and then also just a little infographic about forests as natural climate solutions that helps to just kind of quickly capture what's a pretty complicated topic. So I can hand these around. And thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. What I would ask you to do would be helpful, and we welcome as granular as you want to get input on change to the bill that you would recommend.
Great.
It would be helpful if you could pass that along to Danielle, just so we have kind of a transcribed version of what your suggestions are.
Happy to do that. I'll get it to you by the end of the week. Would that be next? Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Great.
A question I had that I wasn't quite clear on, Laura, that you had mentioned earlier, in terms of how the Massachusetts Global Warming Solutions policy works with regard to sequestered carbon, and how that does or would potentially contribute to the targets that are embedded in that law.
Right now it doesn't. So natural and working land, so let's use forest for an example because we're mostly forested. So in the 1990 baseline document, we have a line that says this is the amount of forest carbon sequestration in the year 1990. This is the amount of forest carbon stock in the year 1990. This is the amount of emissions from harvesting and development and any other thing that we can measure in the year 1990. And then those numbers show up in the Global Warming Solutions Act document. But then I'm trying to be careful in how I say this because there's been a lot of action even though they haven't been in there, but they're gone then. So like in the what are our emissions and where are we, you don't see that.
Yep.
So it's a little bit, that's kind of what I was trying to get at is like we put them in the baseline, which is really important, but then we sort of didn't put them throughout the rest of the bill in as integrated a way as I think we could. They're always off to the side as an asterisk.
Yeah.
So right now, and again, we couldn't count the baseline, but if we took action to cluster development and convert fewer forests, that also is not included in, well, that one is because it's reduced emissions from conversion, but there are things that we probably could count. They'll be very small, like we've said, that aren't, I think, fully incorporated. And it's one of the things that I don't envy the job of my colleagues in the state agencies who are working on the 80 by 50 study, because they decided in that to really try to wrap everything together, and it's proving difficult to do when you didn't do it from the beginning.
Wrap everything together in terms of how
lands.
Okay, lands and this sequestration piece may fit.
Right. So in the scope of the study, lands are now a sector. So there's a chapter on buildings, there's also a chapter on lands, and that's a shift from the way we did our original plan and documents.
Okay. And just, I mean, as this isn't a question, but just as a sidelight, I was very interested to understand how New York approached this and the work that they had done. And there seemed to be some flips and twists that they were doing to try and incorporate this.
Yes. Maine might be a better example.
That was exactly my impression.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Maine's doing, I think, a really great. Maine's probably more analogous to Vermont anyway, and they're being very careful and I think very forward thinking about how they're looking at, we have a lot of forests, we have not a lot of people. Like, how do we do this so that we're being honest, we're not cheating, we're not just saying, oh yeah, the forest, it's fine, we can emit whatever we want, but they're also really trying to like look at the opportunity in their forest and land sector and say, but we have room to grow here. We can do these things and then we'll count them in the following ways. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Scott and then Robbie.
Well, I was just going to say that we didn't, the bill doesn't name drawdown specifically as a goal. So we have resilience, we have adaptation, and of course greenhouse gas emissions reduction, but we haven't named drawdown as a sort of by name. And so I guess I'm wondering whether you think that would be a valuable thing to do.
I mean, I am not an expert on this bill. I read it to try to, and I'm not actually a policy person, so I read it as well as I could to prep for this. It looks really good. I mean, I think the elements you need are there. I think my message is more, it's all about the implementation. You know, when you get past that and you have the bill and it's the Climate Council, that's where I think some of the lessons from Maine, from Massachusetts could really help you. So again, I didn't, as a quick sort of layperson read of it, from this topic, it seemed like the bill's language is everything we need.
Yeah, we could. I appreciate you raising this. I think my sense of reading it so far is similar to Laura's, that it's in there, and the idea of mitigation, as well as resilience and adaptation, can get at the drawdown concept. I think depending upon how it's interpreted and applied. But let me take a look back at it again.
I guess I'm just wondering whether. I don't know, clarity or specificity would be a good thing.
Yeah, I think just building on what Laura said from the Massachusetts experience, this notion of treating the land sector as a sector from the get-go, and I'm not sure that needs to be spelled out in the bill, but that should be part of the way that the council is understanding its charge would be helpful, and that's thinking about both the emissions source aspect of the land sector as well as the emissions, the drawdown side of
I guess I'm just wondering whether by naming drawdown, that's telling the council that it has to account for lands, and it has to account for opportunities to increase the sequestration and storage in ag and forestry. Just a question in my mind, that's all.
Yeah. I think it's a good one to be thinking about.
I'm just curious whether you talk about land-based solutions, or is water, Massachusetts Bay, figure into this?
Oh, I took out all the ocean slides, all of them, because you guys don't have ocean.
It's not relevant to us, but I'm curious.
That's funny. I actually pulled them as like, well, maybe I won't show this coastal. So blue carbon is actually a huge thing for Massachusetts, because we have this little strip of coastal wetlands, both on the land and then eelgrass beds in the near shore in the water, and those we call them blue carbon systems just because it's salt marshes, eelgrasses, and mangroves globally are referred to as blue carbon systems. And that's a really fascinating system because the plants sequester carbon each year, and then it goes into sediment that's underwater, so there's no oxygen. So it is there indefinitely. It's anaerobic. It doesn't really decay and emit, and it accretes over time. So under a blue carbon system, you could have 100 years worth of sequestered carbon. And you can imagine then, when we don't get our sewage systems quite right and we dump a bunch of nutrients into those systems in a way that kills them, or we, worse, we sort of dewater them, there's a word for that, we expose them to air, all of that carbon can come roaring back. So in Massachusetts, that's actually a big, it's kind of like city trees. Maybe not relevant here, definitely something that's relevant there, and something that our Division of Ecological Restoration has developed, like a blue carbon calculator, and there's all sorts of references to it in our Global Warming Solutions Act. 10 years ago when we passed the bill, I think we didn't quite have the science that we needed to on this, so there are a lot of placeholders, we're going to figure this piece out better, and now I think we're getting better at being able to do that. Specifically, what are the carbon benefits of restoring these systems? What are the carbon benefits of avoided degradation, and what levels of nutrients do you need to get below to reach that? So there's, I have two colleagues who are up to speed on this, and I kind of just feed off of what they do. But yeah, so I took it out because I didn't want to bore you guys with stuff. They'd be like, we don't have oceans. But yes, it's definitely relevant there.
And I might just add that although we don't have the marine blue carbon, we do have the lake and basically freshwater wetlands. And as we were talking about before, just of the importance of those. And they too are places where you get that long stored carbon in a largely unoxygenated setting, so there isn't the decomposition and emissions going on. It just is accumulating in some of our wetlands, not all of them. But so where there's that great storage, and there's the risk of significant emissions if the wetlands are converted, essentially. So it's, it's the other part, it's our part of the bigger picture of wetland-related systems and their role in all of this.
Absolutely.
Does our lovely milfoil absorb any, or is that completely useless?
That's a good question. All plants absorb carbon. They are carbon, right? And they're pulling it out, and that's how they are creating their fiber and their structure.
So we're going to plant milfoil.
So that said, please don't interpret this as an endorsement of milfoil. I don't want that on the record. No, so I think that there are obviously major problems with that and other invasive plants, both aquatic and terrestrial. And although they are forms of carbon, as we are too, they're big ecological and human-related problems that those non-native species create.
I would say, as a very general rule, there's less biomass in a monoculture or a system dominated by one species. Salt marshes maybe being the exception than a diverse system. So my hunch, not knowing much about milfoil, would be that it's similar to a lot of invasive plants where you're actually going to have a less favorable carbon balance in a system that's invaded by that than the native species that have divided all the niches and are adapted to being there. But I don't know much about that particular example.
Thank you guys. I'm sorry.
No, I just maybe would want to mention one other thing. I've talked to Phil about this before. That fortunately a good chunk of Vermont's land is privately owned. Mm-hmm. So again, when we say we or our land, we have to understand that there is a private sector ownership mm-hmm. to this. So a lot of these programs, whether there was some discussion in the sequestration group about maybe we could extend the cutting periods from a 10-year cycle to a 20-year cycle. If that's the case, again, we have to consider property owners that have to pay property taxes, mm-hmm. and something that hasn't been mentioned is property taxes, and that's kind of a leading cause of forest fragmentation or sell-off or cutting. I mean, so I think that's an important aspect as well to mention, as far as property taxes alone have a critical role to play in what happens to Vermont's privately owned forests.
And I think it's very analogous in central and western Mass, where we have some state land, but it's mostly in very small, even smaller parcels than you guys have private ownership. And so any of these programs that are about supporting landowners as they do good silviculture, but maybe helping them with things that will have carbon benefits or protect soil or whatever, are really designed around how do you incentivize those landowners to do it, or at least reduce the cost. There's an analog to farming in Massachusetts where the state is looking at buying cover cropping equipment because small farmers can't afford the equipment to do the practice. They might actually be able to afford, if they're selling some of the cover crop or it's increasing their yield, the practice itself, but not the equipment. So I think there are a lot of examples of that, of sort of recognizing it has to make sense for the landowner who similarly is struggling with really high rates of really high values of the land for development and really low values of the land as forest. So getting that balance right is relevant for us as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think the private lands are the predominance of the land ownership pattern in Vermont, forest land and otherwise, and I think it's critical to try to figure out how to make this work, essentially in a way that's helping to support private landowners and what I think the vast majority of them want to do, which is to continue to own and steward their lands and help to figure out with incentives or with revenues that can be coming in from different sources, whether that's offset markets or whether it's some of the payment for practices kind of ideas that the Family Forest Carbon program is trying to get at. And these are our landowners are scattered all around the state, but many of them are in our rural parts of the state that are struggling economically, the vulnerability issues of individual landowners and of communities that are so critical. So if we get this right, there will be an opportunity to use this as one part of a broader package of solutions that can be helping to deal with some of those really persistent, pressing, critical challenges, along with efforts to deal with the resilience and reducing vulnerability, those sorts of things. Again, in a role that our natural systems can play in helping to achieve that.
Great.
Terrific.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time in
really
a hot,
appreciate
stuffy
this.
room. Yeah,
Yeah.
This is really
We're doing our own anaerobic.
Yeah.
That's right. And I guess I'll also just say thank you for the work that you're doing on this. Realize this is a lot of long days of hearing from a lot of people in a small stuffy room, but the work that you're doing is really important, and wherever this leads to, anyway, I just want to thank you on our behalf for leaning in and for everything else that you do here on behalf of Vermont. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
All right, I hate that I have to do this today, but there's been a sort of personal thing that relates to the show going on the last 24 hours that I want to tell you about, because it is once again just, this is the worst type of stuff that I have to deal with as host of this show. I and the David Pakman Show are now under attack by a so-called left-wing activist, really sort of a centrist Democratic activist. And this came up out of nowhere yesterday with no warning. And quite frankly, I need everybody's support here. So let me tell you the story from the beginning. Indulge me just for a few minutes and everybody will be caught up. Back in December of 2018, a woman named Amy Siskind tweeted on her Twitter account, quote, "I will not support white male candidates in the Democratic primary. Unless you slept through midterms, women were our most successful candidate. Biggest Dem vote getters in history, Obama 08, Hillary 16. White male is not where our party is at and is our least safe option in 2020. Now, of course, the biggest Dem vote getters piece ignores that when the population grows over time, you would expect candidates to get more and more raw votes. But forget about the math issue. To me, the idea that was tweeted here is the opposite of progressive. She is saying that on the basis of race and gender, she's ruling out supporting certain candidates, white male candidates. That's terrible. I don't agree with that. Now, a side note, Amy Siskind was a big Hillary supporter in 2016. That's sort of her placement within the Democratic Party and the left. And that's fine. She's part of the Hillary wing of the party, which she's perfectly well allowed to do. And that has nothing to do with the criticism that I responded with. So at the time I replied, isn't there something not progressive about preemptively dismissing a candidate based on their race and gender? I feel like there's a word to describe that. As a progressive, I won't be jumping on board with that idea. And at the time, remember, this is 2018, Amy Siskind responded to me, quote, "Secure men are always at the forefront of diversity. They don't see their place or status threatened by lifting women, people of color, or people of all sexual orientations because they are comfortable with themselves," suggesting I'm neither secure nor comfortable with myself or uncomfortable, lifting women or people of color. And I responded once again, that's exactly right. And I'm 100% on board with that. It seems to be the exact opposite of preemptively disqualifying candidates on the basis of race or gender. Now, tons of people saw this exchange and started retweeting it. And by the next morning, Amy Siskind had blocked me on Twitter. The next day, I tweeted about this, saying, "The intolerant left is small, but horrible. Amy Siskind said she wouldn't vote for anyone white or male in 2020. I pointed out this is the definition of racism and sexism. I respectfully questioned her approach. She blocked me." This sent her into an absolute rage. And in addition to having blocked me on Twitter, she sought me out on Facebook. At the time, she found me on Facebook and left me the following message on my personal Facebook account, where she said, quote, remember, I was teaching as an adjunct at Boston College shortly before this. She says, "I called Boston College to launch a complaint that you should not be teaching young minds, but they said you do not teach there. I reported you anyway because you should not be invited back. May want to update your Facebook page to reflect reality." Now, of course, I taught at BC in 2017. Facebook reflected that. As an adjunct, I'm not permanently employed BC. So if you call them during a semester where I'm not teaching, they would say, he doesn't work here right now. And so she was right. These are her words. She said she called BC and told them that I should not be teaching there. This became quite a story. Joe Rogan and Bill Burr talked about this exchange that I had with Amy Siskind on Joe Rogan's program. I later went on Joe Rogan's program in June of 2019, and Joe and I spoke about it, and we put Amy Siskind's tweet, Joe's producer put Amy Siskind's tweet up on the screen. And then I never heard anything about it again. Okay, that was June of 2019. It's been 7 months until yesterday. Completely out of nowhere, Amy Siskind appears on the David Pakman Show Facebook page and posts, quote, "You're a liar, David. I never tried to get you fired. I pointed out your LinkedIn page didn't even include an adjunct position, and you were embellishing. You owe me a public apology. You completely made it up to get attention." Now, as you can see, this is factually wrong. Notice, in her post in December, she says it's my Facebook profile that misstated my position at Boston College. In her post yesterday, she says she was pointing something out from LinkedIn. So clearly she doesn't remember the post. I don't know which is accurate. Was it because of Facebook or because of LinkedIn? But then she went on to post to our Facebook page yesterday, again, out of nowhere. We haven't heard from her for 6-7 months. She says, quote, "Someone sent me a link to an entire segment you did with that openly racist, transphobic, misogynist Joe Rogan, in which you trashed me for something made up. I never called Boston College. I never tried to get you fired. This is a complete fabrication you made up to get attention. You must publicly apologize for this lie and smear." Now, let me remind you, Amy herself posted on my Facebook page, quote, "I called Boston College to launch a complaint that you should not be teaching young minds, but they said you do not teach there. I reported you anyway because you should not be invited back." And this is where it's getting ugly. She is now making threats, saying yesterday, "I will give you today to apologize, then I will be sharing what you did publicly." Now, of course, I did nothing wrong, so I'm not going to apologize. But people who know Amy Siskind have been warning me, she will go after your advertisers. She will go after the stations that broadcast your show. She will lobby Free Speech TV to drop the David Pakman Show. And she has resources behind her, those sort of centrist establishment Democratic Party resources. Now, anybody who looks at the facts sees in December of 2018, she said, "I called Boston College and told them not to have you teach there." She might have been lying back then, or she's lying now, right? We don't know. I reached out to Joe Rogan about this since it relates to the conversation we had on his show. He's aware of it. I've been in touch with our legal team. We just don't know what to expect right now. And it's a really tough situation because she does have friends in important places in the Democratic establishment. She has the type of support that we might call moneyed legacy Democratic resources. So I am telling you this not so that you go out and send Amy Siskind tweets or attack her. In fact, let me be clear. Do not do that. That is not what I am asking anybody to do. That's not going to help us. What I am telling you is we may be up against something big here that could really be damaging to the show, and it'll become a distraction from the 2020 election coverage. It'll become a distraction from covering issues, a distraction from the coverage of the impeachment of the President of the United States. I don't know whether this is going to end up costing big money. I don't know whether this is going to end up losing us some of our broadcast platforms. She has connections in the establishment legal community, the establishment political community, the establishment media community, people who could make my life a living hell. And demanding an apology with an ultimatum does not bode particularly well. So I'm letting you know what's going on. Please consider supporting us directly. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. She can lobby our stations to drop the show. She can't do anything about people who say, "I'm going to support David Pakman directly." Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Use patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We do not want to be bullied, but we need to recognize that she could bring some significant sort of bully pulpit power against us. It's horrible. This has been really stressful over the last 24 hours. I will keep you posted. That's the full story as I know it for now. Hey, just as a change of pace, a little levity. This is kind of funny and interesting. Many of you know that on this program, I've been smeared by homophobic people for a long time because I support LGBT rights. We also have funny stories like when producer Lewis was the producer of the David Pakman Show, I got an email from a gentleman saying, "Hey, David, it's so great that you and your partner are doing a show together. How long have you and Lewis been together? My husband and I would love to have you guys over our place for dinner." And as funny as the idea was of not telling Lewis the pretense and going over as a supposed couple to dinner at someone's house, we didn't do that. And I clarified Lewis and I are not only not together, we exclusively date women. I am personally not gay, but I support gay rights. I'm a straight ally. We've been straight allies on this program for more than a decade. But over the years, there have been both misunderstandings and smears about this. So one example is that a few years ago, I was featured in a documentary called Minnesota Nice. The documentary is about anti-gay bullying suicides, and that's a horribly tragic subject. But I was featured as a gay teen who committed suicide after being bullied. And I had to clarify, I'm not a teenager, I'm not gay, I wasn't bullied, and I'm alive. And it has been brought to my attention that once again, there is a reference on my Wikipedia page to a supposed relationship with a man. Check this out. This was added to the personal life section recently, saying, quote, in November 2015, Pacman moved to New York City, breaking up with his long-term male partner, which coincided with the relocation of the David Pacman Show's production. This one is subtle, but someone did add a note that said citation needed. Apparently, they realized there was no citation for that claim, and they've not been able to find one because it is a completely bogus claim. So it would be inappropriate for me to go in and edit the Wikipedia page. The subjects of wiki pages aren't supposed to edit those pages themselves. I think that makes a lot of sense. Could be a conflict of interest, but I'm asking for your help to update my Wikipedia page and also help expand it. I feel like it could be far more robust based on what the David Pacman Show has become over the years. This is funny in a way, but the obsession with smearing me as a gay man is not only sort of getting boring, I don't actually understand the obsession with it. Like, what is so appealing about that? Maybe somebody can explain it to me. Sunday is my birthday. We've got a huge membership special. All right. Police came to my house yesterday and they said, we are not here to take any action today, but we heard you were planning a crazy membership special on Sunday. Just know we've been made aware of it and we're going to monitor in case the special is too deep of a discount. Sunday, get on our mailing list today at davidpacman.com. Put in your email address. On Sunday, you will get an email with this incredible membership special. Make sure you're following me on Twitter at dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pacman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pacman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pacman Show and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform at steemit.com/@David Pacman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pacman.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
Today's new David Pacman Show members of the day are Kim Logan and Catherine Lombardo. Kim and Catherine, thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. Also want to say thanks to today's longtime sustainer of the day. Marcia Carrera has been a member for almost 5 years. Thank you, Marcia. And we are now under 3 months from our first 10-year David Pacman Show members. 10 years. Incredible. Join all of these great people. Be part of the solution at joinpacman.com. Coupon code is available. Use it at your discretion. This is 2020. All one word, all lowercase. The coupon code will save you 40% off of the David Pacman Show membership of your choice. Okay, this morning I was browsing the David Pacman Show subreddit. Over 17,000 of our viewers and listeners are now subscribed to the David Pacman Show subreddit. Find it free at davidpakman.com/Reddit, one of the largest progressive independent media subreddits out there. Couple of interesting conversations and posts that I found. One from Portland Hipster 69, who says Fox is still doing infomercials during impeachment. They are literally selling pillows from Australia during impeachment. Yeah, so last week when it was the House impeachment managers presenting their case, Fox News ran video of the impeachment proceedings, but very often the sound would be muted and you would either have bomb-throwing ideologues saying things over the impeachment hearings, or sometimes they would go to commercials like My Pillow. I later found out that the My Pillow guy, the owner of the My Pillow company, I guess is a huge Trump supporter. I had no idea. Sorry, as I hit my microphone. Reports are that Fox is continuing to do this to some degree, although they seem to air a lot more of the Trump lawyers' presentations with audio than they did the House managers. Not a huge surprise. A nostalgic Cyan says, has anyone noticed a large amount of Mike Bloomberg ads? I swear to God, 75% of my YouTube videos have a Bloomberg ad. This is seriously so annoying. If I had $1 for every time I heard Mike will get it done, I could lobby Congress for legalizing weed. Yes, and what we are seeing is that the Mike Bloomberg ads are running wall to wall on YouTube, particularly if you live in a Super Tuesday state. Super Tuesday states are the states that vote on March 3rd. Massachusetts is a Super Tuesday state. I'm getting Mike Bloomberg ads, not even on political content. I'll watch like, a Japanese omakase video from someone visiting Tokyo, and it'll still run an ad for Michael Bloomberg. Or I will watch Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura's online YouTube videos, and I will still get an ad for Michael Bloomberg. So he is pouring cash into Super Tuesday states and other states. Expect it to continue. And in fact, this is the strategy I said on Monday. If I were Michael Bloomberg, this is exactly what I would be doing. So yes, a lot of people are telling me all I get on YouTube now are Michael Bloomberg ads. We're just going to have to live with it for a while anyway. Join the discussion on the subreddit at davidpakman.com/Reddit. I have the funniest thing to show you. Donald Trump is, of course, panicking about his former national security advisor, John Bolton, possibly testifying in the Senate impeachment trial. Now, why is Donald Trump panicking? John Bolton says in his upcoming book, and would likely say under oath, that he knows Trump was withholding aid from Ukraine until they smeared Joe Biden, because Trump personally told him that. This is the assertion that John Bolton has made. So yesterday, Donald Trump retweeted a video of John Bolton being interviewed by Radio Free Europe back in August with the text "Game Over" in all capital letters. So clearly Donald Trump believes that what Bolton says in this video proves either that Bolton is lying about what Trump told him regarding withholding aid to Ukraine, or that what Bolton says proves Trump really did care about corruption in Ukraine and not smearing Joe Biden or whatever the case may be. So I was interested, and I watched the clip, which is only 40 seconds long, and what Bolton says is definitely not exculpatory of Donald Trump, and it actually could be self-incriminating if we pay close attention to what it is that John Bolton says. So let's first take a look at the clip, then I'll explain to you what is going on here.
I will be meeting President Zelensky. He and President Trump have already spoken twice. President called to congratulate President Zelensky on his election and then on his success in the parliamentary election. They were very warm and cordial calls. We're hoping that they'll be able to meet in Warsaw and have a few minutes together because the success of Ukraine, maintaining its freedom, its system of representative government, a free market economy free of corruption, and dealing with the problems of the Donbass and the Crimea are high priorities here, obviously, but high priorities for the United States as well.
So what's the big deal? Well, John Bolton says in this clip, the success of Ukraine maintaining its free market economy free of corruption is a high priority in the United States. You don't usually say we want to maintain something unless it already exists. John Bolton says in this clip that the Trump administration wants to maintain Ukraine corruption-free. Now, Donald Trump and his lawyers have been arguing endlessly that Donald Trump did all of this crazy stuff because Ukraine is so corrupt and the corruption has to be fixed. and Trump feels so strongly about it that he said, let's pause the aid. That's the word they've now been using. And yet John Bolton said back in August, we want to maintain Ukraine's free market, corruption-free economy. This makes it more likely that fixing Ukrainian corruption was never really the issue, because John Bolton said in August, they are corruption-free and a free market economy. So this is a new data point. And this new data point suggests that at least John Bolton didn't see Ukraine as a corruption-riddled mess, since he says, we want to keep Ukraine free of corruption. Now, you can parse the language some other way. You could rewrite the interpretation. You could say, well, it used to be not corrupt, and then at the time of this interview, Ukraine went back to being corrupt. And what Bolton meant is they want to go in and rid Ukraine of corruption. That's fine, right? And there's no question that to some degree, Ukraine does deal with corruption. That's not what's at issue here. But the plain and simple Occam's razor interpretation is that Bolton is saying in the clip, which is about 6 months old, Ukraine is relatively corruption-free and we want to keep it that way. This hurts the credibility of Donald Trump's story, because we are told that Trump was so acutely concerned with corruption in Ukraine, which was the acutely corrupt place, that he went out of his way and personally got involved in saying, let's withhold the aid temporarily, let's pause it, as they say, until corruption is rooted out in Ukraine. It's just not believable when you see John Bolton say, yeah, we want to keep Ukraine corruption-free. Number two, there's a reason Donald Trump tweeted this. Donald Trump tweeted this video because he thinks it makes him look good. Trump is tweeting John Bolton's own words as reliable evidence. In other words, Trump tweets this video because he believes that the content of what John Bolton is saying is exculpatory. We've already showed that the content of what Bolton says is not exculpatory, but the fact that Trump is saying, watch this video to figure out why I'm not guilty, means he thinks Bolton can be believed. In other words, if he believed Bolton was a liar, he wouldn't tweet a clip saying, look at what Bolton says as evidence that I didn't do anything wrong. So Trump wants you to believe that he's innocent because you can trust what Bolton says in the clip I just played for you. But he also wants you to believe that if Bolton were to testify in the impeachment trial and show up and say, Trump told me to withhold the aid until Ukraine smears Biden, in that case, you would not be able to believe John Bolton. In this case, John Bolton's words are so trustworthy that as far as Donald Trump sees it, they are exculpatory. It's a mess. It is an incoherent, laughable mess. And in the end, it's probably not going to matter. I wish I had some other conclusion that was less disgusting. But in the end, it probably won't matter, because I continue to believe acquittal is a foregone conclusion. And I know every time I say this, someone writes to me. Sometimes people will say, David, you're being defeatist. No, I'm being realistic. Someone will write to me and they'll say, David, by predicting the acquittal of Trump, you were normalizing disgusting partisanship on the behalf of Republicans. No, I'm not normalizing it. I'm telling you, it's so bad that there's not even really a trial going on here. It's just a farce. It's a kangaroo court. They may not even have witnesses, if you can imagine that. So I am a realist on this program. I don't know what the audience gains from me saying, hey guys, I really think there's a shot if we call our senators. I don't. That's my belief. And if I end up being proven wrong, I will come back here and say, I got it wrong, but I'm not going to gaslight the audience. And if the reality of what I tell you makes you feel bad or makes you feel like we're conceding, I am informing you to the best of my ability. I don't see any path to conviction for Donald Trump in the Senate impeachment trial, and so I'm not going to pretend otherwise. I see a possible path to getting witnesses. If a few Republicans say, let's get witnesses here, I see a path to that. I see no path to Donald Trump's conviction. I see one path to his removal, and it's an overwhelming turnout against Trump in the November election coming up in just 9 months. Follow The David Pakman Show on Instagram for more on this and other stories from today, at David Pakman Show. And follow me on Instagram. Why not, right? At David.Pakman. We'll take a quick break. So much more to discuss today.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram as David Pakman Show. Check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, funny stuff, and more. Follow us on Instagram at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We had the very unfortunate situation of having a guest cancel on us last minute. And so we are going to pick up on a few phone calls and see what's on people's minds. You can call in at 617-830-4750. Let's go to our caller from the 260. Caller from 260, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, David. This is Joanna. I have a family member who is a libertarian, and can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I really want Medicare for all, and I talk about it a lot with them, and their argument is like, well, why would you want to give the government even more control? Because they want small government. And the only thing I can come up with is well, if Congress had to have the same, health care that we did, they'd make sure that it was awesome. But I didn't know what else I could tell them to get them on board with Medicare for all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're probably not going to be able to get them on board with Medicare for all. I think that the extreme libertarian position is one of the hardest ones to kind of bring over to the side of wanting the government to do things, because they see the government stepping out as good. They see the government not being involved as virtuous, regardless of the outcome, even if what the free market ends up putting together is inferior in some way. They don't want the government involved and believe the government can't do anything. The reality is that the government is not objectively bad at doing things. The problem is that we often have a disagreement as to what different people believe our tax money should go to, and we end up having too much money going to certain things like the military, the Pentagon, defense, weapons, military, industrial complex, etc., and not enough going towards things like healthcare. Now, as far as cost goes, other countries where the government is more involved in healthcare spend less per person and have better outcomes. So if their concern is that they don't think the government would do a good job, there's many counterexamples that could be given. If their concern is that it's going to cost too much, well, then you can talk to them about the cost programs that are very reasonable in terms of what something like this would cost. If they simply ideologically don't want the government doing stuff, that's going to be you're going to hit a brick wall there. I don't know what you could say.
Mm. Gotcha. Yeah, that's helpful. Because they obviously, believe the government is corrupt. And they agree with me that healthcare should not be for profit. And so I'm like, well, that's why you don't want private companies in charge of healthcare, because their whole goal is to generate profit, as much profit as possible.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
and
whereas
most
the
healthcare
government,
companies, the industry in the U.S. is regulated in a way that actually sort of limits the percentage that health insurance companies can profit. But just because we're talking about it, there are other systems, like, for example, one where the government, you still have non-government insurance companies. They have to be non-profit companies, and they are heavily regulated by the government. and the government still acts sometimes as a payer. Like there's all sorts of different plans. You can look at what France does, Germany, Switzerland, there's lots of different ideas. But again, if it's just an ideological barrier, it can be tough to talk to libertarians.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Joanna, appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Let's go next to our caller from the 775 area code. 775, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, David. My name's Emmanuel. I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Hey, how are you?
Fine. My family and I are huge fans. We watch you pretty much every day, so I appreciate you giving us a chance to call in.
My pleasure.
My question is, in here in Nevada, if you get committed, if you commit a crime and you're charged with a crime, if they find that you're addicted to some type of drugs, they have a program called drug court where if you complete the program, you pretty much, those charges get dropped. Do you think that if Trump does eventually get charged, they will bring up his obvious, narcotic or upper addiction?
No, listen, I love the question. And I'm guessing that this only applies to certain crimes, right? Like if you murder someone and you say, I'm on drugs, they don't say, hey, you can do a drug program and we won't indict you for murder, right? It doesn't work that way.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, it's only certain
more.
crimes.
That's probably the only crime that it wouldn't apply to, but pretty much anything else in our state, as well as there's other states that have similar programs.
You're saying that in Nevada, if you're accused of violently raping someone, but you say, I was high at the time, they will say, go to a drug program and you don't get indicted? That doesn't sound right.
It does sound kind of crazy, but unfortunately, that's pretty much how it is. You can run someone over. If you say I was, on addicted to drugs at the time.
Okay, no,
if they
but
can
hold on a
prove that,
second.
yeah, they'll give you a little bit more lenient.
The car accident, the vehicular manslaughter, that's a bigger issue. And there's a lot of research about how if you wanted to murder someone, one of the safest ways to do it is to run them over in what looks like a car accident. That's a very specific one. But in any case, I don't know exactly what crimes fall under this or don't. Doesn't really matter. Your question about if Trump gets indicted after being out of office, could he cite a drug problem as the reason why he did it? Trump is not going to get indicted once he gets out of office. And this is something I keep coming back to. The 25th Amendment won't remove Trump. The Mueller probe was never going to remove Trump. Impeachment is not going to remove Trump. There's one opportunity to remove Trump earlier than he otherwise might be removed, which is to vote him out in November rather than give him a second term. I think thinking about anything other than getting out the vote in November is maybe theoretically interesting, but I don't know that we would want to put too much time into it because it's not going to happen.
Right. Well, how about this? This is my last question, Dave. I know you got a lot more people. Why do you think sometimes the media hasn't really connected the dots between Russia's interest in Ukraine and why Trump has such a foothold, in what he's trying to do in Ukraine? Isn't it obvious that whatever he's doing in Ukraine is most likely benefiting Russia? He's probably working for Russia.
Well, you have to accept some premises that a lot of people right now reject in order. That analysis makes sense if you accept some of the premises about the relationship between Russia and the United States. And to counter what you're saying that nobody's mentioning it, I have seen some mentions of that, but very quickly they're kind of shouted down as, hoaxers, Russia conspiracy theorists or whatever. So it often doesn't really get the full conversation it might deserve. Sad.
Well, that makes sense. You pretty much answered everything I had in mind, David. And again, we appreciate your work. And
all right. Thank you so much,
and
Emmanuel.
keep
Say
the
hi to
channel
everybody
going.
over there. Appreciate the support of your family, and I hope to hear from you again. Let's go to our caller from the 807 area code. Who's calling today from 807?
Hi, David. My name's Clint. I'm calling from Canada.
Hey, Clint. What's up?
I just want to get your thoughts of today's situations, and I find that a lot of America is quite paranoid.
Paranoid of what?
Well, for just any kind of situation that's happening in the current states right now, like say the coronavirus, where you have I know that you have debated with Jesse Lee Peterson, and I do listen to him just because it's like a car wreck. You can't look away.
Sure.
But and then just the rhetoric a lot of the right uses it just seems quite to be paranoid, where he uses terms as, you know, the immigrant virus, or, you know, like the illegal alien sickness and all that. And same with like Steven Crowder as well. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, this is not, your observation is accurate in that in the United States, a lot of right-wing political ideology is motivated by fear of different kinds and warnings about violence, infections, dirtiness, immorality, or whatever, right? So there's a lot of, anti-abortion based on the fear of going to hell and that you're killing a person if you go and get an abortion. We need to stop immigration because, as Tucker Carlson said, immigrants will make our country dirtier and poorer, and they bring disease and all sorts of stuff. So there's a lot of that is moralizing around cleanliness, and there's a lot of religious stuff that's wrapped up in that could be studied, and then also just generally fear-mongering. We need a strong president who's going to be aggressive to other countries because that's what will keep us safe. Otherwise, we'll get attacked. It's a very common theme of how the right wing operates.
Yeah, it's very common. Like, and just because I work in the tourist industry up here, and we, like, most of our clientele are American.
Interesting.
And a lot of like don't get me wrong, there's a lot of good ones, but then there, you get those ones that are, you can tell like they're definitely right wing.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's almost like it almost turned into like just this really paranoia of, and also like a lot of what ifs, like what if this, what if that. Well, you can say that about anything,
right?
Like, and I noticed Steven Crowder uses that a lot, and and then these people have really big followings, and sometimes I just feel that the rhetoric is quite dangerous.
Yep, it's dangerous, it's fear-based, and unfortunately it works on a lot of people to a great degree. Clint from Canada, thank you so much. I appreciate your call, and I hope to hear from you again in the future. Let's go next to our caller from the 213 area code. Who's calling today from 213?
Hello, David.
Yes.
David?
Yes.
David, can you hear me?
I can. I'm hearing myself on either some kind of Bluetooth device or speaker, so it seems like our connection is not the best, but we can hear you. You are on live right now.
Great. Long-time listener, first-time caller. My name's David, calling from Oakland. I do have some concerns about Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All rollout.
Okay.
Although I'm a really big fan of Bernie Sanders, I've been following him since 2014. Big a fan as anybody. I've donated multiple times. I have a concern about his rollout, which is not being addressed, and I've reached out to his campaign on multiple occasions, and I've still not gotten any sort of answer.
Well, I'm not surprised about that. Campaigns are often unable to respond individually
It's going to move
to
Medicare
people.
for All recipients down 10 years every year. So it's going to go from 65 to 55 in year one, 55 to 45, year two, etc.
Yep.
Me being my age, I'm 36 years old, that would assume that I will not be covered by Medicare for All for 3 years. However, my assumption is that the tax increase will hit everyone at year one. Has this dawned on you? Do you follow this logic?
Yes, it has. The idea is that there are people who are going to start paying into Medicare for All right away, but they won't get the plan. Listen, something's going completely crazy with your phone, so I'm just going to let you go. It's unbearable. It's unbearable what's going on. So listen, I recall seeing this in the plan. I believe that there is a bridge solution there where during that period you are, I don't remember how Bernie Sanders addresses that in his plan, but I recall that he does. And let's look into it together and see if we can get it figured out. Thank you. Let's go next to our caller from the 954 area code. Who's calling today from 954?
Joel.
Joel, what's up?
From Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, I'm a Andrew Yang supporter, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on the coming automation wave. And I know you're not a big fan of his UBI or Universal Basic Income, but Bernie wants his answer for automation would be a federal jobs guarantee. I was wondering, what would out of those two options for automation, what would you prefer, if like in the future you had to pick one?
So I'm not against UBI. I just don't see UBI as the solution to automation. I've been critical before when Andrew Yang said that UBI, any dollar you get from UBI, you lose from other benefits. I want UBI to be additive. The idea is to raise people's standard of living, not to just change where they're getting money from. So I'm not against UBI. In fact, I've been talking about UBI, including with Andrew Yang on this program, much longer than almost any other show has. I just don't see UBI as the way to deal with automation. I think that there has to be some kind of bridge solution. There are going to be jobs automated away. It's just a reality. And what we have to think about is which industries are likely to be hardest hit. What kind of retraining can we do of people who are going to lose jobs for moving towards industries that are going to flourish or potentially even grow as we continue to move forward? And for me, it's not about jobs guarantee versus using UBI to pay people who lose jobs to automation. These are kind of all disjointed things. I think we need sort of a much more holistic approach, and UBI for me is very interesting, but not the way to deal with automation.
All right, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it.
All right, very good. Thank you so much for the call. We will go to a break and come back with more right after this. Sorry to everybody I was not able to pick up on. We always get more calls than the number we can take, but that's a good sign. That's a good problem to have. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex French press or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
No matter who your preferred candidate is in the 2020 Democratic primary, we cannot deny at this point the reality of a Bernie Sanders surge in the last 3 weeks and the corresponding establishment panic that is coming with it equally can't be denied. I've got receipts for you coming up. But let's look at the whole picture, starting with the national polls. In the national polls, Bernie Sanders, represented by the light blue line on your screen, indicated by the red arrow, has been surging for weeks, and Bernie is now fewer than 5 points behind Joe Biden in an average of recent polls. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Warren has fallen off. Joe Biden is mostly even over the last period of time. No one else is doing much other than Pete Buttigieg is down slightly. Mike Bloomberg has been gaining, as I told you previously. Let's now look at Iowa. Iowa is the first state to vote. Voting on Monday, the Iowa caucuses, February 3rd. Bernie Sanders climbing there from barely third place to a 3.2 percentage point lead over Joe Biden into first place in an average of recent Iowa polling. Second state to vote is New Hampshire, where Bernie Sanders was also in fourth place some months ago, but has now taken a sizable lead, 24-16 over Joe Biden. Biden just imploding in New Hampshire, while Elizabeth Warren just can't seem to get any of her momentum from a few months ago back. Now, admittedly, the third and fourth states to vote in the primary, which are Nevada and South Carolina, not going Bernie's way. But then we get to March 3rd, Super Tuesday, where there are two big prizes, both of which are looking quite solid for Bernie Sanders. First, you've got California, where Bernie is now just slightly in the lead in an average of recent polls, 24.3 to 23, ahead of Joe Biden. And then this is very interesting. In Texas, Bernie's certainly not winning in an average of recent polls in Texas, but a very strong showing in the latest poll, a Texas Lyceum poll, where it is a statistical tie for first. There is a poll out of Texas that has Biden 28, Bernie 26. That is a statistical tie because of the margin of error. Now, what is the establishment doing? They're panicking. The establishment has not yet put together a coherent, united plan to stop Bernie. There's discussion of, could the nomination be denied to Bernie at the DNC? That might be too brazen. We're seeing publications like the New York Times run negative articles about so-called Bernie bros, an article criticizing Bernie's online supporters. David Frum wrote an article in The Atlantic claiming that Bernie Sanders simply can't win. There's a New York Magazine piece by Jonathan Chait saying that a Bernie nomination would be, quote, an act of insanity. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know if Bernie Sanders will be the nominee. I believe Elizabeth Warren is done, okay? When I look at the numbers, I see the following. Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders are going to battle this out. They are both going to pull delegates from early states. Remember, as long as you get at least 15% of the vote in these primaries, you get a corresponding percentage of the delegates. If you're under 15%, you get zero. So increasingly what we're going to see is a lot of people get zero. You're going to see a lot of zeros for Amy Klobuchar and Andrew Yang and Tulsi, and Pete Buttigieg is even going to have some zeros. Elizabeth Warren peaked almost tying Joe Biden months ago, and it's been a decline since then. So I believe at this point that it is Biden versus Bernie, with the outside possibility of Michael Bloomberg becoming a contender. Now, why do I say that? Bloomberg is only in fourth place right now. Well, if you look at polling change over the last 2 months, Michael Bloomberg started with nothing, and he just bought his way in. Let's not pretend that he did it based on the issues. Bloomberg poured money in, and he surpassed, Castro and Klobuchar and Tulsi and Yang, and he even now is taking over Pete Buttigieg for fourth place. So I believe that if anyone has a momentum trajectory, if he keeps pouring money in, it is possibly Michael Bloomberg. If you look at the betting, you can look at how people are betting on the Democratic primary. You will see that the betting is Bernie, followed by Biden, followed by Michael Bloomberg. So what we do know is the establishment is panicking about Bernie. I'm curious in the way that people get curious about a car crash or something horrible. Like, I'm curious and scared about what they're going to try over the next few weeks. And my question to you today is, what do you believe? Well, two-part question. Do you believe a coherent single strategy will develop from the Democratic establishment to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination? And if you do, what will its components be? Okay, let me know on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We have to talk about the coronavirus outbreak that is taking place worldwide. And I know that all week I've been getting emails from people saying, David, when are you going to talk about this? And honestly, what's had me not talk about it so far is that I don't want to be spreading fear and panic about disease outbreaks. And we were really careful back during the highly politicized Ebola situation during the 2014 midterms. I lived in New York City at the time, and there was famously a person who came back from, I don't remember where in West Africa, went to Brooklyn Bowl, the Brooklyn Bowl near where I lived in Brooklyn, and turned out that he had symptoms, had Ebola, and the term Eboling started showing up on Twitter. And a lot of panic started to spread. And as it turned out, a lot of that Ebola situation was very political. The day after the 2014 midterms, you didn't hear almost a word about the Ebola so-called outbreak. So I want to be careful about not spreading irrational fear and panic. So to begin with, the coronavirus outbreak is an outbreak. It is not a pandemic. That is not the right word to assign to it right now. Coronavirus, this particular coronavirus is known as 2019 nCoV. It is considered a respiratory illness. Initially, it seems as though the source is Wuhan, China. And specifically, it seemed like it was a seafood and meat market in Wuhan, which suggested animal-to-person spread. That has started to change because there are more and more patients that have had no exposure to animal markets, suggesting person-to-person transmission. Could be both. Right now, it's just not completely clear based on what the CDC has put out. In general, coronaviruses are coming from animals. They can come from camels, cattle, cats, bats, and some other animals. When it spreads between people, it is often via respiratory droplets, meaning you cough or you sneeze, and there are micro droplets. Someone else breathes them in, or it gets into their membranes in other ways. It's still unclear. Again, a lot of this is still under development, under investigation. Symptoms are typically fever, cough, and shortness of breath. The symptoms sometimes don't appear for 14 days after exposure, which makes this very tricky. But it does mean if you've been in China within the last 2 weeks or around people who came back from China during that time, and you have symptoms, you should immediately call your doctor. There have been deaths from this. And we'll get to those numbers in a second. Again, the outbreak centered around Wuhan, China. We actually have a few viewers in that region. Cases have been spreading in terms of countries. You have China, of course, affected, as well as Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Australia, Cambodia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, Malaysia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Thailand, South Korea, the UAE, the US, and Vietnam. I read this morning in an Argentinian newspaper that there are a couple of cases under observation in Peru. As of right now, it's unclear whether that is or is not this strain of coronavirus. It has reached the United States. As of this morning, there are cases confirmed in Washington State, California, Arizona, and Illinois. 5 patients testing positive in total. By the time you listen to or watch this segment, that number may have increased. No vaccine right now. There are basic prevention measures, hand washing for at least 20 seconds, coughing and sneezing, as I call it, with respect. I am shocked almost daily about the number of adults who seem to either not understand this or not care, walking around, people just coughing into the open air right on top of me on public transit, at the grocery store. How do we not know this at this point? Okay. If you are sick, stay home. Difficult when a lot of people can't afford to miss work. I get it. But if you're sick, stay home is the directive. If you're traveling by airplane, you've got to be an adult in terms of the symptoms. Now, the directive is if you feel feverish or have a fever, you've got to tell the airline, you've got to be taken off the flight. Now, I know if you're at the end of a long trip and it's time to get on the plane and you're not feeling well, most people want to get home. Unless it is so acute that you need to go to a hospital right away, most people rationalize, I'll be better off at home than abroad if I'm sick. I don't want to be stuck here. I want to see my doctor. I'll pretend I'm fine. I'm not going to mention my fever. I'm going to get on the plane. I get it, okay? But we've got to do the right thing because this is going to continue to spread. If you're having symptoms and you are going to your doctor, call ahead. Tell them it's conceivable that you have this so that they can take the right steps to make sure you don't show up and get other people sick. Wear one of those face masks when you're with other people. And at your doctor's office, you may be asked to wear one. Just do it. If you have pets, and this is important because there does appear to be animal-human contagion here, you've got to try to avoid touching your pets because this can spread from humans to animals. We just don't know everything about it yet. And if you have to have contact with your pets, as most of you do, if you understand the psychology of dogs, it's hard not to be near your dog. You may want to consider wearing one of the masks around your pets as well. So let's work together to stop the spread. Right now, about 7,700 cases worldwide. All but 68 of those are in mainland China. The death toll currently 130. mostly older folks as of right now. So we're going to be following it. This is not about panicking people, but this is about understanding the risks and the spread and what's going on. Okay, let's go to something a little lighter today. Instead of voicemails, I have a beautiful email for you today. I got an email from someone who says that my pronunciation has cured their depression. Chris wrote to me and said, "Hey, David, your pronunciation of Pete Buttigieg and Tulsi Gabbard cured my depression. Thank you." You know, the funny thing about Buttigieg is when Pete Buttigieg at the beginning was not well known, a lot of people didn't know how to pronounce his last name. And he came out and said, it's very easy. It's 3 words, boot, edge, edge. And so I've just been pronouncing it that way, Pete Buttigieg, even though I'm not running it together the way a normal person might do. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like me referring to the candidate as Tulsi. And hope, I don't know how serious this is, but to any extent that I can help someone if they're in a tough spot or feeling depressed, I am glad to be able to be a part of that. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. We've got a great bonus show for you today. Elizabeth Warren is proposing criminal penalties for spreading voting disinformation online. We will also have 2 border-related stories. One serious, the longest ever border smuggling tunnel has been found stretching between Tijuana and San Diego. And a piece of the U.S. border wall just fell over. It was windy, so the border wall fell over onto the Mexican side. Yeah, we'll talk about all of those stories and more on the bonus show. 2 ways to get instant access to the bonus show. Number 1, become a member at joinpacman.com. Please sign up, folks. Please sign up. That's my Jeb Bush, please clap quote. And you can become a patron at the $5 or greater level to also get instant access to the bonus show. That's patreon.com/David Pakman Show. I'll speak to you then or otherwise tomorrow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
proposals for you. They both deal with the issue of plan equivalency. I don't know if Damien has given you those.
I will give them to them momentarily.
And I see, I'm just looking at a notice requirement, education and outreach. And I don't know how many, here's a packet for you. A reopener and audit language. And this will hold off on this one for now.
Yeah, the other section is not ready for prime time yet from our perspective.
And you don't have, do you have a?
So you have two.
I have all these.
Okay.
I think Damien put them in a little pile.
Okay.
You have two for us, which is Senate proposal regarding determination of alternative plan equivalency and a Senate proposal regarding state VSA plan equivalency. Is that right?
We have
Those-
5
Exactly.
House
And we have.
You have 5, but several of them are not ready for prime time.
Okay.
So what we're going to talk about right now are the House proposed notice requirements. Do you see that?
Yep.
House proposed changes to reopener language.
Yep.
And House proposed changes to audit language.
Yes.
And we're not, we had a misunderstanding about the issue regarding qualifications, and so we just want to clarify before we want to clarify that before we move forward on that conversation.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we just, the
Sounds good.
3 of us contacted, and we'll settle that, but so we have 5 amendments then, right now?
3, 2 Senate, 3 House.
3 House, 2 Senate?
Senate. I don't see the Senate.
Why don't you go first on the House ones?
Senate ones were paper clipped. If I could interrupt, Mr. Chair. We only have Joyce until 4:30. So if there are financial questions, the committee may want to ask her. And then the only other question is whether I should ask the editors to stay late tonight.
I don't think it's necessary,
Okay.
but they should be here early in the morning.
Sounds good.
They're always here early in the morning.
All right, and
Do you want to go first, Tom? or
do any of
prefer-
these, none of these address the effective dates of the of the
I assume we'll do that in the House.
Okay. I sent a little chart.
Okay. I saw the chart.
We haven't discussed it. I just
There
saw it.
are so many dates that need to change throughout the draft that I'm gonna hold off on that until the conference committee's agreed on dates, and then I'll make the changes throughout.
Okay. Are we, who presents first?
Well, before go to that, I do think that if we can, for the next time that we meet, if we have a little chart of the dates for our conversation, because when Representative Shai and I went through all the dates, it was helpful to just conceptualize the difference between the last bill and this bill. So I think as part of the conversation, that would be helpful.
And we didn't have 100% of the dates, but we had the major pieces
and-
of the process.
Yeah.
All right, so we will have that ready for,
Tomorrow morning.
for tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I'm thinking, we have until 10. I would think it would be safe to meet at 8:30 and wrap this up.
That's fine with me. We just have to make sure.
We may have to wait for the printers to come back, but I think we can shake hands.
We can conceivably aim for that, absolutely. And, so 8:30 tomorrow morning, we can set that so we don't have to
Right.
race at the end of the day
Right.
today. So
Right.
8:30 tomorrow morning is fine. Right, you'll be here, you can be here?
Yeah.
All right, so the House proposal of amendments, we have 3 to consider this afternoon. And and this goes, I'm sorry, Damien, how would we handle the one that we also didn't have, because I think it was a conversation, what is it that has to be deleted if we were to consider the moving from combined 16 weeks back to 12 individual? That's the one we don't have on the paper. That's not ready for prime time one. That was another one.
But we have that already. I mean, it's one of the drafts, you already have it.
I actually have not drafted that yet, but it is, literally, it just means that on 575A1A, I delete everything after the comma.
Right.
So
It's very
it's a very simple change.
Okay, that was just, that you had asked to see that, and I
Yep.
just didn't, it slipped through. So, the first one,
Notice, one notice.
is the notice requirements. So as Damien testified, there was a thought that the thoroughness of the notice requirements had slipped through the cracks in the bill, so that basically what this will, well, Damien, can you read it? Just, that'll be the easiest in the first case. Can you just read what you, or talk us through what we did?
Sure. So the notice requirement here, there's two things. This would add a new section to the paid family leave law requiring employers to post notice in a conspicuous place of the provisions of the new paid family leave law on a form provided by the Commissioner of Labor. And then it would also require the employer to provide a printed notice of the provisions to new employees within 30 days after the date on which they are hired. That could actually be changed to a written notice, but and then the second piece here, the education and outreach. So we already have a timeline for the Commissioner of Labor to develop information and materials related to the program. So this adds a model poster and pamphlet providing notice of the provisions of the law to those requirements. And then it requires, within a month of that being prepared, employers have to provide a copy of either the model poster or the pamphlet to each employee who is employed on the date that that notice was, the deadline for publishing that notice. So that covers all current employees, and then going forward, all new employees will get notice, plus it should be posted so people will know what their rights are.
And we felt like this was a technical change, that this is the kind of notice we give for programs. And we did a similar thing for paid sick days.
Yep.
Yes, you can post, but be careful that you only post the ones we're talking about, okay?
Faith, these are the ones to not post.
To not post.
But we are posting this.
Yes. So on B, is that envision that each employee is going to get a copy of the model poster?
It would be a model poster or an
Or a
informational
pamphlet of choice?
That could also be changed to just the employer shall provide written notice within 30 days, and then the employers can do it however they want. Email, copy of the poster prepared by labor. The other thing is you could provide that it's just a model poster for labor, so they don't have to provide two things. There's one law where labor's provided both. They're essentially identical, just one is in multicolor format and the other is in a traditional poster list. So, but I went broad, and we can always bring it back.
But we want this model poster to be posted, right?
Right.
Are we saying
And
that? Are we saying
that
anywhere?
exists in the bill,
So
right?
labor typically prepares a model poster. Employers are not required to use the model poster, but they can if they want. So the model posters out there, as we discussed earlier, a lot of employers will pay for a service that updates all of their posters and provides a laminated color copy that they can post each year. So, but then other smaller employers or employers who are trying to save a little bit on expenses will print out the model poster from labor.
And this,
If we're going to the effort to make sure that all new employees are notified in a written fashion, might we not also set the expectation that this is incorporated into employee handbooks? Or is that just assumed?
I think that's assumed. I mean,
Okay.
I mean, I'll use personal experience. My son worked at a local gas station, and even the local gas station had an employee handbook. It's a convenience store. But failing that, it's a notification that they're notified within the first 30 days of their employment. And this was important to go beyond, to me and to us, the House, to go beyond just the poster aspect of things because it gets lost, and given the fact that if we are settling, even if it's mandatory or voluntary TDI, that employees deserve to know that this is available.
Is there any reason why B just can't say written notice?
Yes, that's what
B on
Damien
page 2.
suggested.
Yep,
Yeah.
page 2.
Yeah.
Damien,
On page 2 or B on
Shall
page
provide
B on page
written
2.
notice as opposed to
Line
model
10.
poster or pamphlet.
Oh,
line
Just to
10.
make it clear that they
Line
have.
10,
What are you
No, we're on
talking about,
page.
Allison?
line
I
5,
thought
on the
I'm
second
on-
page.
but there's 2 Bs that
there
say
are
print.
2 Bs.
Yeah.
Right,
that
I
are
said
printed.
page 2.
I think Damien had suggested that instead of printed, he would say written on line 10.
That's
on
right.
Page 1. And wherever else the word printed is used.
That's fine, you can change model poster or pamphlet to written notice.
Written
So I
notice.
think what Senator Ballant is getting at is if you look at page 2,
Right.
lines 3 to 5, it said shall provide a copy of the model poster or pamphlet, and you could just change that to written notice of the provisions of subchapter,
Got it, got
et cetera.
That's satisfactory to me.
And then on the front, you could change printed notice to written notice.
Is that satisfactory?
Any problem, Mr. Chair?
So say the word. And just with respect to the employee handbook piece too, it's just worth noting that a lot of employee handbooks will just say the company follows the state law with respect to,
Exactly.
Right.
and then just list it, and rather than going into all the details.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes the law changes and the employee handbooks
Are outdated.
are, yeah, so to keep them from being outdated, it's simpler to just say we follow the state law.
Okay, enough on that proposal.
Right.
Let's move to audit language. Damien, all yours.
Yep.
We have audit language already. This is just to clarify what would appear in the audit and how it would be reported to the
So
relevant committees.
the audit language was in the Senate version, but not the House version?
Yeah, so the audit language was added in the Senate, and then this builds off of the language added by the Senate. So,
What was the language that the Senate had?
the Senate language was, if you take the first sentence, the insurance carrier shall have its books and financial records related to the provision of family and medical leave insurance pursuant to this subchapter audited annually. And then it said, and the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, and shall provide a copy of the annual audit to the Commissioner of Financial Regulation after that. So the second sentence in 7A is entirely new. And then after Commissioner of Financial Regulation in 7B, that is new. So the new sentence in 7A provides that the audit shall also include detailed information regarding the number of claims submitted, the number of claims that were denied, the number of claim denials that were overturned on appeal, and any changes in those amounts with respect to the prior year.
So do either of you know, I assume that this is in some ways boots and suspenders in the sense, belts and suspenders in the sense.
Boots are useful too.
In the sense that this seems like pretty commonplace stuff that you would be looking for in an audit.
So I'll let the House kind of talk about that.
Yeah, so kind of reading the language that you all had of books and financial records, kind of books could be a lot of different things, and so wanting to be clear that the audit was included the financial health of the company and the processes that they were doing as an insurance company, but then also what were they doing with the claims, and how many claims are coming in, what's their claim return rate, and all of that. And so having us be clear that that is what we're asking for, and then having it be clear that we can get, as committees of jurisdiction, can get oversight as well, getting a summary of that so that we have that oversight option.
And that second part is in subsection B. requiring the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to provide a summary of the audit results to House Appropriations General and Ways and Means, and Senate Appropriations, Economic Development and Finance.
So tracking our RBA, I would like to see it not just the number of claims, but by category and the duration of the claim. So because I think we want to, particularly for the first couple of years, really get a sense of which
Who's
of these
using it?
categories are being taken, which are being used most, how long are people needing to deal with each of those, and yeah. So I would, numbers isn't enough for me. I would rather, we discussed this before. Previous it was in the Senate, but by category and by
Yeah.
type.
Okay.
Third,
Next.
the third is House proposed changes to the reopener language.
Looks good. Thank you.
And that, Damien, is just, what are the additions to this and what's in the bill already?
So, after the words, on line 6, after the words, in the event the General Assembly enacts legislation, and originally it said requiring mandatory leave for the employee's own illness or something to that effect. Now it says amending the provisions of Chapter 5, Subchapter 13 of this title. It should actually just say of this subchapter, but that's a drafting error. Or any other statutory provision related to the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program that the contract has to require the Commissioner and the insurance carrier to reopen the agreement to make any amendments that are necessary to ensure the agreement continues to comply with the law.
So is that just, can I consider that just a larger included but not limited to the, in this case, I mean, the mandatory language was in there. But this
So
encompasses mandatory, but it can include any scheme that the legislature decides to.
Right,
push
so for example, if the legislature decided to change the appeals process, or to require the insurance carrier to provide notice or training or something like that, this could allow the agreement to be reopened to address those issues, including funding changes and so forth.
Right.
And is this language that applies to almost any other contract through that we have in terms of how we deal with third parties or whatever? I mean, if we notice that there's a flaw in a contract or a flaw in a process that we've contracted with, do we not have that right?
I don't know. I can't answer that. State contracts are not my area of expertise. I know with collective bargaining agreements, the parties have to agree mutually to reopen the agreement. And in the contracts that I worked with in private practice, typically you had to agree to reopen the agreement.
But this is information instructing that this be a part of the negotiations between DFR and.
This has to be a term of the contract. So this is something that potential insurance carriers that are bidding for this contract will understand is going to be a term if they get the contract. So it's not necessarily 100% locked in. There may be law changes that require the contract to be amended. And this provision is in there to allow for that amendment. In that case, without requiring the parties to reach some mutual agreement to reopen the contract, or otherwise reach the point where they say the contract, because the law has changed the contract, we can't actually execute the terms of it, so we have to amend it. And in this case, what this is saying is anytime the law is amended, they have to look at the agreement to see if it needs to be amended to keep in compliance with the law, and if it does, they need to reopen it and amend it. So.
Yeah.
Does this open the contract only for those amendments, or does it therefore allow the whole contract to be looked at in the event that it is opened?
I would think that the parties could, if the parties agree, they can look at any part of the contract and amend it. So
This says specifically that are necessary to ensure that the agreement complies with the requirements of the legislation.
Right. This,
and I'm assuming that's the legislation.
This just
that was
addresses reopening to comply with the legislation, but in any contract,
Once it's open.
That's
well, I mean, the other thing is the parties can always say, you know, that provision we had in around notice, that's not working, we need to amend that language. And then if they agree that that's the case, they can create an addendum to the contract and revise that provision in the contract. So I think what you're concerned about is this going to potentially cause problems in the plan because something significant will change. The terms of the law are still that the contract has to comply with the law.
Okay.
And the contract can be terminated if the insurance carrier falls out of compliance with the law. So
So that's our protection.
That's your protection in there is that the contract has to include a term in there that provides that it can be terminated at any time if the insurance carrier fails to comply with the law.
Is this only applicable to the contract between the state and the insurance carrier that's going to administer the plan?
Yes.
It doesn't have anything to do with the equivalent plans that people sign up with?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is just for the state's administrator.
Okay.
The equivalent plans, that's between the employer and their insurance carrier.
And that's what we have for right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So may I just revisit the audit? Because I forgot that Carrie Brown was in the room. And I'm gonna channel my inner Tip Lindley and also ask that we track it by gender. That we do by category, length of leave, and by gender.
Go ahead.
So then I think if we're getting specific on demographics, then we should include demographics, because also looking at what are the race categories that are being included or denied, and in terms of age, if that's helpful. So I don't know if there's another, right now there's another demographic that jumps out for me, but that would also be very clear if there were disparities or discrimination that was happening from the insurance company if we tracked those two additional demographics.
The only thing I would point out here is the insurance carrier may not have all that information. So,
or it may be revealing of individuals, particularly if you're looking at race in particular, and if there's anything else that's attached to it, it might not be able to be anonymous. So there would be something that would need to be in there as well.
And I just question, our roles here about what can we do now, given the parameters that we're working with, and which I think this can fit, given that you've already proposed an audit, and what can we revisit as we move forward in, even in this session in terms of.
I definitely agree with that. I don't want to go too far on some of these things without taking any testimony, because I'm looking at this last one, and there's a concept in law about interference with contracts, and I get a little nervous that the person, if we do hire a private entity to do this, and then the law changes, and then they say, well, we didn't anticipate that in our pricing, and we don't want to have any more part of it, then it disrupts the whole thing as opposed to grandfathering them in until the next contract renewal. But as you say, I think there are things like this we could continue to look at during the session and get witnesses in and add to the law if the law gets signed.
And this is something that DFR this is their job. This is their understanding of these. And I see Joyce leaving. Thank you.
See you in the morning.
So so right now, the way that the reopener language stands is that we're on reopener.
We can go back to reopening.
Oh, but we went back to.
I'm sorry, it took us back to audit just because for me, measuring who takes advantage of this, how long they take advantage of it, by what category is of great interest to us as we try and serve.
But for the I think for the purposes of what we need to do on this bill for this year, I think, again, we can, by the time even if we wait until 2021, right, there's time for us, whoever's here, to address this. But there's a small list of things that I would like to see if we can add on, not to this, but as an addendum, upon further review, that we discuss at a later time, that with witnesses, that I think we've all had 7 months to sleep on this bill and know that it's got some really good stuff and some flaws, and I think this process is addressing some of those. But when we start getting into that level of detail, it may just hold us back for now, but it's something that
I actually think the Government Accountability Committee would really support our getting more data, just so I think at least the first two things, lengths of stay and category, would be very important for us to understand. I mean, I don't care what we include, I just think we need as many measurable as possible as we do a new.
Sure, no disagreement with that here.
I don't have any problems with the suggestion that Deanna made. I thought we're getting further in there without hearing from people with the capability is.
Length and category, I think, are critical.
Okay, so go ahead. Claims submitted by category, average duration of claims by category, number of claims denied, number of denials overturned on appeal, any change in those amounts in comparison to the prior year, but no demographics. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think so for now.
Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And I would say we hold off on this one.
Which one is that?
The reopener.
The reopener.
Because you're concerned about the changing the deal.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to have people in and talk about it, find out if it's not a problem, we can add it later.
Which leaves the reopener language as is. It allows us it only allows this provision for moving from voluntary to mandatory if the General Assembly passes that change.
On TBI?
Yes.
So that's something, so you're saying if we move to mandatory, that would change the contract, essentially discontinue the contract, because it wouldn't be.
It would reopen, I mean, the language that is in your version of the bill simply says, it implies if the General Assembly, which means the House and Senate, have to approve it and it has to become law, moves the program from voluntary to mandatory, then the contract can be reopened. This is broader. But right now, it's only limited to, if I'm not mistaken, it's only limited to the mandatory versus voluntary versus mandatory.
Yeah, the required reopening of the contract is just in that scenario. If that's required to be a term in the contract, if the parties agree the contract can be reopened in this case. This would change that to the parties agree that the contract can be reopened if any statutory changes amending the law, which would take the contract out of compliance, are there. One way to address that, we do this a lot with collective bargaining agreements, is we just say that this law will take effect for the next contract.
And it won't change the contract you're in currently.
Right, if we hear, for example, it's going to change a material term of the contract with the VSEA or with the teachers union, a lot of times what we'll say is this change applies from this date and to all contracts entered into on or after that date.
So that's just, it seems to me that's just more words, and that we can, if we just didn't put this in, that would be the result anyhow.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, is if we left it the way it is now, that's probably what you would do for other things that might materially change the contract.
Right.
That's not to say that the state and the third-party insurance carrier couldn't agree to reopen the contract on their own. This would just not force the reopening in those cases.
Okay.
So, right. So that also mirrors. I mean, again, the world right now. In the world right now, a contract can be reopened with mutual agreement.
Yeah, you can always mutually agree to revisit your agreement and potentially adjust it. What you can't do, and what Senator Sorokin was getting at here, is the state in particular cannot unilaterally change the terms of its contracts, because it's unconstitutional for the state to do that. Putting in the reopener here puts them on notice and makes the term of the contract so they know going in, which is different than the state coming back 2 years later and saying, surprise, we're gonna pay you less money to do this, or something like that, which is usually where the contracts clause issues come in. Is the state agrees to something when times are good, the economy turns south, and it tries, and not this state, but other states have gotten into trouble when they've suddenly tried to pull back on what they pay to unionized employees or something like that, without actually getting agreement from the union to do it. This state, the last time the economy went south, sat down with the union and they negotiated a change, so that they avoided that issue.
Okay, that's,
Okay.
you know, and we, again, we'll have not really, hopefully tomorrow morning will be prime time for this other amendment that we have in the,
And for the Senate amendments?
Yep.
let's hear the Senate amendment.
Okay. So in reading over the bill on, I think both sides, in terms of the equivalency plan, we didn't include, this came up from the state employees when we testified, we didn't include the fact that something can add, as many people say, to the value of an equivalent plan if it covers TDI. So there was no consideration of an alternative plan providing for TDI in terms of whether it met equivalency to the state's plan. And Damien and I picked that up. That's what the short version talks about. Do you want to explain a little further?
Sure, I just want to make sure we're looking at the same piece here.
Here.
Yep, got it. So this piece here, this is where the Commissioner of Financial Regulation reviews any alternative plans. And then what
And I'm sorry, an alternative plan is, the state has a plan that will be administered by, under this scenario, okay?
Mhm.
Well, it's not the state-run plan per se, right? Or it could be, I
Right.
suppose.
So there's the state's plan,
And then my company says, hey, I can buy, my insurance company has offered this product to me for this price. Can I do it? They have to get clearance from the state
exactly
to do this. So they're going to show the brochure and the charge list and the benefits list to DFR, and DFR is going to determine
Whether it's okay or not.
is it equivalent or not? And so what came up when Senator Sorokin and I were looking over this piece is, when we've done this in the House, the language was just fine because TDI was mandatory, so reviewing the benefits and the length of leave and the cost, that worked out just fine. But under the Senate's plan, you're going to have some employer plans that offer TDI and bundled up, and you'll have others where it's opt-in. And so what this says is, in making the determination of equivalency, the commissioner can consider the relative value of any medical leave, or TDI, that's provided to employees. And then the subdivision cross-reference is the reference to basically the provision that says you have two options. One is to say you can opt in, or the other is to say I'm just going to provide this to all the employees. And so if the employer is opting for the provided to all employees, that'll be considered for purposes of equivalency.
So, under the proposal from the Senate, how do you qualify or quantify the relative value of the voluntary TDI, where it's so if I take it, it has value. If Deanna doesn't take it, it doesn't have value. And so, what is the mechanism for disinterested reviewer to say, well, if we got, again, the plan that's on the table in Twin State is 6 weeks of this, 6 weeks of this, 6 weeks of this at 60% flat. And this plan is 12 and 8 and 6, but the 6 is a maybe and the 8's a, you know, definite. I mean, all those, and those are the prices for this. I mean, how does that work?
It's a good question. So in both the House and the Senate plan, cost to employees is a factor to be considered. I'm not sure it's going to be a scientific assessment. I mean, it's going to be sort of like Veggie and Pepsi, throw everything into a black box and come out with the product. But I guess these actuaries have ways of doing it, and the next provision we're suggesting deals with the issue you're talking about, and that is we don't want to particularly upset the state employee contract. And they've got all different moving parts. No cost to them, they have TDI, they got shorter week benefits, and so instead of, in that one, we just say, instead of doing that full analysis with the potential that it could blow up even though they all agree to it, we're saying, let's just move on, let them, at least the commissioner can say, that's an equivalent plan. And that's what he would have to do in a case-by-case basis. But all we're really adding here is, in this amendment from what we had, is the TDI, the issues of other relative benefits, the length of the leave, the wage replacement rate, the cost to the employee. Those are all complicating factors already in terms of coming up with the equivalency is. But it just seems to be fair that there probably will be plans out there that are like the state plan that includes TDI. So.
So I guess people may be taking the state plan.
What's that?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're trying to capture and lump in the potential employer offered benefit of TDI when looking at paid family leave. And so say there's an employer who offers paid family leave of 5 weeks and TDI of 3 weeks. Those numbers don't add up, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what this proposal is. That would be an equivalent, or again, if those weeks add up, to the paid family leave that we're looking at. That's the intent of this?
So I think the way to think about it is, so there's value to each type of leave, and this is saying if the employer is lumping that TDI in, that value should be considered, versus the state plan where your mandatory value is only the first two. And that, I think that's basically what this is looking at, and that was left out on the Senate side last spring, probably just in the rush to get things done. That was, I think, something that was just overlooked. So that's all this is saying.
I mean, we had a bunch of senators that came to us and said, are you upsetting existing plans in terms of someone buying into this equivalency? And what they were saying was, what if they have slightly different benefits, nature of the benefits? And so this is what we came up with. And it doesn't have to be a paid leave. I mean, it's possible that it could be partially paid by the employer and partially paid by the employee. Then that would be another factor that they weigh in. I mean, one of the things that we looked at in terms of the state employee program that made me think of it is that, as you know, because you heard this in our testimony, they got a 0.25 wage replacement if their plan didn't go forward.
Right.
And under this thing, under our proposal, it's 0.20. So I was thinking, if I've got my facts right, that they're probably getting a slightly better benefit because they're getting, the state's willing to pay them back that kind of money if they don't go through. So should we be sticking our nose into that contract right now?
Well, the other thing that BSEA proposal has was in a classic collective bargaining situation, the state put this plan on the table, and the VSEA returned with their cascading issue, which I don't know if you heard about, where they want to be they've wanted to be able to use accrued sick leave to care for family members, which is an integral part of this, in which they would be able to get reimbursed at 100%. And so that is that, you know, again, in the classic sense of at least the way that I understand the way that the contract has been proposed and agreed upon by the union, is that the language says if this leave plan is implemented, this is what you'll get. If it's not implemented, you get the 0.25%. But that equivalent negotiation has also provided them with a backstop of at least being able to use accrued sick time for helping a family member, which is a bonus to them. And I don't know what limitations there would be on that. I don't know, but the fact that they were able to negotiate that as a union, I think may mitigate again, may just help alleviate your concerns about how that might work for them. That's not just about the increase in salary, but that it is this option that they're able to use their own time, and the administration's testimony on why they included this is because, of course, new employees don't have accrued leave time to the level that an older employee might have. So
I don't know which way or the other, whether it's better or worse. I mean, if we put it into the black box, I guess we could get a determination, but this is sort of a development that's taken place in the last 8 or 9 months since we passed it out, so now we have to deal with it, I think. We just can't say nothing about it.
Sure, but is that, so is that?
That's the second one.
That's the second one.
Yeah, the first 2 paragraphs.
So the first one is simply for, the first one that you're proposing is simply for, regardless of the program that the state implements on its own accord, someone else still, as a business, still has the option to have a different, which is similar in some respects to what New Jersey does, is that right?
Well, I think it was in both versions of the bill. All we're doing in this one is adding another factor, which is.
Yeah, no, I'm just clarifying that this is something that
having
the notion of having a private plan. So these companies that already contract with other people, and by doing this alternative plan, this is the part that gives them a waiver that says that they can, that they and their employees don't have to pay into the system.
Yeah.
Okay.
California and New Jersey both definitely already have this. There may be 1 or 2 other states too, but those are the 2 that I know for sure have an alternative plan option. Their language around it's a little different, but they do offer employees the option to get a private plan.
Okay. You have a question?
Yes, I wanted to go back to the state employees plan equivalency, and then we had put in, and the Senate kept in, the very last paragraph on page 55 of the Senate proposal amendment. We had put in about an employer that's subject to collective bargaining agreement shall not be required to pay contributions or be subject to the provisions until the effective date of the next collective bargaining agreement. So we addressed the union issue at the time, and so I don't know if that actually would have ever addressed the state one, or if we have to also say notwithstanding whatever the state, do they have to be connected in some fashion, or are they at cross purposes in any way?
I don't think they're at cross purposes. Thank you. So this language that was put in last spring affected both the state employees contract, because April 1, 2020 was during the current collective bargaining agreement, and their agreement wouldn't start till July 1.
Right.
but there's also other unions in the state
Right.
that are going to be affected.
Yes.
And school districts are on a variety of different schedules.
Right.
Municipalities, same thing, they're on a variety of different schedules. And then the other thing is you have any sort of private unions that are under the National Labor Relations Act. They're under a variety of different schedules too. So having this language in here is still probably important,
Yeah,
because it's
100%.
gonna prevent the unions and the unionized employers from having their contract go out of compliance.
Right.
And also prevent them from having to figure out, so we owe all these contributions, but we haven't actually agreed who's responsible for them.
Right.
And so I think that's still important. The new language on the VSEA state plan equivalency, I don't think is at cross purposes to that.
Okay.
Because what it provides basically is that they've already negotiated something for the time being. And so that'll be deemed to be equivalent for this first contract go round, and they're not gonna be required to negotiate, they're not gonna be required to conduct additional negotiations under the law, which says they have
Right.
to negotiate all
Yeah.
this stuff, for that contract. So they've already negotiated that contract, they can do it
Right.
for the next one.
So would they revert to the last page when the next time they come up for contract negotiations? Would they automatically have to revert to that? Or
So
are we
they-
forevermore deeming whatever the state does as equivalent?
So the way this is worded here, it says the paid family and medical leave program agreed to by the state and its collective bargaining unit that takes effect July 1, 2020 shall be deemed to provide equivalent benefits. That's only been agreed to for the
That
current
one.
contract.
Okay.
And then again, this is the bargaining agreement, or the bargaining requirement in 3 VSA 638 that is in the law that this is creating. So they're required to bargain with the union on how they're gonna deal with family leave each time
Yeah.
through. That's just not applying to the contract they've already
The current one.
negotiated.
So
the
after-
next time around, the union's free to say, we didn't like this, we want 8, 8, and 8.
Right.
Or we want 70% wage replacement, or whatever it is. And then at that point, they can go through the equivalency,
Okay.
so.
So is that our segue to this? I mean,
That's it, except for the effective dates.
Yeah, the effective dates, I've updated dates in here. Obviously, these dates may change again based on the conversation this morning. And the only other change in the effective date section is we now have 22 sections instead of 21. So I had to make a change in subsection A to add that section, the new section 21, which used to be the effective date section, would take effect on passage, just like most of the rest of the bill. So, it's not really a material change in that effective date area. It's just
Okay, and it's definitely different than what the chart that I sent you.
definitely different from the chart that you sent me, but I figure until everything gets ironed out
Right.
with the conference
Okay.
committee, I'll hold off on putting that in.
Yep.
So, based upon what we talked about today, are you able to do a committee of conference report? We have at least one other issue that we need to talk about, decide, and potentially insert. But other than that, are you pretty much there?
Right, so let me just confirm what I'm going to be adding to it.
And I actually would just like, a few minutes before we break up, just before we agree that we're all, I just want to talk to my conferees, just to go ahead and give you an opportunity to talk about the amendments that have been presented and, end tonight on a to be continued note, but I don't want to.
Okay.
But, that speaks, Damien, based on whatever we end up with now for tonight, you can have that, I guess, the question is, you can have that starting, a conference report can be formed.
Yeah, let me just see.
I hate that word. So the 12-week line, I just need to clarify. I think you've got an easy fix for it.
Okay, so I have removed the 16-week cap.
Right.
The VSCA equivalency, the plan equivalency, the audit language, and the changes to the notice requirements. Those are the 5 changes. Plus, I've already drafted the beginning basis for the conference report with generically just move all the dates forward 1 year. So I'll have those highlighted, and then we can work through those tomorrow unless you agree on dates tonight. Is there anything I'm missing for what would need to go into that
So
conference
tomorrow,
report?
when we see the next report anyway, I mean, Representative Scheid pointed out, while we know that in order to make it 12 weeks and 12 weeks rather than 16 weeks, it requires just a deletion.
Right.
But we will see that on paper when we see the.
You'll see that. Is it all right with the committee if I do the conference report as a strike-all? Does that work for everyone? Or would you like to see instances of amendment? Because there will be dozens of them.
There will be dozens of them.
Yeah, with all the dates.
Oh, yeah.
I think a strikeout's easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Let me just understand. So if we did House cedes to the Senate version with the following amendments, you're saying, because right now, we don't have that many, and as opposed to something appearing on the calendar, except I don't know what all the amendments on the dates were that, you have to bring in every section and all this stuff, and then it becomes really long. I'm interested in brevity. If we can highlight the changes in a conference that way, as opposed to handing out a bill.
Why don't I try to do instances of amendment? It'll take a little longer to draft, but I mean, ultimately the length will be shorter. There will just be, you're gonna have a lot of instances.
And it will also highlight the 5 changes we're making, as opposed to.
But if we were, I'm just thinking out loud, I mean, my concern with just only having the amendments is that it's been a while since people have seen the whole bill.
Right.
And so if the whole bill appears in our respective calendars, that gives people an opportunity to read it cover to cover. And then if what we have to present are the instances, I mean, I would simply say, this bill is roughly the same as it was last year, except, and then go point to point. I mean, that would be a report that I would get from them. I wouldn't have to I would go through a substantial portion of the bill in general, but I would highlight the changes. We would be able to highlight the changes. What's the best way to go that way?
Okay, so this is what I think, and I'm willing to defer. For you guys, it may make more sense to do a full bill because we sent you over something that we already voted on.
Right.
And we're making just 5 changes to that bill. You know, we had a lot of agreement at the end of the year on what we sent you over there, but maybe your full body are not aware of all those changes, so maybe you.
I think that's an accurate statement.
So maybe you want to see it. I prefer, I could get up there and say, you know, these are the changes we made for what you already voted on.
Yep.
And be done.
Yeah, no,
You're gonna have to go through the whole bill.
That's how it would be easier for you.
I agree, and I think in this case on a bill that's just important. I think it's important given the time difference between the two, that it just to give. I don't mind
Like I
losing
say,
a few
I'll
branches
defer-
on a tree
I'll
to
defer
provide
to you
people the
guys.
opportunity to read the whole bill again. If they have. This is a conference report. There will not be further amendments. That people have to have an opportunity to voice their support or opposition to what we've agreed upon. So I just,
Right, yep.
I'm just trying to adhere to more information in this particular case will be better than less. And I mean, I'm assuming that we need.
So I'm then.
Don't say it out loud, Mike. Don't say it out loud.
So
I'm gonna rein him in a rare move. I'm reining him in.
So
what I can do is prepare a strike-all amendment. Then I can also prepare an outline that says in section X, these
That's
changes
right.
were made.
That's right.
In
That would be
section,
perfect.
Which is roughly what you do for any bill.
Right. I think
just-
that for the House.
They're just
David,
usually
yes.
not
Upon
55
request.
pages.
Well, the bills,
but
but yes, I mean, but I'm not concerned with, I'm asking you to, we're asking you to do more work, but also, if we can take 5 minutes now, just a 5-minute break.
So could you just go back to what you just said? I thought actually Damien thought that a strike call would be simpler for him and would be better for you, which I think
Yes.
it would be, quite honestly.
Yes.
Right.
That's where we are.
And
Okay,
then
that's
he,
what we-
but then he would present us with, I mean, when we ask Damien for a bill synopsis that builds the foundation of any floor report that we do, Damien will basically give us this.
That he's already done.
Yeah, yeah.
With some changes.
Your summary
but-
of changes, blah,
but-
blah, blah, so you'll get that.
And
that'll be your floor
we're
report.
older now, so bump up the font.
Yeah, at 18, could we request 16 or 18?
No, there's
16 or 18 points.
There's probably
Hey, I
a
have
rule
a new
against
eye. I am like the bionic woman.
it. So if we can take 5 minutes before we
Okay,
adjourn.
we'll leave you here and we'll go to another room and come back.
Actually, we were gonna go across the hall, cause
He's got a room.
I
You got a room?
All right. Do you need me or do you want
We are fine with the proposals that you put forward and with the language and with the amendments that we've made, so we will see what appears tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And
We're fine.
continue on with the with the employee qualification language tomorrow, and then the dates of the, specifically of the,
All of it, well, the
Everything.
RFI, RFP,
Yeah.
when it becomes available.
right, so that was the major question in terms of other dates outside of, and then that might affect effective dates all the way through, but, we can
does.
talk about that with a fresh
Okay.
brain.
Thank you.
I'd like a fresh brain. I'd actually,
Why don't we,
so
I'll
either
probably
this-
look for you in the cafeteria, and I will.
8:30 tomorrow
8:30,
morning?
but we'll
It is 7:05, and I'm calling the meeting of the Development Review Board to order. I'm Maya Hasagawa, I'm the vice chair, and I will do the opening remarks. We only have one person here, but anyway, you'll have to listen because it's the procedure. Sure. It explains the procedure. At the DRB, we hear applications for land development in the town of Brattleboro and appeals of zoning administrator decisions. Procedurally, the Development Review Board operates on the record. Broadly, this means we take a clear record of testimony from the applicant and any interested parties and then issue a written decision with our findings. Applicants and members of the public should be aware that as we are on the record, this is your opportunity to comment on and provide evidence relating to an application. In the event our decision is appealed to the environmental court, the court will not take or consider additional testimony at its hearing, but it will look at the evidence from our hearing, the regulations, and determine if the evidence supports the findings and decisions of this board. Only interested persons that participate in this proceeding may appeal a decision made by the board. So I strongly encourage all of you to speak up at this hearing. So you're going to present, so I know you're going to talk. As we are on the record, we are going to ask that you affirm that your testimony will be truthful. So would the applicants and anyone wishing to speak to an application please affirm the following? Okay. I hereby affirm that the evidence. Oh.
Yep.
He doesn't have
Right hand up. There you go.
Okay. I hereby affirm that the evidence I give in the cause under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Applicants require a majority vote of the full board to succeed. That's 4 votes out of 7, and I think we have 7 people, so. If we do not have a full board present to hear your application, then we will consider a request to continue your application to the next public meeting. After taking testimony, the board will close the public hearing and may vote on your application. The board will issue a written decision within 45 days of the close of the hearing. While we may vote on an application, it is the written decision that controls the timeline for an appeal. It should be noted that the town of Brattleboro is a party with an interest in land development applications. The town does not have a special status before this board. Documents provided to the board by the town planning department, town attorney, or other town departments will be considered in exactly the same way as information from the applicant and all other interested parties. Okay. I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 18th meeting.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye. Excuse me.
Okay, everybody took the oath. Has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Does anybody have any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications?
No.
No.
Yet.
I just had a question about the agenda, the number 3 item on our agenda. I'm just confused about that. Review of cases public. Did you put this on the agenda, Brian?
What's that?
The number 3?
Could you read it to me?
Review of cases / public hearings to be reviewed under the Broward Land Use Regulations as warned on October 12th, 2015? Is that just a...
Yeah, that's the standard. That's what you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the applications.
And that just, the date refers to when those land use regulations went into effect?
Exactly.
Okay, it just caught me off guard with that date.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry about that, Madam Chair.
I am going to appoint Ian to hear all applications.
That Ian.
That Ian.
He's the alternate Ian.
Ian too?
Well, I don't know.
Good Ian and bad Ian.
Oh, good.
We're on TV, guys.
So it goes.
People will find us very entertaining. Okay, are you Deborah?
Yes, I am.
Tamosh?
Tramposh.
Tramposh. Okay, will you take a seat up at that table there?
And the nature of the microphone is so that the television can hear you.
I wasn't ready for TV.
Okay.
Sorry.
Don't be angry about that.
Okay.
Okay, can you talk to us a little bit about your project and what you want to do and?
Yeah. First of all, I'm losing my voice. I've got some lung thing, something moved into my lungs, I guess, and I work with children. You know how that goes, right? So germs are everywhere. So my voice is going, so hopefully it'll stick with me for a while here. So I purchased a duplex on Western Avenue. Excuse me, in September I moved in, and I'm from Portland, Oregon. So I drove across. Part of the reason I wanted to, well, there's a lot of reasons I wanted to move here, but part of the reasons I wanted to buy this place, which is, it's really quite a good deal and a nice place, was because the attic is a perfect space to have a small practice. And I am a Pilates and yoga instructor. Actually, currently getting certified in yoga, and I've been teaching Pilates for about 12 years or so, and also teaching yoga. It's a very sweet space. It's pretty small. You know, it's an attic. It's the 3rd floor, and I currently live on the 1st floor of the building, and an old elderly woman lives on the 2nd floor, but she's going to be leaving, and then I'll move to the 2nd floor and rent out the 1st floor. It's a very sweet space up there, and it's probably comfortable. I've started working on it, fixing it up. It's not a big deal. There's not much to do other than taking wallpaper, fixing the plaster. You know, it's not a major renovation. It's pretty simple. And I've already talked to the fire department, to the assistant fire chief, about what I would need to do for that part of it. That's already been done. Well, it's going to be done, but I've talked to him about it. And probably, maybe, at the most, would be 10 people up there, you know, at a time, because it's not very big. So it's a small, my idea is to have a small studio where I would be the only one teaching. So it's a pretty small situation. And maybe teach like anywhere from 1 to 3 classes a day, because I'm not, it's just me, so, and I'm in my 60s, so that's my plan, that's my desire, and keeping it, you know, the parking is pretty easy on the street, you know, there's plenty of parking, and like I said, there wouldn't be, who knows how many people would come to a class, but the room can only accommodate to about 10. So really, for what I'm doing. And I've got other ideas about maybe providing some kind of classes for maybe disadvantaged youth, or, you know, reaching out to high schools that have kids that could use, because I've worked with kids a lot, different ages. I work at the Montessori school right now with elementary and young kids. So maybe providing some kind of, in the future, some kind of classes that maybe, you know, as a sort of a community pay it forward kind of thing, you know. So providing for, who knows, I don't know what the situation is. I haven't actually spoken to any schools yet. That sort of thing I'm looking at, maybe doing, yeah. Because I love working with kids of all ages, and maybe there'll be some teenagers that could, you know, be interested in yoga. So that's kind of my basic idea, plan. Not until, I wouldn't be doing it until at least the summer or the fall, so it wouldn't be right away. It's a few months off. Yeah.
So are you planning to have any evening classes?
Well, my understanding is the hours are 8 to 6. And I prefer not to teach in the evening, so I really don't have a problem with that. I like those hours. I would, however, I was hoping that once on occasion, if I wanted to do something in the evening, but it would be probably very rare, you know, to do something special or to have people over or something, some kind of a gathering on occasion. But for the most part, I don't like doing things in the evening, so I like to end by 6, so I'm good with that. Yeah.
Is this the former Dr. Avila's building?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
That's why I just
Yeah.
Googled it, so. I was-
Right, yeah, so Dr.
Okay.
Avila was an eye doctor, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was practicing there. So the signpost is all still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you pointed that out. I was wondering exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I Googled it, that's what I.
And then I guess I'm gonna direct a question to the zoning administrator. The way that, it just says, request for retroactive change to use from dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units and home, business approval. So, that neighborhood, so to speak, that section of Western Ave, that's, there's a number of properties that are sort of combination, residential
Yeah.
and, office.
Yes, yeah,
I'm just
definitely.
asking him because he kind of deals
Yeah.
with that on a regular basis,
Yeah.
so. And so, to me, in one sense, my mind says changing, and you can tell me whether my thinking is correct, but changing from a dwelling unit and office to 2 dwelling units, I mean, to a certain sense, am I thinking that sort of a small yoga studio is sort of synonymous with an office, in a way, for that zoning area?
Yeah, it's a smaller use, and it's kind of something that's protected by law as being a residential use, so it doesn't trigger some of the requirements that would come with a site plan approval. So,
Okay.
for instance, landscaping.
Okay, so in a certain sense, you're saying under the regulations that I guess let's call what it is, a yoga studio has, what did you say, is it less impact than an office?
Home businesses have less impact, so they're
Okay.
smaller scale businesses conducted by somebody living in the home using a small portion of their home for.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, because I can just picture that stretch of Western Avenue, and in my mind, there's quite a number of combination office and living spaces.
Sure, there are a lot of businesses.
Fewer employees and stuff like that.
I see, so an
Well,
office.
she's not having any employees.
No,
I understand.
Not planning on that.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm just trying to get in my mind.
But I'm saying like a doctor's office would
Yes.
have employees.
Yeah, next door to
and-
me is a lawyer's office.
Yes.
Right next door.
Yes, okay, I can now understand that. I just was curious as how they were related, office versus yoga studio.
But you will have, instead of having an office on the first floor, you eventually will.
It's the 3rd floor, yeah.
You will eventually move to the second floor, rent the first floor as a dwelling,
Mm-hmm.
and then do your yoga in the.
The
attic
3rd floor,
On the third
yeah.
floor.
And what changes did the fire chief want you to make as far as any external exits?
Yeah, so, what I'm gonna be doing is, putting a balcony, off of the front of the building.
On the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that the fire trucks would have access if they needed to come, and everybody would be able to fit on the balcony. So it's gotta be like a 10 by 10 balcony.
Okay.
Which my next door neighbor Mitch is gonna build. So, yeah, he's great, he's helpful. So yeah, I'm gonna have this balcony there and a door, a small doorway, where it's already there as a window, and we're gonna turn it into a door kind of thing. and door window kind of thing. And so people can be able, so that the fire trucks can access that. And it's been approved by Leonard.
And
Yeah.
is the
He said it
only-
was okay.
Yeah, good.
I talked to him. Yeah.
The only other question, are you having any facilities up there on the third floor, a bathroom or anything like that?
Right, so I don't want to do that kind of remodeling up there. I don't want to, take on that, I just want it to be the rooms. So my apartment, part of the reason I'm going to be living on the second floor, other than I want to, is it would only be one flight down from the third floor to the second floor, and there's a doorway right there at the top of the hallway that goes through a small room into the bathroom of that apartment. So all people would have to do if they need to use the bathroom would be to open that door, walk through a small room, and there's the bathroom. It's just very accessible. It'd be in my apartment, but I'd be fine with that. So that way there would be a bathroom available.
No, that's
yeah.
just,
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Because I think it's important.
Gotta go, you gotta go.
I mean,
Do you expect people to park in your driveway also?
well, I'm personally fine with that, but I don't know, because it's a pretty big driveway and it
Yeah.
extends around the back. But because I don't know who's gonna be living in the bottom floor yet, I don't know what their situation will be, is like how many cars there would be there already, so I would want to respect that, like whoever's living there, they would need a certain amount of space. Right now, the woman that lives in my upstairs doesn't have a car, she's 93, and so it's not an issue. But, yeah, so it would kind of depend. But the parking in the street is, hardly anybody parks in the street. There's plenty.
Yeah,
of
seldom use that area.
I know, so it's really kind of ideal. So, yeah.
What provision do you have for snow removal from the driveway and the sidewalk and so people
Yeah.
have access?
I'm not currently plowing my driveway, having it plowed because I'm the only car, so I just park at the end. Because it gets expensive, can't really afford it. But next year, I will, especially if I rent the downstairs, of course, I'm taking care of that. And I shovel the walkway myself at this point.
There's a hell of a bank behind the place,
Oh, yeah.
if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of place for snow.
It's down.
I don't know if it's the purview of the board, but when you sit on this board, you get to ask questions because you're curious. And my experiences with attics in some houses is they can get quite hot in the summer. And again, I know there's the whole hot yoga, but do you have
Which
any?
I'm not gonna do.
Yeah, do you have any,
Hot yoga.
apparently there's a type of yoga where they actually turn up the heat and then do the yoga. Is that?
I don't approve of that myself.
Well,
but I know there is a hot yoga studio in town.
Yes.
Yes.
So what I was asking you, and again, it may not be pertaining to the land use regulations, but just curious about, do you have any provisions for, perhaps there might be ventilation? It may get
Yes.
quite hot in the summer. I'm just curious to hear
Yes, so
about that.
I just had my place insulated.
Okay.
By Vermont Foam Insulators. So they insulated the attic and the basement, and now the house is much better insulated, so much better. So I wanted to actually call the guy and make sure that it's going to be cooler, because it's really warm now. It's going to be cooler in the summer, like insulation is supposed to be, right? So I was going to call him and say, are you guaranteeing me this? But I am going to probably install one of those units that you put on the wall.
Okay.
That
split.
Yeah, it's a heat and an air conditioner
Oh,
heater.
yeah.
I was thinking about getting one of those. Yeah.
And
there's two big windows.
Yeah. I'm under the understanding that some of the ventilation fans that people, for example, put in their bathrooms are very energy efficient. I've been told certain of those fans can run nearly all day, and it's the same as like running a light bulb. And so I would bring that up as a thought, is if that would be more of a passive way of pulling out warm air as opposed to an air conditioning unit. So I just bring that up because I'm curious.
And
about
I'm a fan of fans. So I prefer fans over air conditioner.
Yeah.
So I always go with that first, and then if needed, air conditioner.
Yeah, I guess I just bring up the issue because I wonder if it would be an issue.
I'm
you
very
might have
much
to
an
deal with.
environmentalist, I'll tell you up front. So I always think in terms of the environment first.
So
always.
the steps up to the 3rd floor in the front or the back of the building?
The front.
The front.
Mhm.
Okay. So it's easy.
Yeah, there's no elevator, but.
And I'm remembering perhaps because I believe my first glasses were prescribed by Dr. Ravella, but I'm understanding that the building is in a certain sense that the ground floor entrance goes right to a staircase.
Yeah.
And then that staircase would continue on to this proposed yoga
Yeah.
studio.
Like as soon as you walk in the front door,
Okay.
there's a downstairs apartment here,
Yeah,
2
which was
doors.
formerly known.
And there's the stairway, goes straight up.
Yeah.
There's a second apartment, go
Yeah.
down the hall, next stairway goes up, so it
Okay.
just goes.
Are you having any electrical work done up in the attic?
I had a little bit done because I had to have a few outlets put in that were taken off of the electrical that was already installed. Because it's already got electrical up there, there's lighting.
Mhm.
So we just took it, it was easy to just branch off of that. So there's a few outlets, because I needed a few outlets. And other than that, that's it.
So
Yeah.
Brian, is that enough to trigger having to?
It's not in the same part of the house, so I don't think there's any savings on doing,
A charger.
yeah, not at this point.
And there's a smoke alarm up there already.
And you will need a sign permit, a separate sign permit.
Oh, okay.
And I
Okay.
believe Brian can approve that
Yep.
administratively.
Okay.
We can put that in as a condition if everybody agrees that.
Didn't the doctor already have a sign there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the posts are still there. Yeah.
Right, so it would,
Hang on that post,
Yeah.
I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody have any other questions?
Got it. I'm good, thank you.
great.
Anybody have any other questions? Okay. Can I have a motion to?
I move we approve.
We approve the, home business permit and, I think that's what we have to approve, right?
Yeah, with the condition that a
Yeah.
sign permit is required
Oh.
and strike the electric
Yeah.
or charger outlet.
We should probably, I would say before we vote, we should mention to you that there is a provision in the land use regulations in Brattleboro, whereas some changes trigger us to require the property owner to install an outlet that can be dedicated to charge an electric vehicle. What's happened is your particular request hasn't triggered that requirement.
Oh.
But you mentioned you were an environmentalist, and it sounds like you may want to rent your property. So you could certainly talk to Brian, he'd give you
Yeah.
information. But the idea is Brattleboro is trying to make sure that many buildings that have renters, that those renters have access to a dedicated, am I saying this right? They have access to a dedicated outlet.
Well,
so
the
they can.
owner also.
Yeah. So we just thought you'd be
Okay.
aware of that.
Yeah.
It's not being triggered in your case, but
Okay.
it may be something you might
Yeah.
want to do for your own sake.
What if I want to get an electric car?
For example. So I just thought I'd point that out to you.
Yeah,
if
thank
that's
you.
if
But
that's
we're not
okay with
making
the
that a condition.
Yeah.
Great, great.
Of approval. The separate
Good to know.
sign permit, and we're approving the home business.
And the change of use to
And the
two
change-
dwellings.
And the change of use to 2 dwellings.
With occasional events in the evening.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You can all come and take a yoga class.
That might be a
Only if we
conflict
do
of interest.
carryover.
Okay, I have 2 other pieces of business.
Thank you.
So do I get to go?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Brian will be in touch with you. You'll get something in the mail at some point, and within 45 days.
Right. That's good, thank you.
So that there was a question about adding another condition for the, what was it, what were their names? Kavanaugh? Decision we made last month, and.
Well, was that actually, did we make that decision in December?
Yes.
Okay.
So, can I have a motion that we go into deliberative session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, can we go into deliberative session for, just, will probably be 5 minutes,
So
maybe
this
10.
is where we go off camera?
No.
Oh,
Who knows? We can stay here, right, since there's nobody here.
what's that?
Do you have to vote?
Yeah.
We have to vote
Oh,
on
we haven't voted yet.
Oh,
I
yeah.
apologize.
To go in.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
Should we
oh, I
vote?
forgot
Say
that.
yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Can't see.
7:50.
7:50, and we're back from deliberative session. And there's one administrative item that I'd like to raise, which is there any objection to moving the March meeting from the 18th to the 25th?
none.
And the reason would be that James is gonna be out of town, we know, in March, and Brian is gonna be gone.
Oh, where's your sidekick?
You mean
Andrew.
Andrew?
Andrew, yeah. Well,
Doesn't he have a
So-
title? Doesn't he have a proper
He
title?
has personal autonomy.
And he's a planning tech.
Yes.
yes.
And he's been in the paper more than anybody else in the
I know.
planning department recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 25th.
So,
Yeah.
does anybody have any objection?
I make a motion that we make our March meeting be the 25th.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye. I make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before we move.
Make a motion that we call it order.
So moved at 7:01. Good evening, everyone. New face here, I apologize. Joe is out of town, so I'm taking the chair. It's been about 6-8 months, so I might be a little rusty, but these guys will keep me in the fold, I'm sure of that. So let's start off with the board norms. I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm just gonna point to somebody and have them read the first section of the board norm. Young lady?
Like the main,
Yeah.
our main focus?
Yeah.
Maintain our focus. Stay focused on the students, community, and the stakeholders. Decisions are made in alignment with the board's vision, and keep meetings goal-oriented.
Mike?
Oh, next section? Communicate respectively. Practice active listening. Cultivate opportunities for all members to contribute, value, and respect other opinions.
Trish?
We are working to be present and be prepared for all meetings and arrive on time, be engaged during meetings and ask questions, and attend all meetings.
Ken?
Let's see. Keep board productive and effective. After a healthy discourse, there are
Come on, it's only 0.4 font, man.
Yeah, I know, really, you know, it's like.
Sorry, Ken.
Now you're making me look at this and it's like, I think I have to go get new glasses.
Prescription. Yeah, brand new year. New,
Thanks a
new
lot,
script.
now you make me feel
Sorry.
another 10 years older. Voices respectfully heard. Move forward with discussions made by the board, whether you support those decisions or not.
Yeah, it's 4.
Dedicated. It is very small.
Be dedicated to the work and goals of the board.
All right, excellent. Ken, right next to me. I'm gonna mix it up.
Respect the agenda. Keep to the topics on the agenda and work plan. Start and end on time. Oh, I like that one. Practice flexibility and responsiveness to the public.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Those are our board norms. Members of the public, welcome. If there's anything that's not on the agenda that you wanted to speak to, please let us know now, or otherwise we'll just move on with the agenda. Anybody? Nope. All right, moving on. Correspondence. Did we have any correspondence?
I got a couple things. One is about additions and corrections. Just if we could add pay orders, either to the consent agenda or to new business. Your call.
Okay, consent agenda.
They've all been reviewed. They just need to be approved. I just wanted to clarify on a statement I made at the last meeting. Our wonderful clerk, Anita Bean, made sure that as we have petitions being submitted, I reported that 1% were necessary for the whole group, which came out to, I believe, 39 or 43 signatures. But there is a statute that says no matter the size of your union school district, you must have a minimum of 60. So I wanted to make sure that I said this aloud. I have let our clerk know that so that when anybody picks up a petition or brings a petition, and I've sent a correction to the comments. So I just wanted to make that point. And then correspondence I sent out today, I don't know if you guys saw it in your email, but the WCSU officers are calling a special meeting on Monday, February 10th, an agenda to be come out by the end of this week, specifically about the weighting study that was done by the, commissioned by the Agency of Education, would have significant financial repercussions in the positive to the West River Education District. There was a meeting with 4 representatives, Representative Pajala from Stratton and from Jamaica, Representative Partridge from Wyndham, Representative Sibilia from Dover-Wardsboro, and Representative Gannon, who represents Wyndham Southwest. They had a meeting on Saturday to talk about this, and there were some additional WCSU board members there, so they're going to have a meeting to talk about any actions that the WCSU may take in supporting moving that forward. So just wanted to get that date on everybody's calendar.
Bill, could you just speak to how that would impact us, the weighting study?
Sure. So real briefly, the weighting study just reviews the weights that go into an equalized pupil. When Act 60 and Act 68 came into play, weights were given to students in high school at 1.13, recognizing it would be more expensive to educate a high school student. Also, a weight was given for poverty, a weight was given for English language learners, and also in that law, it was supposed to be redone every 2 years, and it has not been redone every 2 years. So this study that was completed in 2019 was the first time since 1996. So a system of weights has been in place for 23 years without review. Under the new study, the West River Education District would see anywhere from an additional 60 to an additional 69 equalized pupils, which is a significant change from where we are now. So it is something that is of particular interest to this board and these communities. So February 10th, 6 o'clock.
Is there any potential that that would impact this particular budget this year?
All of my communications with the people in the legislature are no, it would not be this year. The amount of speed that would be necessary and the amount of people that would need to weigh in to have that happen before crossover just doesn't seem realistic.
Okay, great. Okay.
I just wanted to add one thing because I actually went to that
Awesome.
that meeting on Saturday. One of the things the representatives were urging was for us to write to the legislature, give, how this has actually harmed our schools over the last 20 plus years. Programming's had to be cut to keep budgets in line, and it's just been unfair about our more rural, poorer communities. We're proportionately paying more than some of the more dense, richer communities.
Well, it's a really good point because that's the big change in the weighting study, is giving value to low population density. That was not part of the original formula in 1996 and 98, and it is now part of that. So that is the gigantic change.
Wow. So Lori, just quick math, but that would add, what, about 15% to our total student count?
You increase your equalized pupils by 60. It still wouldn't get you down to threshold, but close. 19.5 would be.
You read my mind.
Cost per student.
Lori, I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit? We have some people in the audience.
Sure. Sorry, I'm getting a cold here. Adding 60 equalized pupils, as Bill was just talking about, would basically bring the cost per student down to 19.5. So it would still not get it under the threshold, but it would be very close, depending on what the threshold did over the next couple of years as well.
So basically.
That's just using today's numbers, right?
So basically though, if they're doing this across the state, changing the weight of each pupil, right? In reality, are we not just changing the whole number? You're gonna have, even if we have a lower cost per pupil, are they gonna wind up lowering the threshold? Okay, so this whole thing with changing, balancing numbers and everything else to make it look like there's more kids, or make it look like there's less kids, or each kid gets more, or costs more money to educate, or less money to educate, really in the long run doesn't matter, because no matter what formula you use, if you do it across the state and spread it around, it's still gonna come out, you have one pot of money that everybody pays into, and one pot that you take out of to educate the kids. Right?
They just mentioned they were redistributing
Right.
how they were spending it.
Right. If they were really worried about this, what they should do is work on getting rid of the hold harmless, the cutoff where the penalty, the penalty comes in where we pay $2 for every dollar up to the state is ridiculous, because it's already costing you more to educate your kids, and then they're going to penalize you and charge you more to educate your same kids. But meanwhile, you're sending more money out of your district than you are using it to educate your kids. It makes no sense. So the legislature really needs to work on the real numbers and the real problems, instead of just throwing numbers around and saying, oh, we're going to fix this and make this look better.
All right, well, thanks, Ken. I got really excited about that, and now you just...
I just bust your bubble,
You burst
right?
my bubble.
I'm sorry about that.
And then lastly, before we get into the budget, I just wanted to, normally we have a child care provider, and today I found out today at 5 o'clock that we were not, so I apologize if anybody was planning on that. It is our plan to always have that. This was kind of an unforeseen thing, so I do apologize for that.
It wasn't because of the budget?
No, it was not because of the budget.
Speaking of the budget, let's move on to budget fourth look. Discussion and possible action. So we were presented after the last meeting of asking for items that would not impact our children, our students. And the administration came back with $538,000 in potential cuts. Laura, if you want to kind of go through all of them?
I can.
Bill, or,
I
I'm
can-
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Just for everybody in the audience, there's a copy of this. It's two-sided, looks like that. So we as an administrative team were tasked with completing this exercise for the board. We met, we reviewed, we analyzed, we edited, we reflected, and then ultimately it was my responsibility to provide a cohesive presentation for the board, of which you all see now. These are not in any order, but they do accomplish the task that the board set forth to us, I believe, of getting over, being able to identify more than $500,000 in reductions that would not affect current student programming, and trying to be as creative as possible. So it was a task that we took on under the direction of the board and willingly, and I hope that we have delivered what it was the board was looking for. And myself or any of our principals can answer any clarifying questions if you guys have any on that.
Trish?
One of the things that I was looking at that I thought you could probably answer is Leland Gray going to an 8-period day. How is that more efficient? Why does that make the day more efficient?
All right. Well, I'll tell you that, then I want to tell you something else. It makes more, so right now, we have a block schedule at the high school, which means that we have 4 blocks in the fall, 4 in the spring. Teachers teach 3 in each semester for a total of 6 teaching assignments. With an 8-period day, a teacher could teach 7 assignments and have still a prep period, meet the contract for that needs, and basically teach an extra section. So without reducing any offerings, a teacher could teach 1 more section. So you could reduce some staff in 4 core departments to make that happen. Now you're right from the other side of it. I wouldn't recommend it. So Leland and Gray moved to a block schedule 20 something, 98, there you go. We understand. Yeah, I was a teacher here at the time. Few of these people were probably students. And it was a very thoughtful process by the staff with multiple years of study and research and 1 year of an interim schedule that had a little bit of a modified day and then rolling into it. And it was a process that was probably led by the principal at the time, but really fully informed by the entire school community, the staff and students alike, to make a shift back to that as in a sense, a board directive without having the opportunity to study the educational benefits of that and do it strictly for budgetary reasons, I just don't think is a sound approach. But the dollars and cents are there. I will tell you that prior to this discussion, and Bill asking me to do this, our staff has, I think for the first time since '98, reformed a scheduling committee to analyze the schedule, but we're looking at school year 22, not next year, but the year after, because it will take us 1.5 years to really fully vet out what our options might be. And not that we would necessarily go into it thinking that we would change, but just to explore where the world has changed in the last 20 years, so let's see if it's worth looking at. So that's how you can get the savings out of that without losing any programming. But I would not recommend that's a path that you guys should follow.
Question. Do we want to kind of just go through each one and we can just ask for commentary on each of them? We'll do that. Let's start with the reduce 1.0 FTE WRED administrator. Bill, if
Sure.
you want to just kind of...
So the concept behind this is assigning administrators to a student ratio, around 1 to 130 to 150 students. Recognizing that you have to figure out different situations for different buildings, but the thinking would be that you'd have 2 full-time administrators at Leland and Gray for approximately 300 students. You'd have 1 full-time administrator at Townsend for 120 to 130 students. And you'd have 1 full-time administrator at Newbrook, where there's about 95 students, and Jamaica, where we're predicting 25 to 26 students next year. Now, all the caveats aside, we have not done school choice for round 2, which won't happen until March. So we're going on our best information that we have. In doing so, I thought it was critically important that we consider what it would look like at Jamaica. We wanted to make sure that there was a level of service to the community of Jamaica and to the students of Jamaica. And so we included an increase of a paraeducator working under the assignment of the principal and the lead teacher. We would redesign the admin assistant position to increase the reliance on being a school aide. We would increase the counseling services at Jamaica, even though there would be less students, because we want to make sure that there's multiple points of adult contact for those students. We would put a administrator who worked predominantly at Newbrook as the principal of record at Jamaica with a lead teacher who would receive a stipend. And that would be the structure at Jamaica. Townsend would look very similar, and you'd have a reduction of service in the administrative level of 0.5 at Leland and Gray. And if you did all of that, you would be able to reduce the budget by $103,617.
Bill, I have a question. Are there any studies on like retention and outcomes or student outcomes for having shared principals that you're aware of? And, one of the things I've been hearing lately is, obviously administration is a place where people are looking that we might be able to cut. So the question has been being asked, do we really need 2 principals in LNG?
So I'll take your first question first. I am not aware of any very specific longitudinal studies on split principals. It's really dependent on, at least in my 15 years of experience, they can go really, really well, and they can go really, really poorly, depending on the people that you have involved, the system, and the place. In terms of Leland and Gray having one FTE, I think that with the range of students from 11 to 19 and the great transformation that occurs both developmentally and educationally during that time period, that my recommendation would be I would not drop below 2 administrators at Leland and Gray. However, I think your point is well taken that anytime we have a change in enrollment and shifting of students, it is worthy to look at what is an appropriate staffing. But in this scenario, I would recommend highly not to drop below 2 full-time administrators.
And then, just if I can, last meeting, we talked about you were going to look at how the effect of school choice maybe. Remember we talked about that last meeting and how that might affect?
Yes, so I included that in your packet.
Okay.
It's a deep thing in there, but basically the state board education rule puts everything into clusters. So we are fine on the amount of ratios that we have and the students we have in classes.
And to follow up on Mike's question here, at the last meeting in Jamaica, one of their main concerns were that there was no equity because they didn't have a principal in the building. And the first thing we have here is we're going to reduce another principal.
I recognize that, so I
Okay,
tried
so
very...
I just find it funny that the main complaint at the last meeting, besides the fact of 19%, for 19% increase, we don't have a principal in the building, was the big, seemed to be like a huge concern. The first reduction we have is we're going to get rid of another principal. And I just find that peculiar, to say the least.
Well, what I tried to do is be as creative as I possibly could to get as many points of adult contact that would be increased for those students in that community. But you are correct, it is a reduction in the direct support of an administrator. I could not find how we could organize ourselves in a way to reach the financial target in this particular thing without organizing in such a way. Does not mean that that's the way to go, but for the purposes of this exercise, that is the design that ultimately I came up with.
Well, I see that it's Newbrook's. It seems to be whoever the Newbrook principal would be the one that would be also doing Jamaica. And I understand you're doing this because of numbers, right? Correct. Number of students. You had those numbers of students up to equal to what Townsend is, but now you got the one principal acting. You have 3 principals in the center of our district, and you have one all the way down one end that's supposed to take care all the way over on the other end. So if there's a problem where that principal needs to be over there at the other building, they have to leave the one building and go all the way over to the other building, whereas you have 3 administrators right here smack dab in the middle of the district.
Yes, I understand
the logistics of that decision doesn't make any sense to me either.
Well, when you have a situation where you have multiple adults that could address things that principals might be solely responsible for currently, those responsibilities could be distributed so that the education and the safety of the students could continue just under a different configuration. It may not be the configuration the board wants to go with, but it's the configuration that I was able to develop that I thought met the goals and the needs for not only the students, but also for the task at hand.
I think you have some technical questions.
Yes.
Hi, Karen Amadin from Jamaica. I was the one who brought up principals at the last meeting. And we did not say that we do not have a principal. Our principal is right.
No, you said you didn't have a principal in the building. Is exactly what
That
was
is
said.
not what I said.
You can go to the video.
I said we have a principal here who is working 1 to 2 days a week. But it is not enough for Jamaica. And we wanted someone who could be there more during the week. But we did not say that we do not have a principal in the building.
Okay. Not what I heard, but okay.
But that being said, will we have a principal in the building at all?
It'll depend on what the direction of the board that gives to me. Under this plan, you would have a lead teacher, you would have additional levels of service, and you would have a principal who would not be stationed in the Jamaica building more than 1 to 2 days a week, depending on what was going on. That is the design that I have presented. Whether that is the design that the board wants me to go with or not. I was trying to be as creative as I possibly could while serving the needs of the students.
Sorry, it's a tie. Go ahead, go ahead.
So Jamaica would have one teacher?
2 teachers.
One would be. But you won't know how many kids are going to be there after, I mean, it's March?
Correct.
So would that depend?
Well, so as the board well knows, after school choice, we have to look at things just like we did last year, and we would have to do things this year. And the direction the board gave me last year was, don't spend any more money. We've already approved a budget. Organize the staff where they need to be based on what happens with school choice. And so I'm assuming that I would have that same sort of direction that I would have to work with.
Anybody else? All right, let's move on to the additional nurse request.
So additional nurse request came from the budget committee work over the past couple months. Each principal made an advocacy for what they believed they needed in their building to serve their students. On the first review of the budget, we reduced the initial nurse request by 0.50, and on this one, we reduce it back to what our current level of service. We are expecting the same number of students, and so it would not reduce the level of service that we are currently providing to our students. It would just not increase based on a request of the principal.
All right. And how about reduce additional technology services?
So originally, we had a 1.15 increase. We dropped it to 0.65, and then this one has dropped to 0.15. I kept the 0.15 just because we are integrating many new software systems, and the level of support necessary for the classroom teachers and the principals, any little bit would help, and that 0.15 is a very small investment, I think, to continue keeping our teachers' ability to be focused on instruction.
All right, additional custodian.
Again, same thing. We had a full-time custodian in the original. We reorganized ourselves to 0.5. This is additional to what we have now, so it is not having any additional custodial services. We do have the same number of buildings. We do have the same number of students. We will work with what we currently have, and we will organize them according to the needs of the building, but it won't be an increase in personnel.
And building projects beyond regular maintenance.
So we budget for regular maintenance, things that have to be cleaned and taken care of, but anything beyond that, painting, tile replacement, carpet replacement, window replacement, we consider to be project-based. And so in this suggestion, we are getting rid of all large projects and small projects for this year. We will complete our engineering study here at the Leland and Gray building, which will be done this spring. We just essentially would hold off on doing anything beyond just keeping the building clean and making sure that students were safe.
All right, reduce general music by 0.1.
So going through this process and making sure that we are being as lean and organized as possible, the principals were able to identify that we could reduce general music by 0.10 without reducing any service to the students that they're currently getting. So that is a reduction of a half a day, while shifting some responsibilities to make sure that the students currently get the same level of general music service.
Okay. Reduce supply and book budgets.
So that was just basically taking 25% across the board on all those and just saying we're going to fulfill those requests at 75%. Doesn't have to be this way forever, but for this year in a tight budgetary situation, we're going to pull back and fund it at 75%.
Agency fund analysis, plus 16,000.
So in the section 1 of your folder, we did an agency fund analysis summary along with each individual purchase. There was discussion at the last board meeting about the differences in cost between purchasing a service from the agency fund. And just as a reminder, the agency fund is where the WCSU hires people and then different districts ask for certain levels of service. So you could have a full-time counselor that works 0.5 in West River, 0.2 in Marlboro, and 0.3 in River Valleys. You can have a full-time employee get to increase their ability for longevity because they know they're working full-time, rather than 3 entities hiring out a piece of those people. So we did an analysis of all of those purchased services and what it would look like if they were individually purchased by West River, and we're actually saving $16,000 by doing it currently. That does not change the fact that now that we have gone through 2 years of budgeting for West River, that we will be doing a deeper dive on which particular areas can we do direct purchase on, what makes sense to continue working with the agency fund. That analysis we can do at a deeper level with every single WCSU participant and be able to have more recommendations in the fall for each individual board.
Does anybody object to removing that one?
No objection.
Okay. Change admin assistant job description.
So this goes back to the first one. If we are going to, well, either, regardless of whether we are or we aren't, wanted to take the board's directive of being creative as deeply as possible, and just recognize that if there's opportunities to redefine some job descriptions around what are necessary for an admin assistant to do in a building that is very different from having 70 kids down to 20, possibly 25. How could we maximize the investment that we are making in that person for our students and for our communities? So that was just the idea that we would redesign the basic functions of that job so that we could free up time throughout the day that could be used as service to the students.
All right. Create Townsend 4-5, class of 25 students.
So in the original budget presented to the board, we split this class. They currently are a 4-5 class that has 24 students. We're projecting 25 students next year. So it would be an additional student. Going back to Mike's point, because not only on school choice did we want to look at the rules, we also wanted to look at the SBE rules for appropriate class size, and they lump 5 and 6 together, and 25 is the average. So we are well below a 25 average in a 5-6 cluster. When you look at 6th grades that are between 19 and 21. It is being currently done at 24. The recommendation from the principal was we would like to split it, but again, in this environment of our current reality, this doesn't have to be a forever decision, but for next year, it is a possibility that again would not change the programming or service level that we currently do. And then in the notes, I just wanted to point out that, you know, we set this up and we had to think about this last year for this year, that you know, if additional students come, we would have to be creative in how we're going to service them, and I just wanted to alert the board to that.
Or we modify the choice policy so that we don't incur extra costs on choice, right? That's a
Well, actually, the choice policy already makes it happen so that, like, that is not open.
Okay.
That is, you're locked in.
All right.
There are no openings in 4-5 in town.
Gotcha.
Right.
All right, and finally, Leland and Gray going to an 8-period day.
And I think Bob explained this really, really well, so it's just important to recognize that it is possible. It might be something that we want to think about on a longer-term study to see how that would work. But again, we wanted to respect the request of the board to do a deep dive and look into some efficiency possibilities. So it is possible, but it does have some serious impacts on hiring people and retaining people that I think are worthy of consideration.
All right, thank you. Great review. I think the only two that I kind of sensed had the most contention were probably the first one, reduce 1.0 FTE for the red administrator, and then the final one, Leland and Gray going to an 8-period day. Anybody want to speak to how we want to move forward with that, or thoughts on it? Do anything?
Well, first, yeah, I appreciate the work. I'm pleased to see that you guys came up with creative solutions to the challenging situation that we face. I'm hopeful that this waiting study will help to further ease the pain on our taxpayers when we're not sending our money off to other places. I support the reduction of the administrator. I think the solution that you have for Jamaica School is appropriate. I am interested to hear a little bit more about, what Leland and Gray's plan. Sounds like you've already kind of started this discussion ahead of our budget challenge. So I think that's, I'd like to hear a little bit more about how that's going to go and where we think we're going to be. But from my perspective, I think we should go ahead and leave the reduction in administrator and hear a little bit more about Leland and Gray.
The last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great.
So I have
Go
a
ahead.
question. So the reduction in administrator, and I'm sure the public will speak up if I misspeak, we're also talking about changing the admin assistant job to take on a .50 FTE para position.
Separate. They're both going to happen. We would add an additional half-time paraeducator under the direction of the lead teacher. So another adult that would be available for,
Right.
as well as redesign the admin assistant position.
But we're reducing administration in the school. So.
Yes.
So I'm just curious about how taking the admin away from jobs that, and I'm sure that people will correct me, I've heard she's taking on some of, the disciplinary action that happens when the principal's not in the school today. Have we discussed that with the admin? Do we understand how that is working?
I am not aware of that particular thing, but in my suggestion here for the level of service, the lead teacher would be in complete charge while on site, and the admin assistant aide and the paraeducator would work for the lead teacher. So if there was an immediate need for the service of a principal-like environment, I would suspect that under the direction of the superintendent and the principal who is overseeing Jamaica, that the actions would be taken by the lead teacher, not by a paraeducator or an aide. But that,
Well, I like the sound of that. I'm just,
Yes.
I think there's been concerns expressed.
that would be the design, and that would be the follow-through that would come from my office. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just kind of hoping that administrators would speak to that and what your thoughts on it are. How do you feel about it? As a how well is this going to function kind of conversation?
I can't speak to the Jamaica piece at all, but you know me, I always have something to say.
Yeah.
So just to back up a little bit, so the position, the halftime position at Leland and Gray that would be reduced, or reorganized, however we ended up doing that, was actually budgeted this year as a full-time position. And you guys may recall, that person left at the end of the school year, and we were not able to, well, we made a decision based on personnel. We had a experienced principal at Jamaica part-time to incorporate that person into ours and take that savings for this fiscal year. So really what you're seeing in 1 year's budget to the next is actually a full-time reduction at Leland and Gray in the administrator. Just want to make sure people understand that chain of events. And the argument certainly could be made, like Mike said, that maybe is too heavy. And all I would say about that is I think the impact on not having that half a person here or the full person here, regardless of how you look at it, is that positive change, the rate of positive change will be slowed. So that's, I mean, can Leland and Gray survive with 2 administrators? Yeah, sure, absolutely. 300 kids, very manageable, I think, with 2 full-time administrators. But I think that the implications of how we currently organize our roles, so I am the principal overseeing all of it and doing supervision and evaluation in the high school. Pam, as a half-time employee, as the dean of academics, oversees the middle school and does supervision evaluation there. And Johanna, as the dean of students, does all student management and is responsible for climate and culture, those kinds of things. So something gives, I guess is the best way to put it. So that would be my 2 cents from Leland and Gray. I can't speak to the Jamaica piece or how it impacts someone at Newbrook or how it would impact the people who get to Jamaica.
And I can only speak to that part. I certainly cannot speak to how it would impact Scotty. I come from a place with many, many more students and a lot less, in some cases, resources. But when we examined this particular scenario, one of the suggestions I had was a lead teacher, a part-time teacher, administrator, look to it, and so I'm pleased that we were able to kind of come to a conclusion of having that lead teacher to do some of those administrative things as well as working with the kids. The other thing that I was concerned about was the supervision of students in non-instructional situations, which is why the administrative assistant could be a school aide. So that person could take on the supervision in the cafeteria, so then the teachers would have some planning time or be able to collaborate. And so that would be restructured to be able to make sure that that's in place. Recess duty, things like that. Right now, teachers are doing all of that. A school aide would be able to do some of that. The para, when we looked at that, was really to assist with students with special needs and to be able to help in classroom situations, as well as with the special education teacher. So I think putting some of those defined pieces in place would help on the day-to-day administrative end of it. There would still need to be someone who would be working with formal student discipline, certainly a lead teacher in the event of significant disciplinary consequences. It would need to be a principal that would work with that lead teacher in terms of those kinds of things, which is what I currently do. I just drive the quick 11 miles or pick up the boat. And so I think putting those additional things in place, thinking a little outside the box, would help to support that. I can't really speak to what the impact would be in Scotty's world. I would think it would sort of be like what I'm doing now. Instead of me going to Leland and Gray, he goes to Newbrook or he goes to Jamaica. You have to be very organized. I have my calendar pretty set, and probably the one thing that I've learned through all of this, I was very set when I started that it would be certain days at certain schools, and I really had to be pretty flexible about that, and that's been my goal the second half of the year, is to just be at the school I need to be at when I need to be there, whether it's a Monday or a Friday or whatever. And so it has taken a little bit of time with the travel, and that's probably the one thing, but I think we've been able in this scenario to put some supports in place that would help to mitigate some of the absence, if you will, of the principal.
We started talking about this last week because the board asked us to find some savings, and I was part of this decision in terms of what we were going to present, and I'm proud of our work. There's no doubt that the savings will cost us in terms of my time. You know, I'm one guy, and I'd be working at 2 schools, so that would change the level of service. I'm not concerned about it. This is my 6th year, and I'm feeling you know, up to this challenge. Again, I think that we'll all need to, if this were what the board were to decide to do, I would really need to redefine my role and kind of redefine the way I do my job. You know, I'm out in front of the building almost every morning. I'm greeting parents and children, and it would just be different. It'd be different. I think that as a measure to get us through this difficult time, I think you know, it might be something like you could think of this decision as a temporary decision or a long-term decision. I would definitely make the recommendation that it be considered a temporary decision, not on behalf of me. And by the way, I didn't go looking at School Spring after I left the meeting. I'm very comfortable working for this group and for the children that I serve, and I'm sure that kids in Jamaica are going to be super fun as well. I want you guys to make a decision with the kids in mind and not worry about us. You know, we totally understand the situation you're in. I've been at the last 2 meetings. I know how hard this is. So we thought if we could do something towards the savings, and that would be something we should do. I don't have anything else to say specifically, but I would definitely suggest that that you leave it to us to break down the details and figure out exactly how it would work. I've got a great mentor, and I've got great colleagues, and I'm sure we'll figure out a nice way of doing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was there somebody out there?
Susie, did you have one?
Sorry.
Would the special ed teacher who's there now, Michelle, still be at Jamaica School?
So we assign positioned people. I would not see we are not currently planning on a reduction in the level of special education service that is currently provided to the Jamaica building.
Awesome, thank you.
Over here, Fiona's had her hand up.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fiona. I'm from Williamsville. And I don't know if this is the right point to ask this question in this comment, but because it's part of administrative change. I was listening. I wasn't able to be at last meeting, but I listened to it. And I was concerned that the board made the choice to ask this reduction without considering the administrative, the WCSU administrative costs. And I understand that that's because that vote has already happened. But to look at the SPED and the agency fund, which is part of the WCSU, but not take a look at the administrative costs for the administrative building, I think is short-sighted, because that is the place that has the least impact on programs, because they have the less interaction with kids. And also when I heard that the administrative raises for next year were between 3 and 3.5%. Did I get that right, Bill?
You did.
And that the teaching staff's wages are 2.5. That seems
3.25.
3.25. Okay. Then I misunderstood that point. Thank you. But I think that should be part of the equation. That part of the WCSU budget in looking at reductions. And I would like that to be re-looked at if possible within this scenario.
Well, so there is a meeting on February 10th, the WCSU. Sure. So that is definitely something that could be brought up.
Did you catch that, Fiona?
Yeah, I got it.
February 10th?
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, that's
And
good.
then-
Keep us on our toes.
I don't want to take time
No,
away
go ahead,
from
go ahead.
board members and stuff, but I have a deep concern about the whole thing with Jamaica. I just don't, I don't totally understand this, but how it works, but if there's a sudden problem with a student and you've got a teacher teaching and suddenly they have to leave that room then you've got to pull the admin in, and maybe the admin doesn't know what the project was, what's going on, that kind of stuff. I don't think that's quality education to me. And I'm wondering when the board is going to be concerned about Jamaica and look at it. I recall a few years ago, the town of Jamaica, there were some parents who wanted us to leave the union. And that was a very concerning thing. I was on the school board at Leland and Gray at the time, and there was a big brouhaha about that. And Bob called in some of the parents to find out what their concerns were, what can we do to want you to stay here. And I've been waiting to things settle, and I know this is a new board, but when are you guys gonna look at what's going on with Jamaica? Why are people not wanting to send their children there when they live right in that town? That's, you know, there was so much concern about it back then, but I haven't heard a single word said from this board about how do we make Jamaica a vital part of our educational programs.
Al, can I respond to that for a second? Yeah. I think it was Patty who was speaking. Patty, I shared that concern and I addressed that in the retreat. I actually suggested that the board do surveys to find out why people left a certain school. It's easy to assume it could be programmatic or site-specific, but it could also just be convenience for parents. So I suggested that we do surveys to find out what the reason was. Unfortunately, the board did not go along with that suggestion.
My concern about this, reducing an administrator at Leland and Gray, I feel like we, as a board, made a decision to move the 6th grade to this building and have it be a true middle school and be part of this community versus the elementary school community in a sense. And to then reduce oversight when there's now more students involved at this site, that's a concern to me. I just wanted to put that out there, which I supported the move of the 6th grade, and I think it's the right choice. I with children learning in clusters and 6, 7, 8 being one of those clusters, that made sense to me. But if we're just going to then take away oversight of that pretty big decision that we made, I think that's a little short-sighted personally.
Okay, can I?
Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. This is directed to Scotty Debachnik. You you serve the Newfane and Brookline students over at Newbrook as a principal. And if you're going to be leaving that building for, I don't know, a day, 2 half days, or however that's going to work, how is that going to impact the students at Newbrook, is my question.
That's hard to say. I've never really experienced it. I think that we would have to shift responsibilities just in the same way that we're describing at Jamaica. Currently, when I'm out of the building, I have a lead teacher. It's often Shelley Bostrom, who would be the lead person who would make decisions while I'm out. I'd need to be in contact with folks and available. As it is right now, I make a lot of decisions that could be delegated. They wouldn't be me doing them anymore, and that's different. I really trust my staff. I would say that one of the things that would surely change is that I'd be getting twice as much email. And that's the thing that's the first thing that I thought of was like, all right, I've got a certain amount of hours, and that would be a hurdle. But I think that with our...
Are you hinting for a raise with this split?
I haven't talked about it yet. What I'm really, though, in my report you'll see, we've shifted the way we've handled discipline at Newbrook, and you've seen that very well. And I'm really very grateful to Stephanie Betty Hancock, who kind of encouraged that change. As it is, we've got 1 less referral per day on the average. So last year in October, we were at 3.5 referrals per day. Those are incidents in the building. It could be minor or major incidents. This year, we're at 2.5, which means that's 1 less child that needs to fail every single day. which I'm very, very proud of and very happy about. One of the things that's also shifted, though, is the responsibility of discipline. Most discipline in the building, harassment and bullying comes to me every time. Anything that was like an intentional harm of another child would come to me. But most other things are handled by our behaviorist and her staff, and it's going really well. And I feel like I'm ready for this challenge. It will have a cost, though. There's no doubt. And what I can foresee happening is that there will be some days where I have to go from one school to another. And I believe that's about 25 minutes. I just got a new used car, and I'm sure it's going to get me there. Ken, I appreciate you looking after the school, which is what you always do. Again, I mean, we came up with these scenarios because how else are you going to come up with $500,000? I mean, we really sat down and really thought, all right, what can we do? And I landed here not with the hopes of having, what you're talking about, a raise, not for that reason, but because what else are we going to do, and how else can we help to shave away at this at the taxpayer's burden? So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and it's going to be different. I will not be out front of the school every morning. I will not be poking into the classes at the same rate that I do now. But with that change, especially if we think of it as a one-year thing or a two-year thing or a temporary thing, I'm not. It's not a. For me, it's not a major concern. If this is what you guys need us to do, we can do it. Did I answer your question?
So
You said you can do it. My question was, how's it going to impact the students? That was the question.
Yep.
Ken, can I follow up on that? So I think we've identified the two items that could be most potentially harmful for students and disruptive. Lori, if I could just get your financial guidance here. If we were to exclude those two, that would put us at approximately 400,000 in reduction?
Oh,
Is that right?
the number one and the last one?
Yeah,
And take out the plus
Take out the
16,000.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we might want that one
I don't think that was
back.
added, you didn't add that in, did you, Bill?
Yeah.
Oh.
Put everything in there. We'll
Of
claw,
course
we'll,
he did.
we'll claw that one back.
We don't want that.
And if memory serves, every $50,000 is essentially equal to a penny in property tax?
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
Every 50,000 you reduce, the number changes, so. There's a very long calculation.
Can I ask, are those calculations fair anymore with the diversity amongst the 4 towns? With the inequity of tax burden on the 4 towns, are those figures still, is that fair
The
to say
50,000?
1 penny? Do you know what I mean? No. Well, it'll impact Jamaica differently than it'll impact Brookline.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say a penny is going to do, I mean.
We're talking about the unified tax rate.
Right.
Gotcha,
Right.
gotcha, thank you, thank you.
So to
And-
reduce
go
the
ahead.
$401,000, get you to a unified tax rate of 201.
And how does that affect every town?
So it's not going to change anything for Brookline, Newfane, or Townsend because they have the 5% incentive protection. So it doesn't change anything there, and it gets, oops, I'm wrong. I have a lot of spreadsheets open here. All right, so that gets Jamaica to 20-cent increase or 10.83%.
Sorry, say it again?
10.83%. 20 cents or 10.83%.
But regardless, after the hold harmless is no longer in effect, and all those rolled back taxes that we are getting a break on now,
Yes, everybody.
it's still gonna, what change is gonna happen in Newfane and Brookline and Townsend is gonna roll and hit those towns in the long run, correct? If it's an increase?
Any increase in the tax rate will hit everybody when the incentives go away.
Okay.
And it's supposed to sunset in 2024 unless we were to
Right.
exceed it before that.
Right, the
And
5%, it really goes year to year. You could lose it next year depending on the budget and the tax rate that comes in.
Right.
So, for this year specifically, you would still keep it. Your incentive, your 5%.
It's not directly related, but could you explain how the academic support team works?
Sure. So when we had the DMG study, you guys remember the DMG study?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no? Okay. We were one of 10 supervisory unions to be part of the District Management Group study, which was a precursor to Act 173. So we had an audit of our instructional delivery system. And recommendations came out from that specifically for our SU, and they came out for all other 10 SUs. And they were collected into, these are the strategies that should be used across Vermont. So we got both the global strategy and we both got our internal strategy. One of the points that were made during the DMG thing was one of the ways to control costs to the best of our ability that's in the locus of control of instruction is to have the highest caliber, highest expertise people work with students who are struggling. Not just students that have made it to the point where they require an individual education plan, but students that are just struggling beyond the classroom instruction. And so there was a gap between delivering special education instruction and classroom instruction. And so one of the strategies that we investigated was the development of the academic support team. So the academic support team is 6.6 employees across West River, River Valleys, and Marlboro that meet monthly and are becoming, and were hired as, experts in either literacy or literacy in math. And we even have one that's particular to literacy in K through 3. We've initially assigned those people to different buildings based on the population, and as we get more data from our local comprehensive assessment system, those people are going to be shifted to the needs of the students. Right now, they're where they are because we don't have enough data. So they basically operate in a dual capacity. One, they're delivering direct service to students that need additional assistance beyond classroom instruction. And two, they are coaching and working with teachers about how to change that universal instruction so that their services become unnecessary.
Is this K-12 or?
Right, we are doing it right now at K through 5, and we hope to stretch it to the middle school next year.
So there's 6 additional teachers
Yes.
that are actually out with students that
Yes.
are not part of our count of.
They are out with working with students, and the exchange that we did is we reduced every single paraeducator that was working on academic instruction.
And I see that it's largely grant funded.
A majority is grant funded. There is about 117,000, I think, from West River. There's 86,000 from River Valleys. So there's a contribution that is equivalent to the level of service they're getting, but predominantly it is grant funded.
How long is that grant? Are we going to be?
So we use what we call our consolidated federal grant, and so we have been getting that since the beginning of time. And we only spend the amount that we know we're guaranteed to get. Sometimes there's some excess, sometimes, depending on what the federal government does, there's less. But we always budget ours so that we can provide the level of service we want for our students.
Okay.
Prior to the merge, we had 1.6 FTE at my school of academic support that came out of our local budget, probably cut with some federal grants as well. So some of the buildings, did you have prior to? So some of the buildings had people in place that they worked.
Yeah.
It's so much more efficient this year. It's incredible what Jen has done with her team, because they studied the data from each of the elementary schools before deployment, then they came into the school, they met with the kids. Now they come to our EST meetings and they're able to with language that parents can appreciate. They can really explain what the issue is and what it will take to overcome those issues. And I believe that it's going to lead us to fewer special ed referrals. I believe it's going to reduce the amount of frustration, especially the kids that are in grades like 3, 4, and 5, where they're starting to realize that, hey, I missed this. You know, and this doesn't always come. This isn't always self-made. I mean, we have a lot of kids that move in, and they might have missed something because the curriculum wasn't aligned. And so here we are. We're able to fill in these gaps and keep them with their friends where they're supposed to be, and maybe only out of the room for 20 minutes a day to work on fluency, or you know, it's really it's so impressive. You really ought to check it out.
So just kind of looking at I know it says here that you assign them as necessary. It looks like about 4 of those FTEs are basically kind of the percentage that we're buying into this.
I would have to defer to Lori to figure out those exact, but
Yeah,
yes.
somewhere in that. So, you know, when I'm thinking about those teachers and discussing, like, well, do we have 25 students in a 4 or 5 classroom, or do we have 2 teachers in Jamaica? We also have 4 additional experts that we're also applying to those same areas that are not part of those.
It's actually a very good point, because that's how we have to report them as well, because they are doing direct instruction.
So there's more adults in our building teaching our kids than what we're actually seeing on the other page.
You are seeing classroom teachers. Right, that is correct. Similar to how we will deploy special education teachers, and you don't see that. You just get an assessment for special education, and they're deployed based on the service page of the individual education plan. Paul?
Are those teachers, is that equal through all the schools?
So they-
I mean, I'm just wondering if all the
Sure.
schools, since they have,
It's all dependent on the number of students. So
So-
time is distributed based on number of
so
students.
does Jamaica have that now?
Yeah, but they don't have a full-time person, because there's 29 students.
And other schools do have a full-time person?
Yes. It's very similar to the principal.
So, yeah, so how is this equal for Jamaica? That was the whole thing about Act 46, 48, whatever. It was supposed to create an equal opportunity for things to happen at all the schools, and I see Jamaica getting short-shifted. I have a serious problem with the way this all has worked out. Not worked out to what I told my town it was gonna be.
Can I add to what Patty is saying? My name is Lisa. I have a student at Jamaica Village School. He is now a first grader, and he's with the K and 1 are together. And next year, if a teacher goes away, it'll be K1 and 2. Well, he's a very bright young man, and he could really benefit from some extra math. But he's taking care of the younger kids in the class. That's what's going on now. And that's going to be exacerbated next year. And that's really not desirable at all. And I am not seeing the values K through 6 up there. What happened to the foreign language? That went away. And cutting back, and then this young man is not challenged at all. And he doesn't, and if we don't have someone there to, and I spoke with Ms. Bernardo of that, and she was very helpful and spoke with me at length about it. But she has put forth a plan to provide for an individual, something to bolster his studies, but not until 2022. Well, that's too long for him to be hanging around. He's learning study habits now, and he needs to receive a higher quality of stimulation. I'm all in support of helping people who are struggling, but I'd like to hear the opposite as well. How about the kids that are ready to excel? They're ready to launch, and he's not getting there at all.
We do not currently employ anybody that provides that level of service to any of our students in that particular job description.
Well, that's a very, excuse me, but bland response, because there needs to be, if there's to be equality among all of the students, he needs to receive at his level. He's not even at his level. He's missing out on time because there's one teacher for these, maybe next year, 3 grades. He's not getting the attention that he needs. And he'll be one of 2 students. And the other student is a very young girl. So he'll be a single male, maybe in a classroom of 6 kids. That's not equality of education. And I would just say as an aside to that, I'm excited about free choice, but I wonder if the board doesn't consider that maybe allowing a mass exodus out of Jamaica Village School was not the right way to go about it. Perhaps the lottery to allow people to go in a more paced fashion so that the school receiving all the students could be better prepared to absorb them instead of being overflowing. This is what I'm hearing from people here. They're jam-packed, too many students. And now here we are, we don't have enough students. Thank you.
Yes. Craig, I was waiting.
Yes. Craig Roach, principal of Townsend School. I hear you. I think you're probably referencing the jam-packedness of Townsend School. Those classrooms that we have, multi-grade 3, 4, and 4, 5, are certainly filled with numbers. And that's tough. To have a teacher teach 2 grades is pretty difficult. And when we talk about teaching 2 grades, what you're really talking about is teaching 4 grades. Because if you're teaching 4, 5, you're really teaching 3 and 4, and then 5 and 6 for the students who need the extra enrichment. Our academic support teachers, which is what we were talking about just before this, do provide that service for enrichment and additional opportunities for students who are achieving well beyond their grade levels. What I hear in the last few weeks, and I apologize, is we're really looking for quality of education at Jamaica, and we're really caring about Jamaica School and what it's going to become. And we're also trying to cut things from our budget that will impact our students and our teachers and staff at Townsend. And if we're going to talk about quality of education and equity, I think we do have all the same opportunities at Jamaica. If we're talking about percentage points, the number of students that attend and how often they get an opportunity to be with PAM or to be with AST. I would welcome anybody from Jamaica to come on down with us for school choice so we can offer those opportunities to serve kids. And that's our #1 job. Every single person up here is to take care of the education of kids and provide them with a really nice, caring environment to meet them at the level where they're at. So when I think about what kind of education can we give, and we're talking about cutting, I don't think we can have it both ways. And so the numbers are going down in Jamaica, for sure. But if you can help us support the quality of education that we're giving, especially from the people who have left Jamaica, we're providing with some really good opportunities. And I want to provide for your son. Scotty would certainly love to provide for your son to get what you think he needs. And there's really one way to do that is to support us and not cut so much. We can't increase population, but I can provide you a caring atmosphere with teachers who care and enrichment opportunities. But we also can't cut too much. So I guess that was a diatribe of my thoughts. But I don't know your son, but I would welcome him down and anybody else. And we can provide a rich part of education, which is what we're trying to do.
And unless they want to come down and their class size is already full, which messes with the whole choice program.
Yeah,
which
I
is
got
a problem.
But I got a rebuttal for that too, is that we could also increase, we're talking about increasing the size of our classes, which again fits our standards. But we can also add an additional teacher or 2 to make sure that they're not just 1 student and a younger student, as your example says. Like, we can add teachers and provide a really good education for kids if they travel down. And you guys can come at me, I'm good with it.
Well, and the reason you're able to do that is because this board is supporting the Townsend School and giving the resources to the Townsend School. Bottom line, that's what it is. You're getting the resources, you're talking about you have the resources that we don't have.
Yep.
So therefore, you're offering that to this person for her child, saying, you guys don't have those resources, but we do, so you bring your kid on down to Townsend.
I gotcha, right?
Yeah, right.
And I love this debate. Again, I love talking about education. I love my job.
I mean,
The-
Jamaica has a village school where. It's school. And it's very vital to the town of Jamaica to have a school. Yeah.
Okay.
And it, you know.
Just one at a time. I just wanted to-
Okay, sure. We are supported by the board, we're supported by the budget, because families in your town have chosen to make a move. And so, as Bill's,
Know what was there.
what?
I'm not sure they knew what was there when their kids went to Jamaica, to Townsend. I mean, that they were being offered something that Jamaica couldn't give them because we didn't have the resources.
No, I think I believe as a parent, one of the driving factors, and we sort of talked about this last year with Wyndham, is the opportunity of class sizes and additional opportunities that a larger school can provide. And I think that we saw those numbers dipping a little bit. And I think, and there are probably parents in this room who have said, I'm going to school choice to Townsend because it provides different opportunities. The board said, to provide those opportunities, we're going to support you with some additional funding or programs. But.
All right, another hand up.
I'd just like to say, I'm hearing what she's saying, and she's saying we're all in the district.
Yeah.
And so to send my child to your school is great. You've got money from the district, but Jamaica's in the district. And those kids are in the district, and they should be supported too. And I'm not sure I think there are opportunities that a smaller school can do, and maybe they need a little bit more support. Not so, well, you're not getting the support, so we'll send you to Townsend. I'm from Townsend, that's great, but I think we have to remember there are positive things for that little Jamaica school. And this board is supposed to represent them as much as they do Townsend and Newbrook.
Yes.
So, if I.
Yeah.
So I would agree with everything, that the board has allocated resources in an equitable manner. There's just different populations of students, and so different levels of service are given to different levels of populations. But the service is of a similar ratio. So if you have 100 kids and you have a full-time principal, and you have 50 kids and you have a half-time principal, that would be an equivalent ratio. So when you go from 70 kids 2 years ago in Jamaica to a projected 24, there's going to be a difference in the level of service, but that level of service will be similar in a pro rata basis to the other elementary schools.
Go ahead, Patty.
But if you have no idea why those people have taken their kids and gone somewhere else, you cannot change a thing for Jamaica. That needs to be figured out.
Sure.
What was the difference between Townsend and Jamaica? At one time, Jamaica had 105 kids. What was the difference between Townsend and Jamaica that made people from Jamaica want to go to Townsend other than you were a bigger school? You wouldn't have been a bigger school.
That's right.
And nobody's bothered to find out what the problems were and why people moved away.
I think gathering data is a very valuable.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ken.
The answer to that question is this is the problem with equity and not being equal. But anyway, can we task later on when we get to tasks, the superintendent to look into doing a survey in Jamaica so we can get to the root of that problem? Does it sound fair that we can get to that?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heidi, I think you're next.
I just want to speak to that for just a second, Patty. Only because we've had an influx of kids and I've had many conversations with families. And I have found two areas that seem to be a reason why people have changed. The convenience to the high school, having their kids all in one location. It just so happens that it's Townsend, that's what Leland Gray is across from. The other one that I've heard multiple times was, my daughter is one of only two, or my son is one of only a couple in his class, and the friend pool is pretty small, and we want to have a bigger classroom size. I don't think it had much to do with the makeup of Jamaica. I feel like they were looking for a place that had more girls in a class, or, you know, coming and combining two creates more options. I think that's probably what we're gonna find, because that's what people have said to me as they've come in and I've chatted with them, and there's some of that. I mean, two schools that are decreasing in size, that don't have as many options for the same grade level, and then the convenience of, well, I have high schoolers, so I'm just gonna bring them there because the bus is gonna go and take my high school kids, so they might as well take my elementary school kid too. I think that's some of it. It just happens that Townsend is what's across from Leland Craig.
Well, let me try to encapsulate everything that we've heard for probably the last 45 minutes or an hour. It seems as though the greatest points of contention are with the first and with the last of these. And Lori, I just wanted to ask you again, so with 400,000 in reduction, we would be at a unified tax rate of $2.01, correct?
Yes, after the 6-cent incentive.
Which would imply a 20-cent increase for Jamaica, or 10.83%.
That's correct. Of course, these are all rough numbers because there's a lot of things in flux.
Well, I figured it'd be at 10.83, you'd be spot on, no?
Yeah.
No?
If it
Okay.
changes even to like 10.85, I'm just
Okay. No pressure.
I mean, I think all of the points that have been brought up, both from members of the public as well as yours, that those two in particular would cause the greatest disruption and potentially impact students and decrease equity, which is essentially what we're here for, is to try to have an equitable solution for all students. And if anybody wants to comment on that, I'd love to hear it. But I think, unless we have more discussion, I'd love to entertain a motion to remove those two and apply the $400,000 in reduction.
Actually, we're gonna move 3, remember, the 16,000?
Well, that's.
Don't forget it. Let's
We'll
remove
take
it.
back the 16,000,
Yes, we'll take back this. We'll remove the
I think that was
item.
inclusive of the 401,000.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
Okay.
I haven't heard anyone address what Mr. Tebow said about the block scheduling. The difference that he did not seem to think it was a very good idea.
Apologies. What I meant by the last one, that was the one.
Oh, that was the
Yeah,
one.
so the first one in our list, and then the last one, which is the going to an 8-day period. You're absolutely correct.
And how do we study that?
Well, they started a study.
You already started?
We have a committee working on it currently.
It's not gonna be one of those committees like when we did the committee of 6 with the 2 superintendents go into a room and figure out they can't cut a superintendent?
I was
Just
not
like
one of
that.
those two
Just like that.
superintendents.
You weren't, no, you weren't.
I
in
was
on
not.
that. You were not in on that. It was actually the year before you became the superintendent.
That's right.
I remember it well.
Yes, sir.
Do we know what the total increase to the budget is? We're talking about these as decreases, and in fact, we're not decreasing the budget at all.
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
Yeah, so we're talking about these as decreases to the budget, and these are not decreases. What is the total increase to the budget that we're talking about right now?
Great point.
With the removal of the 401, 462.
We're increasing it less.
Yes. If I had to guess, it'd be around 3%.
330 increase is my guess, right? 3%?
I think Liz was right.
Because 11.7. I'm gonna go 2.89.
401,461.
I'm sorry, say it again?
401,461 is the increase from, sorry.
The
Hold,
decrease.
please. That was the decrease. You're right. You're talking about the year over year, right, Drew?
Correct.
Yeah,
Is that what you're
total
talking
increase to the budget.
2.9.
Sorry.
2.9?
I'm gonna have the math brain like Bill.
325.
So the year over year would be 337,649.
And percentage-wise?
300 and what?
337?
337?
I think you're right. You're spot on.
I'm going 2.93.
I'm going 2.97.
What's the over?
You can go on and I'll come back to you.
Well, actually, I have a question for Bill, following up on
Sorry, one at a
student.
time. Go ahead.
At the WCSU level,
Yes.
and it happens every year when we bring up the budget, and we're talking about special ed and everything else, and we talk about meeting the kids' needs. I've brought up to Stephanie every time about, don't forget about the kids that are ahead of the curve. And whose job is it to make sure those kids are challenged?
Well, I think you're echoing the point. that
Right,
the
so
parent made over there.
how do we do that? Because we need to do that. Every child must be challenged. You know, that's how we do it.
It is an area in which we can grow without adding a position. I think we can do that.
Because there was we've discussed this in the past, I know we have, that we don't just stop at, okay,
Oh.
everybody made the mark. No,
I
you're
am
still
confident
challenged.
that is going on in a variety of places, but I couldn't give you a report in a systematic way. But I
Right.
think what you're asking for is something to that nature.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should talk about that when we talk about the continuous improvement plans in a minute.
Right.
Or several minutes, as the case may be.
So speaking of which,
No, we used to do that.
I'd
we
be
used
glad to
do that
entertain that
too, but we
motion
actually had
again.
a person.
Yeah, I had that too.
But actually, let's wait for Lori to
Two
come out
point-
with the magic number.
2.88.
Oh,
Was he close?
he said 2.9.
He was wrong, that's all.
I was hedging. My first one was 2.89, then I hedged to 2.93.
You said 3.5, so.
You're too close. You keep hearing on my whispers.
So 201 and Newfane and Brookline rates right now are 188.5 and Townsend is 195, correct?
Correct.
No chance that Townsend would lose that 5% protection.
So there always is a chance. I can't, basically, these are the factors. Let me read the factors that still haven't worked into these tax rates. So before you plan your, what check you're gonna write to the town. I don't know what the commissioner's gonna do with the yield, right? The yield is most likely always changes, typically before town meeting day. So if the yield goes up, tax rates go down. That puts everybody at risk, mainly Townsend, not so much Brookline and Newfane, at losing the 5% incentive protection. The other factors are how the AOE calculates the tax rate based on the split. So remember, we haven't split the budget yet, right? This is the pre-K through 12 budget that we're looking at right here. But West River actually is West River A and West River B. So when all of that goes up to the state and creates a tax rate for West River A and it creates a tax rate for West River B. And those are combined. So last year, just to give you some idea, I think I projected a tax rate of $1.90 roughly, and it came in at $1.88 or $1.86. So once the combination happened, there was a little bit of a change there. The equalized pupils are not finalized. If the equalized pupils go up, tax rates go down. If they go down, tax rate goes up. And then the last one that I can identify is the AOE. Also, I've identified some exclusions to the penalty, which is about $706 per student. And there is all other exclusions out there that could impact that as well. If we add to the exclusions, then the tax rate will go down. So if the tax rate drops for any reason below $1.95, then Townsend loses the protection. So, still a ways off. Game isn't
We would lose
finished
the
yet.
protection, but then we would have that rate.
You would have that rate, so
We-
if the tax rate went down, so let me, for instance, if you were to cut all $538,000 out of this budget, and the yield went up to $11,000, we'll say, okay? That would drop the tax rate to the unified tax rate, again, I'm projecting because we haven't split it yet, to $1.94, okay? So that $1.94 is below the $1.95, so that would become Townsend's tax rate, $1.94, and they would lose the protection. So next year, they would not have any protection. So if the budget goes way up, you know, you start increasing, adding some of these things back in or whatever, the building stuff, any of that, then Townsend would continue, just like Jamaica has, to increase beyond the protection. Does that make sense to everybody?
Formula is super clear.
Yeah, well, this adds a complete layer of complexity that is beyond.
Essentially, tell me if I'm wrong, Larry, but the same thing could happen that happened to Jamaica, where, you know, we have a budget that goes up 6%, but by some crazy formula up at the state level, 1 + 1 = 3, and now all of a sudden you're at a 19% tax increase, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and as I explained last time, Jamaica's CLA, which is playing into this as well, has continued to decrease. So I think it was 5 years ago, I have that in my file. I think it was like over 100%, 103 or 4%, and it's continued to go down every year, which makes your tax rate go up, with nothing to do with expenses, nothing to do with the school budget. I mean, it has something to do with it, but it doesn't have a direct correlation to it. So, right, not because of it.
So it kind of sounds like 400,000 is a good call for a number of reasons. It kind of puts us in a sweet spot where Townsend's slightly protected. And you may also see a several cent decrease anyway with some of the other factors with the yield, et cetera. And it solves some of the problems in terms of making sure that our students are served and it's less disruptive. Okay.
So what's that bottom line number, and does anybody want to make a motion?
Lori, what would that reduction be? 401,000 and,
Do you want the total, what's the total?
or I'm sorry, we would. Do we want to make a motion in what the total increase in budget would be?
So,
Based on,
do you want me to give you the number first?
Sure,
And then
please.
we can
Yep.
talk about it? So if you decrease the $401,000 and change, would bring the budget in at $12,047,731.
2.88?
2.88.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna make your motion, Al. To make the motion, are we ready?
Yes, I believe we are. I mean, we can discuss it afterwards, sure.
Okay. So I guess the motion would be to accept the document, accept what was been presented, removing the first one, removing the 16,000, and the last one. So we're talking about a budget increase for the year of 337,649, which is about 2.88%, and a total budget of 12,047,731.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Oh, I forgot you were there, Joe.
You're there, Joe. How many was that? 5?
Can I just get a show of hands for that?
I can't show you my hand.
We got it.
You got it.
I'm waving it.
You better not be fibbing.
Not in favor? Any not in favor?
Fine. I'm not thrilled, it's over the COLA. I'm not thrilled.
I knew you were gonna say COLA, all right.
All right, as long as you know.
But we have to have it for the record. Are you yes, no, or abstain?
Okay. You want to know? You got to know.
Okay.
Okay, you asked for it, you got it. If it's above the COLA, I don't approve of budget.
That's what we love about you, Ken, is you're very consistent.
Yes.
All right, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Moving on to continuous improvement plan.
So you guys got all these in your packets. There's additional copies on the round table. Each school, building, and principal has gone through a process to get to a school improvement plan, which is a living document for 3 years. We received a 7-month extension up until January of 2020. These were due in August, and they allowed us, or 6 months, to have a 6-month extension through January so that it was a true representation of what was going on in the buildings. I don't know if the principals want to speak a little bit to each one of their process or where they're at for the benefit of the board. I know the board had it 48 hours in advance, but it's a lot of paper, it's a lot of words, a lot of acronyms. So I think it might be helpful, you know, a nice 60 to 90 second from each principal about what's your goals, what you're trying to accomplish. What does the CIP do for your kids?
60 to 90 seconds.
Well, I'm not running the meeting, so.
All right, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Well, let Scotty go first.
Well, that was kind.
I can go.
No, I'll go. So we did a lot of this work as a large group, and it was modeled to us by Jen McKusick, our curriculum coordinator, who has a lot of experience in action planning. Our action plan at my school comes down very similarly in that it's got 4 goals. The first of which is around math, and the big change in my math goal is that I really want to adopt the strategy that they have adopted under Craig's leadership at Townsend, the math workshop model. It's in place in many of my classrooms, but I really want to see that fully in use. But again, we're using a specific curriculum, Engage New York, and we want to follow through and make sure that that is continuing as well, and all of our assessing that we're doing is turning around and informing instruction. Our second goal is safe and healthy schools. That's a mandate that you have a safe and healthy school goal. We have been working, we've done a lot of work on the SU level in terms of being trauma informed and making trauma-based decisions, especially when it comes to discipline. At my specific school, we use positive behavior intervention and supports, which is also part of our safe and healthy school goal. Our third goal is around using text from your reading, using evidence from your reading in order to support an opinion or a thesis when you're writing. And that is an ELA goal that we've had in place. It really matches with the assessments that we're doing at the end of the year, the summative assessments. And finally, because my school did not close the gap sufficiently between children in poverty and those that and the general population, we were required to do an equity goal, which we really put together all the things that we're currently doing and enumerated them. I don't think any of this was an addition. Quite honestly, there's really no way, since it's illegal to identify a child in poverty formally, because you're not allowed to share that kind of information. There'd be no way of closing that gap without just doing things universally and by parent choice. And so that's where my CIP landed. I'm very excited about it. I think that I worked very hard on it, and I'm really proud of the way it turned out.
I'll follow up on that. Yeah, my CIP looks similar to Scotty's. We have 3 goals, one addressing mathematics, the other one English language arts, and the last one is safe and healthy schools. our ELA and math goals are very similar, which is to increase the capacity in teaching instruction of our teachers, giving Tier 1 instruction, being supported by the academic support team to increase skills, then to perform them on our LCAS. And then our Safe and Healthy Schools goal, the biggest thing that we've done this year and moving forward is we adopted a new social emotional learning program called Choose Love. And we are starting the process of investigating Scotty's program of PBIS down at Townsend School to increase student climate and our MTSS model.
Sure, we'll keep all the elementaries together. I was very challenged by this. I have not had the opportunity to do this in this way before. Obviously, I've had to set state goals for many, many years, but in a very different format. I did a great deal of examination of the data at Jamaica Village School, and one of the things that I've continually shared is that, and I believe I shared it with all of you in the fall, was the fact that well over 46% of our students are not proficient or advanced, and that's just not acceptable. And so I started to look at instructional practices. One of the advantages of the small school is I can get in those classrooms a lot, even on the short days that I'm there. And so we have, in working with Dr. McCusick, we have identified 2 goals for Jamaica. One is very similar to what the other 2 elementary schools are working on. This is looking at reading and writing in a workshop approach. I've had a great deal of experience with professional development on that, so it will be pretty efficient to be able to implement that in a fairly expedient manner. The other goal is a safe and healthy school, and that one I struggled a little bit to combine that with the academics. And what we decided to do was really look at personalized learning plans and goal setting for every single one of our students in the areas of reading and math. And I believe that that helps to address the one community member that spoke about, one of the board members that spoke about acceleration and enrichment. And because Vermont does not require a gifted and talented program here, this is one way by using a workshop approach and setting personalized goals, particularly in reading and writing, that can allow kids and teachers to work together to move at their own rate rather than a static, I'm in 3rd grade, so this is the only thing I can do. And so we'll be able to look through and do that. That will take a little bit longer to implement, but I think using that in combination with a workshop approach will move our kiddos in that direction.
All right, before I jump into mine, a couple other things to mention that all of us had to do to collect data points is that we all participated, you guys I'm sure received some of these as well. Full surveys of students at age appropriate levels, parents and staff that we collected last spring. That data gets into the hopper with our teams that are doing this work as well to look at that, as well as the student data that Pam referenced. I'm not sure exactly how these guys do it in some of the smaller schools where the teams of teachers are the entire staff. For us, we have a teacher leadership group that did that analysis, and we spent the entire day breaking down all that data, including another survey we did around a self-assessment that we did based on the NEASC standards as part of a process that Bill and Jen and I were having this discussion around NEASC, which is a whole other thing we'll come back to at a later date. But, so we collected a bunch of data there as well. Our first goal was to, as you can see, to create and fully implement the PBGR system for all students by the fall of 2022. We know that is later than what the state had set as the initial date, but we also started later. So, you know, there's a lot of steps involved, as you can see on the next page around some of those change ideas. Sort of lays out a little bit of a timeline of how we do that work. In fact, we have a team of people going to a workshop next week, or week after, I think, to get some further information on that implementation piece. Our second one, the Safe Healthy Schools, was to fully implement the MTSS system. That sort of fits under the umbrella of what the WCSU SIP is doing, and really making sure that our staff is fully understanding the multi-tiered approach to instruction and how we're fully supporting kids. The third one Scotty mentioned, Newbrook and New Gray are the two that were identified as equity schools, which, as we joked, sounds like it should be a good thing that you're an equity school, but it turns out that that's not a good thing, that there's a lack of equity. And so one of the things that we talked about, when there had been a student survey that Joanna had done around the culture and climate, I think some of that data was maybe shared with you guys. We really analyzed that data, and the student council dug into it and shared some of that stuff with the staff, and that led to this third goal of 100% of students feel a sense of belonging within our positive and supportive community. We felt that a lot of kids felt like they were part of a community for different reasons, and the reasons were different from middle to high school. But anyway, so that's where we are involving some of the steps there, and that was our last, that was it. That was our first one.
Thank you. Wow, very concise. You guys beat the 3 minutes.
So for compliance sake, I do need the board to make a motion to approve and list the individual schools so that it can be in the minutes. I have to attach that to our grant proposals.
And before you do that, actually, Bill, the vote piece too, maybe got mentioned earlier, but the staffs fully voted to support these as well. So each one of our staffs held a vote to have a formal.
Yep,
Oh,
and our
okay.
PACs did as well, so the principal advisory committees all met, I believe, and they've all.
We didn't vote, but we shared it with them.
Yep. They endorsed what that means.
So.
Excellent.
Yep.
Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept, is that what we're going to say? Approve.
The continuous improvement plan for
Leland and Gray, Newbrook, Townsend, and Jamaica.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aaron, you got that? Sweet.
Aye.
Delayed aye.
Voice speaks.
Well, I gotta take you off mute.
Oh.
I figure you guys don't wanna hear me like just sitting here.
All right, on to the student reports.
I have nothing to report, personally.
Fair enough.
In a meeting that we had with Mr. Tebow, he asked us, as part of our independent study, to do a presentation for the board at the end of the school year. So we were wondering what the board would like us to report about.
So this is a culmination, what they're doing with me is accredited course on school governance. And their part of their experience obviously is coming to the meetings and participating in committees like they have been, and part of it is meeting with me every other week as well to like debrief what happens in these meetings and to prepare them for the next one, and also to talk about school governance in general. So anything that would relate to them demonstrating knowledge around that would be, maybe they can explain the funding formula or something like that. Just kidding, guys.
No, that's PhD.
That's PhD level.
Yeah.
So whatever you guys think would be valuable for them to dig in a little deeper on for some learning, and then also share out their learning with you guys.
I think it's great to hear how you understand how the board works, how it relates to the different towns, how each representative is supposed to play their role. But I'd also like to hear what you think students want the board to know.
Okay.
Great point.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's a great one.
Oh, sure.
I'd like to know what programs the students feel are most important, or what programs they would benefit from most, that maybe aren't here or should be here.
You verify that they aren't allowed to task me to do a survey.
No, we are not. We are
Feel
not.
free to task the principal with anything. I'll make that as a motion.
So we're talking about programs that don't exist that we
If there's
think.
Maybe, if there's.
Or more of, or
Changing, maybe like the program for students being on the board and meeting with the principal is really good, and or maybe it's really bad.
Depends on the day, Drew.
What programs are missing, or what programs are good that we should support? Because we're going to have tough budget discussions in future years, and knowing what the students value is important.
I can tell you right now that like I think the biggest program the students value is definitely sports. Like definitely sports. So I would continue going forward with full support of that as much as you can, within reason.
If that was true, we would have 100% participation in sports. So we can't say every student.
But just because someone doesn't play doesn't mean they don't participate.
There are
Or don't go to all the games.
Yeah, there are during soccer season and basketball season there were a lot of students at our games.
Okay, I agree with a lot, definitely.
Less so the middle schoolers, more so the high schoolers, but still.
Good.
Anybody else? Joe?
No, I'm the part about the student programming that they find important. That's a tough one because it's like I when I was thinking about this report, I think it really, you know, the value for the board is in the experience that these particular students had, rather than, you know, is this a poll? Is it, you know, they talk to their friends? Is it a personal opinion? I think this is the most valuable program. You know, I'd sort of like to hear, you know, the recap of the year too. Like, you know, when you first got on the board, what did you expect? And after being on it for a year, what was different than you thought, or how does it, you know, how did the actual sitting on the board compare with your expectations? That kind of thing. You know, so the personal growth part, or the progression anyway.
That's good. Anybody else? Is that enough for you?
Yeah.
We'll
get it done.
No, vote them up.
Everybody.
Perfect. All right, principal reports. I think everybody read the principal reports, but if you guys want to, same style, do a 1-minute recap of anything that you want to highlight.
I would like to highlight again, and I already kind of got into it, but I'm really proud to see that what I thought was happening at Newbrook is in fact happening. We have fewer incidents to report out of our Swiss incident database, and I really believe that's because instead of, I mean, we've always been very educational with our consequences and with my discipline, but I'm the principal, and I'm one guy, and I try to do a really good job with everybody, but that's not a system, that's a person. And now we have this system in place that's informed by experts, Beth Merrill and our behaviorist, Jen Ather. And what we're finding is that we have one child every day who's not getting written up that in the past has. And that is an amazing thing to me, because when I think about what that means, and I didn't break it down for today, which I should have, but when you think about a referral, that's going to take an hour maybe out of class time for this child sometimes, right? So here's a kid that's struggling with their behavior, and probably because of that, compounding the time out of class, he's struggling with his academics. And here we are now saving one child every day of an hour of time. It's an amazing thing. And I have to say too that I wasn't like all for it at the beginning of the year. I was like, gosh, I hope this works. And it's working like a charm. And that really was because Stephanie, our special ed director, really pushed us in that direction. And I'm so pleased with how it's worked, and all the staff has stepped up, and people are pretty jazzed about it. You know, there's just, the kids we're teaching them how to behave, and they're learning how to behave better. And that's an amazing thing, and I'm just really proud.
Oh, I can jump off on that. Yeah, this past month of January opens sort of when we return from the holiday break. Starts our benchmarking period. And so I'm really proud of my teachers. They got all of their benchmarking done for our LCAS, which is pretty heavy depending on which grade that you're in. From getting all of that data this past week, I met with special educators and my academic support team to review all the data. We then looked at our notes, we looked at the data, we looked at students to make recommendations for our WIN block, which is our what I need blocks that we have in every classroom for a half hour a day, which specifically targets skills that students may be missing. I then took those notes with the special educator and my academic support team, and then we met for an hour with each one of our teachers to specifically talk about each one of the students and the data that they showed us on these assessments. We then formulated a plan for the next 6 to 8 weeks of how we could do targeted instruction. So, we went through our 112 kids and talked about what kids knew, what they didn't know, how we can help them out, and how we can help support them, which again, sort of like falls into what you were talking about. When kids are engaged and are at the level where they should be at and feel comfortable, they actually behave and are more engaged because they're comfortable where they are. So really proud of that.
I will just say on mine, nothing highlights, but I wondered if anybody had questions based on my report, or I think Chris Medina had an incident report in there about the...
That just went to the building committee.
Oh, that's it, okay. So people had any questions about the incident here with us closing early for vacation? I'd be happy to answer any questions people had about that, or if you felt like you knew enough about it or wanted to know more, I'm happy to help answer some of those questions. If you feel like you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what was the toxicity level of the air?
Now, the air quality was not measured because the Department of Health told us unless we had a baseline measurement, there was no reason, there's nothing to compare it to, so it didn't really matter. So they recommended just letting the sediment
It was just stuffier
settle,
than normal.
settle, and then clean, which is what we did. So.
I just have a few highlights as my other two colleagues have shared. Our benchmarking for the winter has been completed. We actually, ironically, have a data meeting tomorrow morning. I have looked at the data. There are some really nice highlights in that data, and there's some areas to work on. And just a couple other things to point out. We recently have forged a partnership with Jamaica Memorial Library, the public library, and there are 4 opportunities. We actually have our last one this Thursday, where the children go for an after-school literacy enrichment program on Thursday afternoons for about an hour and a half, and we've had 5 kids sign up for that. So percentage-wise, that's pretty good for Jamaica, and we look to continue that. It's great, the bus drops them off, so it's perfect, and it helps to provide some of that after-school program as well without having to go to Wardsboro and that kind of thing. And then if you didn't notice, and I know it was in the newspaper in a few different situations, we had a fairly sizable grant from the Stratton Foundation, and we collaborated with LL Bean and were able to purchase backpacks for all of our children for the second half of the year. So that was thanks to Susan Clark for arranging that and the Stratton Foundation.
Johanna, do you want to give some highlights from the very nice and thorough culture and climate report?
I see that it didn't make the packet, but I know you have it electronically.
They do
so
have
that's
it.
fine. It's also many pages long, so it's quite all right. Yes, so the presentation that was included in the email that you all got was put together by the high school leadership class. So we rolled out the official Rebel Code, so the students defined what the Rebel Code or the sort of behavioral expectations school-wide, what those should be. I would have brought my little poster if I thought of it, but I didn't think of it. But it's very lovely and colorful. It says Rebels, and then the R stands for respect. So they've defined what respect stands for. They've defined what the E stands for. And those will be going around to the classrooms, just creating a common language for teachers and all staff and students to be using with each other. So that's exciting. Presented to the staff today, got the posters out. So I've also begun sort of looking into establishing more restorative practice ideas here at Leland and Gray in terms of behavioral consequences, but also just for community-based practices. And to help with that, I've decided to create a culture and climate team. I've had, I think, 4 or 5 teachers already say that they're interested in joining in that. So we'll begin looking at what that process would be to bring more of restorative practice, restorative justice to our school, and perhaps like a hybrid with traditional consequences and a blend of all these things. What else was in my report? I think those are some good highlights.
Good. I have one question though.
Okay.
Did Bob fall after he tried to take that shot?
Which shot?
You're playing soccer and.
No, but I also missed the
Oh,
crossbar.
the crossbar
You did?
challenge.
The crossbar, yeah. It was bad. Soccer is not my game.
Did it leave the, I don't know if the ball left the ground.
I might have missed it.
I don't know.
Well done. It's a little divot.
All right, how about the superintendent report, everybody?
Just the two things, just the weighting study. I appreciate that the officers of the WCSU are gathering you all for that conversation. And at the January Superintendent's Association, the Secretary of Education came to visit and let us know two things that will probably have an effect on this area. One is that there'll be a final report from Act 46 by the AOE, which will come out late spring, just basically detailing out the logistics of what happened after Act 46 passed. And then immediately after that report, the Secretary of Education is planning to work with the State Board of Education to redraw supervisory union boundaries. There's no law or statute that needs to be changed that has been on the books for 50 years. And so that seems to be one of the top priorities of the agency this summer. And so I included in your packet pages 187 and 188 of the Secretary of Education's report, which has Wyndham Central in there 3 or 4 different times of different possibilities and different configurations. So I would expect this summer, before an election, that all to be analyzed and dictated to. I do not see a lot of conversation. I think that's been thought about for a long period of time. I think the Secretary of Education, before he became the Secretary of Education, was hired as a consultant to do many of the studies. So he has a really good handle on the situation. And I think that with declining enrollment, SU boundary consolidation is a very natural thing that will be occurring over the next 1 to 10 years.
Phil,
So-
I have a question.
Yeah.
And this report that you send us, those pages, is like a couple years old. But, some of the things in there just make very little sense to me. So like when they propose, possibly putting Vernon into RSU, like, okay, Winhall makes a lot more sense to me than Vernon does. But do you have any idea or sense of how are they gonna come up with some better strategies this time, or are they going to at least be open to that? Because what we just saw in these last few meetings is we have one town in our district and they're feeling like they don't have adequate representation or that their needs aren't being adequately met. Sure. And I can't imagine a room full of people from Vernon coming up here and thinking that they're going to get a fair shake.
So think about this contextually. When you are part of a supervisory union, your relationship to another district is very different than when you're within a union district. Okay. So the relationship between Townsend and Jamaica and Newfane and Brookline and Wyndham are all very coalesced because you all are a member of a district.
Gotcha.
But you guys really don't have too much effect either way of what Marlboro's doing or what Stratton decides to do, or what Dover and Wardsboro are making their choices on. So if you enlarge an SU and add Vernon, it allows Brattleboro to become a single district. They are no longer a supervisory union. Mm-hmm. So there's some efficiencies there. The secretary really doesn't care if the superintendent goes to another meeting and is responsible for another, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So those are going to be some natural things that happen. The idea of merging like districts is done. Those are all now voluntary. So Act 46 in that way is done. So in terms of having more districts underneath a supervisory union, underneath one business office, now that we have a chart of accounts, now that we have one finance system, it makes sense. It makes absolute sense. So, I think what you just mentioned is a really distinct possibility. And I think what we're going to do is just focus on students and focus on our service to our boards, and whatever will be, will be. There'll be I laugh, but there'll be the Hunger Games of superintendents and supervisory unions, just like there's going to be Hunger Games of principals and there's going to be Hunger Games of teachers. When you have declining enrollment, reorganization will occur, but the easiest and quickest lever that the State Board of Education has now that's currently in statute is SU boundaries. So I feel very confident that you're going to see a lot of movement.
action.
Yeah.
And you think we can save more than 6 figures?
I am committing nothing. I've learned that.
You learned that one, right?
So what was the study you were just referencing before you talked about?
Sure. The Agency of Education on June 30th of 2018. So it's the final report. If you type in the final report, Secretary of Education under Act 46, you will see there's 2 pages of all the different suggestions of how to reorganize SUs, predominantly down in the south and predominantly up in the north.
I have a question for the board if this is the time. Lindsay forwarded me the pupil weighting factors report. Has everyone seen that report? And in this, I think it's really, for me as an individual that lives in this area, I think it's important for me to talk to the state about how I feel that they need to look at this report and really change the way they look at funding. Is that something, but I also feel that it's really important for institutions to do that as well, not just individuals and taxpayers in the state. And I was wondering if the board has taken a look at this, and if the board would be willing to, as an institution, say, we would like you to take a look at how education is funded and that it's really important that the pupil weighting be changed. Because I think we have a benefit that we are a very small state and we have very few people, and so our voices matter. But I also think our institutions also matter, and I think it would be really helpful if the board feels the same way I do about that we need to be more equitable in the way we fund education, that the board could also voice to our representatives that this change needs to happen.
That will be part of the meeting that we have on the 10th, February 10th, with the weighting study.
Okay.
And yeah, there's certainly the potential that we would actually have our chair speak at the state level in that regard. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is there going to be a presentation to explain that study on February 10th, or?
So Leanne was at the one on Saturday, but those 3 out of the 4 are all members of the board. And the expectation is that information that was brought on Saturday to explain it all will be tightened down for the WCSU group.
I was wondering about if that was recorded on Saturday, if anybody had a link or anything that if you wanted to watch it after the fact.
I don't think BCT.
There was no digital recording. Several reporters there, so best I could suggest would be to look and show there'll be some articles coming out. I remember seeing Olga Peters there, and I know there was mentioning of other press members I wasn't familiar with.
Yeah, there will be a lot more about this. I mean, this is a huge study and a huge game changer. Yeah, that's.
The bottom line, personally, if you don't mind,
No, go ahead.
that I took from it is we need individuals to act, letter writings, and I can give, forgot my phone today, so I don't have all my notes from that meeting. But they gave key people to target. For the House, it was the education as well as Ways and Means, because they make a lot of the financial decisions. Your speaker, Senate as well, similar positions. The more personal, how it's personally impacted you, loss of programming at local schools, tax burden that maybe was unnecessary to provide the minimal course of study that we've been able to provide. Just anything personalized is what the representatives were urging.
Great. Good question. All right, moving on to administration assignment for next meeting. Ken, I know you have one.
Yeah.
Here's your chance.
All right. Forgot what it was. What was
School
it?
choice.
You didn't write it.
Survey.
Survey.
The survey of school choice.
So is this, just clarification, this is reaching out to all families that took advantage of school choice last year and asking one question: why did you go?
Yes.
Okay.
What were the driving reasons for you to change school district or schools in the district? If you want to put choices down, it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be like 30 families, so I mean,
Right.
I would let them talk, and then I can just give you the
Right,
raw,
yeah, yeah.
and then I can give you a synthesis.
Sounds fine.
That sounds good.
You got handle it, but.
Yeah, I guess, no, I just had a question.
I don't know who was first, sorry.
Go ahead,
Oh, I was just wondering about that survey, and because I know Ken used to talk about giving choices, or whether you wanted a paragraph, and then we can just like go through the data. Would it be easier for us to just have like a drop-down menu of class size, offering, rather than going through a paragraph?
I can do
check boxes.
whatever the board wants me to do.
I think that assumes that we know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
I'd
we
like to
talked
hear him talk.
Okay.
Rick was next, I believe.
I'm going to make a comment based on observations, just since you're pursuing this. I've been coming to meetings for quite a while. What I heard tonight, when it comes to school choice, apologies to Jamaica, was buyer's remorse. During the whole presentation of why this district is going to be so great, school choice, you're going to get school choice. Everybody was, oh great, school choice. Okay, so that helped sell it. And then when Bill and his staff came up with a wonderful plan for reconfiguring the schools, the people that came to the meeting sat there and went, well, what about school choice? So you can study it all you want, but people got what they wanted. Now they discover they didn't want it. And the demise in the population in Jamaica, it may be a result of that choice, but once again, you have to deal with equity. Because if you put more resources into Jamaica, because it's small, then you're stealing resources from the rest of them. So, you know, this is, buyer's remorse is the only thing I could come up with. Is I voted for this, now I regret it. And this is easy for me to say because I voted no.
I think it would be more helpful to ask everyone why they did or did not choose choice, just to see if it's buyer's remorse, or if, to see how people are liking school choice, whether they like it or don't, why they chose to do it, why they didn't choose to do it, and what they would like, how they would like to see this evolve, because I don't think it's a yes or no, like we have school choice or we don't have school choice. How would we like this to evolve? There are other school districts that are making different schools have different focuses. There's one school that's focused on STEM. There's one school, elementary school, focused on arts. Like, there's different ways that school choice can configure outside of just convenience, that many people are moving to Townsend perhaps because it's close to Leland and Gray and it's easier to, on your way to work, right? So I think it would be helpful to do a more comprehensive study of like, how is school choice going, and just to get more input rather than those that chose to do it.
So you're saying expand it beyond those that actually made the active choice of moving to another school?
What would be the harm in sending a survey to all of the parents and the families and saying, you know, you would then have you could break down the data, like you say, yes, you could look at the people that did school choice, what did they say? The people that didn't do choice, what did they say? And then people's thoughts on it. If you want people's input, ask everyone.
Go ahead, Mike.
Not to go too far into the weeds here, Bill, but I wonder if even at the initial 10,000-foot level, if we ask just a second question, if you did choice to another school, was it, you know, are you happy with that choice?
Mm-hmm.
Because, I guess one of the things we still don't know, And based on what Rick said, buyer's remorse, there could be, for all we know, there could be 10 people who want a choice back to Jamaica. And how does that affect everything for next year? It certainly won't know.
So could you frame it, to have the two questions, the first one being to everybody, and then the second one distilling it down to
Right.
those that just
Those
made
who took,
the active
who took
choice?
advantage of it.
Ken, is that agreeable to you?
I'm fine with whatever, however I'm just setting the task to the administration. The administration can figure it out and be devil's advocate. I'm fine with that.
Yes. Just so that I wouldn't be flying blind, I'm happy to take on the task. Could I share whatever draft I come up with the policy committee that developed the school choice policy and recommended it to the board, so I could have a different set of eyes?
Sure.
And then once I get that approval, then deploy it, something like that, so
Happy
that
to
I
do
could make
that.
sure that it's representative of what the board was looking for.
Do you think it would be helpful, Bill, to ask, I mean, because right now we're trying to make these choices about staffing and all these other things. We've got all of this information that we don't have. Is it too early for us to ask families what they're planning on, what they're planning on doing for next year?
Well, we're gonna do that in March.
Is this going to happen before? Is this survey going to happen?
Well, if the board gives me permission to go through the policy people, then I'm gonna start working on this
Yeah.
week.
So
I
I
would like to
wonder
get
if
it out before that.
Yeah.
I'd like to report back to the board on the 24th with,
Data.
you know, you guys will be able to connect with all your parents. We'll give them a certain deadline, and we can analyze the data.
Nice.
So maybe one of the follow-up questions could be, are you considering choice in the future?
Correct.
Whether from wherever you're at, and that would,
Yeah. I'll design something and send it to you guys.
that would help with the, are you happy with where you're at question?
Yeah.
And then we can just set up a meeting and all meet.
I'll just send it to you digitally.
Yeah.
I'll get the okay of all of you. And then you guys can edit.
Okay.
That's a
Everybody
good
good
task.
with that? Any other tasks this time? Joe, Trish has got one.
So this is not for now.
Thank God.
But just something to think about that I kind of came up with after our last meeting. I mean, I don't know how many times Lori explains how to figure out the tax rate. I still don't know. I don't understand it. I'm sure that nobody else in this room besides Lori could actually do it. It would be amazing, you know, when we were not one large unit like we are now, people could go to their individual town meetings or school board meetings and say, darn it, why is this happening? And you could really get a one-on-one, probably more individualized explanation of that, whereas now it's a little bit larger. Wouldn't it be great if in time, after budget season, not now, not when we're dealing with all this, but to have some kind of a one sheet that's available at every town hall and or large size poster that just says, this is how it's done. I understand that it is not that easy. I completely realize that. But maybe there's a way that we could kind of come up with, this is sort of A to B, B to C, C to D, A, D, B, you know. Something so that taxpayers can educate themselves instead of coming into this meeting and going, oh my gosh, I'm so angry, why is this happening? So that they can just go, oh. So the work of this board makes an impact here, but not necessarily here. Just so that because I get it, people are frustrated, they don't understand how it works, and this is their outlet. And it would be great if we were able to sort of have a little bit of symbiosis and say, this is why.
Can I just respond to what's out there now? So I think for the last couple of years, I've done a presentation at the budget meeting, which basically walks everybody through it. And those presentations are all up on the WRED board. So that's one way that the public could educate themselves. There's also videos that I have sent both to the board, and I can have them posted as well. There's a couple of different videos that the state has put out. That one is very simplified and walks people through it, and they just have to take the time to watch it. And then the one I sent to the board, I don't know, did anybody watch it? You did? Nice. It was about an hour long, right? Yeah. Was very informative, and actually it was That one is a little more complicated, probably something for the board to watch, to understand it better so that they can talk to their constituents about it. I'm happy to do whatever you want, but there is a lot of information out there.
Right.
And I know myself, I've tried to make it as simple as possible, and through the presentation that I've done.
And you do a wonderful job.
So I just don't know how much more I can do.
Sure.
But I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. Just-
Maybe it's once a year or twice a year, we have just a board meeting this is how this is done. If you're interested, this is how this is done.
Like pre-budget.
Right.
Pre-budget, yeah.
I'm just saying, just to help the public familiarize and inform themselves. That's all I'm saying.
It's a great question.
If nobody likes that idea, it's just
No,
something I
it's a
thought
great,
about.
no, it's a great question. And Trish, Lori, sorry. There's been a one-pager in the past, I think I know it. So basically just taking, all right, here's the total dollar amount of the budget, and then just all of those lines below it.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
So that's
That
basically
gets-
what I built my.
It's on the 3-year comparison.
Right, it's called the 3-year comparison. It's complicated for West River though, because there's the West River A and there's
Yeah.
the West River B.
Right.
So, it's, for somebody who's just looking at this, it doesn't make sense that there's an A and a B, number one.
Right.
And number two, you have to add them, there's a percentage calculation you have to do to get to the unified tax rate. So that 3-year comparison is good, and that's what I have built my presentations basically off of. I'm happy to do the presentation as many times as people want to see it. I really want people to understand what they're voting on and what their tax rate is. So that's always been my goal. So happy to do it.
And you do a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that, Lori, if we could have something like that where it just starts at the top on the 3-year comparison.
Yep.
If, I don't have it in front of me, but that bottom number and then just everything below it and with like a little brief explanation, narration of the.
Can I send the board my presentation from
Yeah.
last year so you guys can look at it?
Which I think is
And
probably-
give me feedback as to where it's not
Yeah.
self-explanatory or easy to grasp.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful? Then at least we have a starting point
Yeah.
there? Okay.
Lori, could you also send us that hour-long video? I would like to put that on my Facebook page at school, because we've had a lot of questions.
He's not gonna watch it.
There's
I can't explain
Let's be
anything.
clear here, yes.
There's a short one that, and I think it was actually targeted towards boards, wasn't it, Lori? There's this short one, it's easy to understand.
There was, it was very cartoonish.
Yeah, it was a cartoon, literally.
Right, and that one is very good. The hour-long one actually goes into more in-depth and really explains it from how, all the towns send their money to the state and how that works. So it's informative, but it may not be for everybody to watch. But I will send that to you.
Thank
Who
you
was first?
very much. It's for me and my parents.
Right.
So tonight there's been a lot of negative talk about Jamaica, but I do want to say before we end that we have a wonderful school. Pam is doing an excellent job. And we have, the advisory group is working with Pam, and we are coming up with some really neat ideas. And we've got mountain biking that's coming in, we've got a whole gardening program coming in. We're talking about opening up the school at 7:15 in the morning for parents, and we're thinking about after-school programs and things like that. So we really are making the school good. And we have wonderful teachers, and kids and the parents are great too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just saying, it would be really helpful to also educate the people that are, when I went to go vote on the budget, the person's like, here are the 2 different budgets. And I was like, they're not actually 2 separate budgets, they're 2 parts of the same budget. And she was the one that was handing the ballots to people. So it would be really helpful to inform the volunteers that are giving information about what you're voting on.
We have to be very, very, very careful
Okay.
about our communication to elected officials by having any sort of opinions about
They work.
I agree.
Yes.
It would be helpful to understand what you're voting on.
Yeah.
It puts the board in a really precarious position if they are going to interpret what somebody's going to vote for.
We can't script what they say.
Right.
Got it. But she's giving me misinformation, because part A and part B is part of the same budget, correct?
But technically, they are two separate articles that are warned separately, and they do not attach themselves to each other, because one can go up and one can go down, which happened last year.
Okay, got it.
So yes, you're
Yes.
correct, and yes, she's correct.
Got it.
Or he's correct. It's tough.
Got it.
All right, so we'll get the survey and nothing else. And we have a committee assignment. Policy committee is going to review
Superintendent
what
says.
Bill holds together.
Yep.
And I don't think we have any other committee obligations. Let's see, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
So we added the pay orders to the
We
consent.
did add the pay orders.
I have a request about the consent agenda.
Sir.
Since the conception of this board, we've really never approved the consent agenda more than like one meeting in a row. Can we just get rid of a consent agenda, being we only have 2 items on the consent agenda and they're not always at every meeting? In other words, just have approve the minutes and approve the pay orders. 2 different motions. I just think it would be so much simpler than having the discussion of, well, can we take out last week's minutes from the consent agenda? Oh, and wait a minute, we didn't do the pay orders for the last meeting because we had a meeting before, but we did them then. And so, you know what I mean? It's not making any sense to me to have a consent agenda that always has to have something added or taken away, because it's not a true consent agenda. It's the 2 different pieces, and they should just be voted on separately. I just think it would be so much simpler than having a discussion on if we should add this month or separate it, or.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Could we put that on the reorganization meeting? So you'd have to deal with it for 2 more months.
I'm more
but
than
then in a
happy.
reorganization
I'm more than
meeting.
happy to look at it in 2 months.
I'll make sure that that's there. Thank you.
Meanwhile, in the next 2 months, let's see how many times we can do the consent agenda at a meeting.
All right.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I need to make it?
With the
Just
addition of.
remember that the pay orders have been placed in there.
Yep. So-
And you need to read out.
The amount.
Yeah.
Yep, so we have
And the pay order number.
pay order number 37. Total amount is $1,091,941.16. You got that? All right, good. Are you missing pay order 38? Whatever Laura says. Hey, Lori?
Yeah, sorry.
Is there a pay order 38, or we skipping that one?
What was the one I wrote on?
I've got 37 and 39.
Unless it was a special run. I'll have to check it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But let's approve them.
Yes. All right, so we
Are
also
those
have,
salaries or expenses?
What is
we got
AP
payroll and.
million?
All right, so pay order number 39, payroll warrant, in the amount of $214,080.31.
Got it.
And I need 2 signatures on that. Okay. Ken, back to you made the motion, right? To approve the consent calendar. For a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, now I just need 2 signatures. Thanks, Joe.
He's quicker in person.
Hey, Joe, we're going to go into executive session, and Jen's going to talk to the team, so I'm going to cut you off, all right, buddy?
Oh.
I can't bring you in.
Sad.
All right,
that's really, it's all good. I mean, 2.5 hours.
All right, Hey, enjoy, where are you, Kansas?
Kansas.
All right, man, enjoy Kansas.
I'll try.
So we're going to go into executive session for legal, in particular to negotiations. So is there anybody on the board that has to make their own personal decision about a conflict of interest in which they should not enter into executive session? I will leave that up to each individual person.
Negotiations.
Yes, for negotiations.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't be here.
Okay.
Is there anything else besides?
Evening. I'd like to call to order the Guilford Select Board meeting of January 27th, 2020. And our first order of business is to recognize the public. Are there public there?
Ellie Moynihan is here with us.
Good evening, public. And I'd also like to point out to the public and to our television audience that I am away and I am conducting the meeting remotely. And it seems that we are having technical luck in this regard. The rules of procedure that govern how the public will interact with our select board are on the table there. And please read them if you wish. And I would like to ask if there are any additions to tonight's meeting.
No, I don't have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
Well, I wanted to request that the new business item of the town meeting, select board responsibilities, be moved to 7:15 because we have some residents who are coming to discuss that with us, and so so you see what I'm saying?
Yes, and I'd like to comment on that. What I would like to do, if it's possible, is to talk about the select board responsibilities and have an addition to the agenda of the 7:15, our guest at 7:15.
Okay.
So I'd first like to discuss what Peter has to report on, what the responsibilities of this Guilford Select Board are, and then to put that in the light of what Laura Lawson Tucker and others may want to present to the Select Board about childcare.
Okay.
Is that is there any objection to that?
Sounds reasonable, no objection.
So what we are doing then is we are adding, in fact, we are adding a presentation by one or two Guilford residents.
Yeah,
to the agenda.
Laura Lawson Tucker and Tasha Tillman.
Okay, at 7:15. So I think that it will work well that way.
Okay.
Do I have so approval of the minutes of January 13th?
I so move.
Richard, we also have.
Yes.
Go ahead, Peter.
We actually have 2 minutes to approve, so you can do them both at the same time.
Okay, so I'm asking for approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of the Select Board of January 13th and the emergency meeting of the Guilford Select Board of January 22nd, 2020. Do I have a motion to accept?
I was not at the emergency meeting, so I'm going to abstain from that one. I will, I think you ought to handle them separately.
Half vote.
I agree with you, so.
Good, so let's honor Veranda's original motion. It's up to you.
Okay, so I move that we approve the minutes of January 13th.
Second.
Okay, do I have any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Are there any objections? The motion carries, thank you. Now I'm looking for a motion to accept the meeting, the minutes of the emergency meeting of January 22nd.
I'll make a motion to approve the emergency meeting minutes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Zon. That's fine.
Zon seconded.
Zon seconds?
Yep.
Thank you, Zon. Is there a discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 there any
One
objections?
abstention.
One abstention, because you weren't present.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gordon. And the motion carries with one abstention. Thank you very much. Do we have a highway update, Peter or Dan?
Dan could not make it tonight. I spoke with Dan this afternoon, and the road crew has basically been sanding the roads. They've done a little bit of grading, relatively minimal plowing of recent, and they've been doing a lot of equipment repairs. And that's it.
Okay.
That's all that Dan said.
Thank you, Peter. And then new business. Peter, you were also going to report on the town meeting warrant.
Yep, so every year, the select board has to approve the warrant to be presented to residents for town meeting day. So I shared the warrant with all of you, and I've gone over it with Penny, and she is in full agreement with it. And so basically I need just a motion from the select board to approve the warrant, and then I need you folks to sign it, and then I will present it to Penny tomorrow for her signing tomorrow.
Did you send it to me, Peter? I don't believe I received it.
It was in the folder. Yep.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the town warrant as written?
I'll make a motion to
And we all,
approve that warrant.
was that you, Zon?
That was Michael.
Michael. Do I have a second?
Yes. Zon.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Now on
Please sign it on the back.
select board responsibilities. Peter was going to investigate with the Vermont League of Town and Cities and other sources what the responsibilities of the select board are in regard to organizing the town meeting. And would you like to report on that, Peter?
It's relatively simple. VLCT has been very busy, so it took them a little bit longer to get back to me than usual. But as I had shared with Richard previously, it was my understanding that the primary responsibilities, or the only responsibilities of the select board for town meeting is to prepare and approve the budget and to prepare and present the warrant to residents. Those are your responsibilities. It's very short and sweet.
Right. And so in the context of what Veranda and others are bringing up in regard to childcare, does anyone know the history of who organized childcare at the town meeting previous to the 2020 town
I'd like
meeting?
to wait to talk about that until the other people come, because I think, I know what the history is, but I think that
Laura may have.
that Laura has something that she wants to say about it, and so there's no need for us to, discuss how it had functioned before, because it's really part of a larger conversation.
Okay, so
Can I ask?
We do have clarity on what the legal responsibilities of the select board are in regard to town meeting. Yes.
May I ask a question? So, Peter, in your, I understand that that's what the select board is responsible for.
Yep.
What, are there any other delineated responsibilities that are spelled out for other members, whether it's this person or that person, at a town meeting, other than the moderator?
Other than the moderator and the town clerk, no.
And the town clerk's responsibility, okay, she records it
She
as
records
well as
the-
any official
That's correct.
votes that are being taken
That's
place.
correct.
Okay, so no other functionality, okay.
Basically what VLCT said in their email response to me was that it's kind of very minimal instruction as far as town meeting day.
Up to the town.
So I'm just thinking about town meetings I've been to, and I'm wondering, I see select board members putting forward motions and so forth. Is that That's.
Anybody in
Yes.
town can put forward a motion. It can be a select board member, it can be someone from the
floor.
public, from the floor.
But does the select board take responsibility for putting some of the issues forward?
Well, we have the warrant,
Yes.
and the select board is sitting on the dais, and basically, we take turns. We decide in advance which of the articles we want to explain or put forward. And, usually it would be something that you felt attached to that was on the warrant. It doesn't mean you have to advocate for it. It just means that you're, if there's a backstory, then you give a little bit of that.
So
And we would prepare those, we would assign responsibilities for which select board spoke to which article and talking points about that article. That's the way it's been in the past.
Correct.
Okay, so but those aren't really legal responsibilities. What we're talking about right now, that's just almost like a way to move the meeting forward.
Yes.
Otherwise,
Exactly.
we would sit still and wait till somebody on the floor or the moderator would call for a motion or something like that. We're just advancing the meeting.
Exactly.
Correct.
And as I recall, we're only commenting on what, for instance, if there's an ordinance that we want to be passed or something that's in the responsibility of the select board in terms of its responsibility for town governance.
Like the budget, for sure.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that would take more. Okay,
Right.
thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
Sure.
Yeah.
So within Guilford, it just happens to be kind of a tradition that the select board offers up the motion. But after the moderator reads a motion out, or reads the article out, anyone can move to approve that motion.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
So what I'm sensing is there's a request for the select board from Laura and others perhaps to at least address primarily childcare possibly as an issue. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean.
I didn't see anything on it, so I'm asking.
No,
It's a
well,
question.
basically, because of changes that have taken place in the town, notably the 7th and 8th grade going to BAMS, certain responsibilities, an array of responsibilities that they had ended. So, for instance, they ran the Guilford Gazette, and a bunch of citizens came forward, ultimately with a very small amount of support from the select board to do the Gazette. So there's a bunch of things that just sort of dropped out. And what we're concerned about is making sure that that some of those bases, specifically childcare, are covered.
Okay. So should we move on to old business until Laura gets here?
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
Chair?
So the next, did you have something to say, Ellie?
Yeah. She called on you.
I just wanted to add to what Miranda said, that some things that have been mentioned to me, one is childcare, another is the ongoing question of food, because that has been a tradition, and I know Peter has worked on that. But the school used to put on a big meal for everybody, and
the microphones.
Microphones.
Passing the microphone.
Yeah.
So, if we encounter, so one thing that I think we have to decide, and why the select board the responsibilities of the select board in regard to the town meeting is on the agenda is, are there more responsibilities that the select board wishes to take on, is obliged to take on, or are these responsibilities the responsibility of the town's clerk's office to take on?
Well,
is a question that needs to be, I think, discussed.
Ellie has another question.
Yes, Ellie.
In terms of the town clerk, if you're thinking of putting responsibilities on the town clerk, and I don't hear that that's the case yet, but the town clerk is also not only responsible for recording all the minutes, but taking care of all the voting and all that entails. So I don't think, I would strongly urge you not to give the town clerk any other responsibilities.
I don't think anybody who I've spoken to was asking the town clerk to take that on.
And there's also the possibility of having a volunteer coalition that volunteers to be the town meeting group. We may want to, in fact, form a commission. I'm just being hypothetical here. But we may, in fact, want to form a commission that is responsible for once a year coming together and helping to organize the town meeting. Obviously, we need some kind of force to do that, since those folks who have done it in the past are no longer doing it.
Well, I think that Laura has something that she wants to put forward about
Good.
that, and so I would request that we have this conversation when she's here.
Well, she's talking about childcare, but there are obviously other
Well,
responsibilities that
I
seem to
think
be
that,
involved.
I think that,
Not to be repetitive, because it sounds like we may have to go through a lot of these issues again when Laura comes,
Yeah.
in your opinion, correct, Miranda? So should we just move on with the agenda and come back to that?
Yes, we'll move on with the agenda. We're talking about the town administrator, the town administrator's job description, as well as the administrative assistant's job description. Peter, did you want to speak to those? Has anyone had a chance to read them?
No, I have not.
I have not either.
Okay, so basically what happened is Sheila and a couple other people took a look at the previous job description and gave some input. Richard and I met and discussed a few points of that. And then from that meeting, I was to take those points that were deemed to be taken out and put into this new job description for an administrative assistant. And it was just merely a separating the two apart so that you can see two clear documents from the previous discussion on the topic. So as far as the town administrator job description, the primary thing there's two things that have changed in there. One is the introduction of IT responsibilities, which I've taken on since I've been here. And the second is the addition of the emergency management responsibilities, for which I was assigned. And then certain aspects of my position were pulled out and put into the administrative assistant. So amongst those included posting minutes and agenda and other things to the town website and other electronic places. The town administrator would continue to post them at the public locations, as that's part of the job. Provide additional administrative support to other town departments as directed by the select board. Work collaboratively with the town auditors and the town administrator to put together the town report. I'm not going to read everything verbatim, but just it's gathering data and other information that the auditors use to put it together. Another task is to assist particularly in submissions for reimbursement grants, particularly the ones that we receive from VTrans that require a lot of documentation. And so gathering that information together to be submitted. And then the general assistance in managing of the town website, posting announcements, vacancies, other documents and reports, as well as should the select board decide to utilize social media, also making posts to social media that are approved by the select board. Another item is assist with the financial administration of the Algiers Fire District. The town does provide some financial administrative support to them that I have been doing.
For a fee?
Yes, for a fee. We do get paid by them for doing that, primarily in preparing their annual budget and other financial reports for them. It's not taking over the billing duties that are done by the town clerk's office. Does not have anything to do with that. It's just pulling out the items from responsibilities that I had.
Peter, I have a question. Did everybody receive these two documents at the same time I did, which was about a half an hour ago?
Yes.
I don't know.
So I think that the select board needs to review this, and I would suggest that we table this, that we all have a chance to read this. This is pretty important stuff in my view.
I agree.
And that we come back to this at our next meeting. Does that,
I think that
is there any objection?
I think that's a fine idea. I was just gonna say, I think that part of it was just to review it and get input. This wasn't necessarily the final draft. I personally expected that there may be additional edits.
Peter, how many hours, I'm sorry, I just had a question right now, Richard. Were you trying to move along on this?
No,
No, it's a
because
good
I
question.
think you're going to ask the question that
No, my
that I would
question
ask.
is, how many hours a week is the administrative assistant's job?
Based off of multiple conversations I had with Sheila, we estimate approximately 5 hours a week.
5 hours a week.
Yep, is what we've estimated at this time.
And you think that's realistic at this time?
Yes, and so does Sheila, my former supervisor.
Yep.
So.
And that's what we discussed with.
Does the select board agree that we should take time to review these two documents
Yes.
and then send our comments to me and Peter, if you would, or to all of us? I guess you shouldn't do it to all of us.
No, not to all of us. Yes,
No,
correct.
but to me and Peter, and then we would come up with another set of documents, two documents with your additions, deletions, or commentary, and then move to take action on it at our next meeting. That's what my suggestion is.
Okay, I had another question before we agree to do that. Peter, were there any areas here that you wanted us to pay special attention to? Or,
there wasn't anything specific. I think basically, if you can find what you feel might be more administrative tasks that you feel might be suitable to an administrative assistant out of the now edited town administrator job description, that's fine.
you mean areas that you might delegate?
Yes, correct.
But is the 5
Thank you.
hours a week, is that firm, is the proposal sort of 5 hours a week firm? Or if there were more areas that could be delegated, that we might hire the assistant for more hours?
Excellent question. From my conversations with Sheila, she estimated it would vary from 5 to 8 hours. Majority of the time would be in the 5 hour range. Some weeks it would be less than 5. Really depending on, if we had a grant we were submitting for reimbursement, that might take more than 5 hours in a week to assemble all those documents. And then other weeks where less is going on, it only might be an hour or two of work. As for example, posting minutes from the various commissions to the website and things like that. So it varies on what's particularly going on in the office.
Good, but on average,
But on the average was approximately 5 hours.
Correct. Good. Thank you.
Sheila really did not expect it to go more than 8. I really don't foresee with these, as described in the position description I've given you, I don't really foresee that it would be more than 5 or 6.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, from what I've read, it doesn't seem like it's more than a 5 hour a week job, if it even comes to 5 hours. Are there any other comments, though, before we agree or disagree to table this so that we can all have time to read it more thoroughly? I should say the two documents.
You're right.
Because we also want to take caution about the revised town administrator position description, and that should be read carefully as well.
Yeah, so
because there have been items taken out of that.
So I do have a question, Richard. So is it your estimation, Peter, then, that the work that's been taken out so far adequately adjusts for what you've taken on?
That's a great question. No. To be frank, I think that.
So more could be
Yes.
extracted from your current position.
Correct.
Description. Okay, so it'd be great, Richard, if, it would help me a lot if I had some notion about, because I could start shopping in here about finding places to take things out of Peter's job description, but it'd be great if there was a little guidance, or maybe your first thoughts, Richard, that we could respond with, or something like that.
There were, didn't Veranda and Michael and Sheila work on that?
Yes, they had taken a look at it. Most of the input I had received was from Sheila.
I didn't properly understand that my job was to take things out of your job description and put it into somebody else's.
I think it was to review my job description and to see what, from my personal understanding, and maybe I misunderstood, was to review the existing job description to see what could potentially be changed about it. You weren't necessarily to extract any specific items from it.
Because I would have read it differently if I had realized that that was an option.
Yes,
but this was all promoted based on you taking over more responsibility with EMT, which we're paying you in addition to do. And when you took over that responsibility, one, you felt that, and rightfully so, that it was probably going to be an overburden. And some of the things that you thought we could utilize an assistant for, simpler things that posting and whatnot, I thought when we originally looked at this, it was to equalize that, so that we were taking things off your plate so that you felt comfortable with what was on your plate.
Yeah, and I do feel comfortable with what's there, but I mean, I do have more than 40 hours of work a week. And, I do manage to squeeze most of it into 40 hours.
Right.
But that is, in addition to the EMD, there was also taking on more things in assisting the highway department, particularly with a number of things over there, as well as doing the IT work within the office to help us save money in that area, because it's cheaper to have somebody in the office do it than pay a consultant $150 an hour to come in. And so
if I may summarize,
anyhow,
what's happened here is that Sheila, Richard Wazansky, and Peter have looked at the position description, and this is what the result of that is. And they've looked at it in the context of removing potential removal of responsibilities of Peter in the light of the fact that he's taken on the emergency management director position. Now it comes to the select board to review those edits and to either comment or to see where there possibly may be more deletions from the job description to equalize the emergency management director responsibilities that Peter's taken on. But there have been 3 reviews, including Peter's and Sheila's, and Sheila was present because she had worked very closely with Peter and had been the emergency management director. So we have an edited version. Now I'd like the select board to review it once more and to come back to this at our next meeting. But in the meantime, please email your comments to me and Peter. Does that sound equitable?
Yes.
I think I have a question though, still. So we're talking about job responsibilities for a position that's only 5 hours a week? I mean, plus or minus. Is that
correct?
And are all of these duties and responsibilities intended for Marta at this point in time?
Tentatively, I mean, that was
That's been the discussion.
And remind me, what is her title?
She is currently, majority of her position is currently assistant treasurer working for Penny.
So why aren't we adding all these duties to just the assistant treasurer job description?
Because they're 2 separate roles.
Yes.
So it's one person doing 2 separate
It
positions?
really is, unfortunately. The way the office is, well, because Penny's responsibility as town clerk is the financial, the treasurer, as well as the town clerk. That comes under her responsibility. The select board has nothing to do with it. So Marta's work that she does for Penny's office, the town clerk's office, we have no oversight in. We saw that there was an opportunity, I believe, from what Peter investigated with Penny, that there was some additional time that Marta could afford to be here busy. So we saw it as an opportunity, some of the things come off Peter's plate that she was willing to pull
I follow
on.
that, but I mean.
So it has to be two different positions because the select board.
Yeah, and everyone's comfortable with having one person doing two different jobs for the same employer.
And this has happened with other people in the past within the town
And
office.
you have two jobs. I
Yep.
mean, do you get two separate paychecks?
No, you get one paycheck, but
Yeah.
the funds come from two different
places.
Okay.
So the 5 to 6 hours for this position, this work would come from the select board budget, and her other work comes out of the town treasurer and town clerk's budget, which are two separate items.
And it's been done before?
Yep.
Okay.
I have one more question. Would this person be responsible, report to you or to the select board?
It's gonna have to be the select board, because as town administrator, I do not have authority to supervise other employees.
Oh, okay. Interesting. That could be.
So, now, the select board could pass on instruction or information through me to that
Right.
employee, and I would just be a conduit of that information. But I do not, because of the way that state statute is written, the town administrator does not have statutory authority to supervise employees. Only town manager does.
Oh.
And so I'm just wondering, I mean, you say that you try to cram your job into 40 hours, but I'm just wondering, like, how much time would be, as I'm reading this whole job description, I'm just wondering how much time you would like to offload, you know? I mean, I would look at these tasks and think what an assistant might be capable of doing independently. But, I mean, to be able to do your job without feeling pressed, how many fewer hours would you like to have?
That is an excellent question that I would probably need a little more time to think about.
Okay,
And
well-
that's something we could also talk about on the side as well, so we
Okay.
don't take up the meeting here. Richard, may I just say one brief thing in response to a previous question from Zahn? Regarding the hours, I don't know if you folks remember, one thing that Sheila did note is that she estimated that the EMD work would take 10 to 15 hours per month. So just to kind of give you a rough idea, it's not per week, it's 10 to 15 hours per month. And that is with the caveat of two things. One is that we have to.
No emergencies.
Yes, the caveat is, one is there's no emergencies. Two is this year we have to rewrite the hazard mitigation plan, which is, you know, that only is going to happen once every 8 years. And then it also does not include whether or not I participate in any additional training for that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so can we move on?
Sure.
And table this and have your comments and revisit this at our next meeting? Is that comfortable with all?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. The next item on our agenda is the WRC broadband feasibility meeting. Is there a report on that?
I just thought that we should probably provide some information on that. There were 4 of us that attended from, 4 or 5?
4.
From Guilford. There was Sheila, Zahn, Steve Lemke, myself, and did you? You didn't end up making it. So that was the 4 of us that made it. So I was hoping, I just wanted to kind of give an overview of the meeting, and then if Zahn had anything he wanted to add to it. So the Wyndham Regional Commission, an organization called Valley Net, and the Rural Innovation Network all did a joint introduction to the feasibility grant that was received from the state, from the the new act that was approved this past year. Each of the different organizations gave a brief summary of what they will be doing and what the intent of this grant is, and what some of the things would be that they are looking for participation from the towns within the region. And much of the time was taken up by question and answers from people who were present, who this was all new information for. And I think there were a lot of excellent questions that covered a very broad range of information. A lot of the things that were discussed have been already discussed at previous meetings over the past several years, but because this is a grant and a feasibility study, and many of these people have not previously been engaged in this work, I think that Wyndham Regional particularly did a really great job of presenting this as introductory information to new people, and I think all of those that were present did a good job of answering the questions as best they could.
Were there any actions taken at the meeting, John?
No, I think what I understood, I think the clearest thing that I understood was, being somewhat new to it all, is that this notion of the Wyndham Regional Commission is to develop a feasibility study only, and this initial bit of work is about the idea that looking at the prospect of this happening, which is going to take a lot of research from all of the towns that are involved. So Guilford will be asked to commit to getting a survey out into the community as part of the feasibility work that they're doing. Then once the feasibility study is done, they'll evaluate everything, and then they would come up separately from this with a proposal after the fact that then would become part of the process of all of these communities if they want to beginning to sign on to this proposal. They don't have any idea what it's going to look like yet or what it's going to feel like, but they need to do this all this feasibility work, and that's what we're engaged in right now. That's what our.
So you will keep us posted, the representatives from Guilford, on giving us enough anticipatory time to, if we wanted to do a survey, to get a survey to be able to feed it into the general proposal or the feasibility study.
Yeah, there's going to be a meeting on February 6th, second meeting specifically about how to address the whole notion of feasibility. How do we reach people? Where do we reach people? What are the tools that are used? So we'll probably be able to come back from that meeting with a lot more information about not decisions probably, but some ideas for what might work in Guilford. They're looking.
Are you and Peter planning to attend that meeting?
It's on my calendar.
It's on my calendar.
Yeah. They're looking for. They did say in order to do an adequate feasibility, they need a 30% response rate from the community. So that means of all the house, are there 900 houses?
Just over 900.
900. So that means we need to get 300 households engaged in this feasibility study in order to make it valid for Guilford.
Right.
That would be the minimum.
And so does that mean that 300 households would have to fill out a survey or
Correct.
weigh in some other sort of way?
Well, it can also that can also include businesses or organizations in town. So, for example, if someone, just very briefly, if someone in town owned a business and they needed internet, they could send a response for their personal home and for their business.
Or
the church, for example, if the church wanted improved internet access, and the minister lived there and wanted it for his or her personal internet access, you could submit for both.
Right, and there are clearly people who would be running their businesses in Guilford had we adequate broadband, who had to place them in Brattleboro because we didn't have the capacity.
Do we have any sense from the survey that was done, how many responses we got the last time we did a survey on the internet?
Sheila said when we were writing,
Yeah,
because she said
yeah.
it was, she did, I don't remember the numbers, but she said it was very strong. It was better than 30%.
Okay, that's,
Yeah,
that's,
I wanna-
I thought it was, so
I
that's
wanna
what
say
I
it was
wanted
about
to.
40% is
Good,
what the
good.
response rate.
45 is what's
Yeah.
in my head, but I could.
Yeah, it was
Good.
in the 40s somewhere.
That's
Um,
what my recollection was, but I couldn't.
Also,
Good.
one of the things that Chris really wanted to reiterate to folks is, this is gonna be quicker than people really want it to happen, because this grant is only lasts for 6 months. So they have to do all this work.
The feasibility.
For the feasibility study, and have it submitted to the state by August. And so, with that, and the additional steps are, if this feasibility study proves that this is a viable option for Windham County, then the next step they have, also with a limited time frame, is to put together one or multiple business plans, depending on how many CUDs will be formed within Windham County. Could be one, could be multiple. Then they have another limited set of time frame to do that. So it's not going to be this thing that we have lots of time to decide on. Every town is going to have to say, okay, we're participating in this survey, and then work very actively to get that out, because was it in May that they needed the survey details?
It's soon. It seemed to me like April is when the surveys would go out.
But they're providing the survey. They're gonna put
Yes.
together
that's
the
what
survey.
the
We need to
meeting
get
on
it out.
6th is
Okay,
about.
communicating it.
But it's the responsibility of the town to get that survey
Mhm.
out and to pay
Understood.
for getting the survey out.
Understood.
Pay
Well, well,
If it's mailed.
if it's mailed,
it would have to
any
be
any ways in
postage.
which it would go out. I mean, there are lots of ways that they already spoke
Right,
about.
a door knocking
Yes,
campaign.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, thank you for that wonderful report, and I think it's a very exciting item on our horizon, and hope that we can actually have our town participate fully in the survey, and we'll hear more about that on February 6th. Thank you. Anything else on that?
Laura and Tasha have arrived.
I see that. Why don't we have them come forward then, and this place it on our agenda?
If you wanted to bring your chairs close and be part of the select board, it's not good for my camera, but it might be better for the discussion.
He might hear you better.
Just
But we
ride.
can roll the chair very
Look at this little guy.
Right there.
Goody.
But you're welcome to just wherever you're comfortable and all.
Is anyone sitting?
This one's available right
That
here.
one's available.
Yeah, that's the.
That's Ian's
the
microphone.
That's
Yeah.
the-
It gets touchy when you mess with
Hi,
it.
Richard.
Hi.
It's Laura. Can
Yes,
you
I
see me?
know.
Do you see me? Can you see me?
You can't see most of us.
Yeah, I can see some of you. But I can hear you very well.
Well, when you said come forward, you sounded like the wizard in The Wizard of Oz, telling the characters to come forward.
Okay, so let us know what you'd like the select board to hear.
So, I'm Laura, Lawson Tucker, and
Hi, I'm Tasha Tillman. This is Mackie Tillman Dove.
Thank you for taking time for us to come tonight. So, as we know for years, childcare just happened at town meeting, and things have changed. We don't have an 8th grade to take that on, and it's become kind of a big question. Well, what do we do? What do we do about childcare? And I feel, and Tasha feels too, very strongly that we actually have an opportunity here, and I think it's a really important opportunity. The town can make a statement to other Guilford residents that the town itself cares about young families, cares about young children, and from that caring is making a statement by providing childcare. It wouldn't be hard and isn't hard to provide it. Tasha knows of several adults, so not kids, but adults who provide it. And I feel like any hurdles that we feel might be there around insurance, safety, where, could all be solved. I think that it behooves us as a town government to care and to show that caring for young families. I think we want young families to get the message from our town. We welcome you.
we don't want barriers for people to engage with town government, with civic engagement. We don't want that. And I think that it's not difficult to provide it, and I think we really need to provide it. And I think statewide, we want young families to be moving to Vermont, and we want them in Guilford. So I think it's really a much larger issue than just childcare at town meeting. So that's my soapbox, and thank you for listening, and maybe Tasha wants to add.
Because I value civic engagement, I just was forthright in my experience at my first town meeting last year and just packed my bag and was intrepid with my 2 littles and third and
in process.
Tow, yes. Not knowing what sort of resources would be available or what the experience would be like, because it's extremely important to me in my parenting pedagogy to show and model civic engagement to my children. I've taken them to every single voting experience that I've gone to since they've been alive, and I was pleased that CC4G had materials and resources, and that certainly helped. Yes, those were good resources to take some of the burden off of that experience. But because there was no formal childcare, it was not possible for us to attend for the entire event. We had to leave prior, right at the lunch break, because it was just too much for one big pregnant mama to handle with 2 littles, even with what was provided. If something were to be provided, that would certainly have made it more accessible for me in hindsight. And I know that you know, it's just democracy. Like, if we want to really have democracy, we have to make it equitable. And to make it equitable, we have to remove barriers. And having childcare, if you want people with children to be here, is one of those key barriers to remove. So this motion is Mackey approved.
Yes, I endorse this message, signed Mackey.
We also want to model, in thinking about this civic engagement, young adults volunteering for all of our different commissions and all of our other volunteer opportunities in our town. And coming to town meeting is a way to plant that seed and provide that invitation. So I feel very strongly that we just have to do it, and we have to figure out the problems that we might envision exist and just address it and do it.
So Laura, one of the problems that might arise is the select board, we just had a discussion about what the select board's responsibility is in regard to town meeting, and there are 2, to present the budget and the warrants. So it's not in the select board's history to have been involved with the organization of town meeting, and I think that that's something that the select board would have to figure out, probably with the town clerk's office. And are there any other comments from the select board? So that, I'm just sort of giving you the history of discussion we had before you came. For our own benefit, Peter researched what the legal responsibilities of the select board are, and the 2 that I just mentioned are it's very simple. That we're supposed to present the warrants and the current fiscal year budget.
Well, historically, it's my understanding 7th and 8th grade helped. I was told that.
And their parents.
Yep.
Okay, and their parents.
But it existed, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so they.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, thank you. They left 2 years ago, basically, to Brattleboro, so we lost that element. What did we do last year?
We had no child care.
In the year before, we had no
kids
child
were in the
care.
back of the room.
I remember kids being there, but so there was nothing formal.
So I can speak to that. At the request of the previous select board chair, I was asked to try and solve this issue both last year and the year prior to this. 2 years ago, I was not able to find anyone, and I requested assistance from many people to try and find some folks to provide childcare on behalf of the select board to enable parents to do exactly what Tasha just described.
Yep.
I could not find anyone. And so we just said, okay, we couldn't. And, I mean, I searched on and off for almost 2 months trying to find someone and got no response. Last year, I got some assistance from Ellie and from CC4G. We did end up finding someone who would be willing, had been willing to provide that service. And I put out a request through a variety of different means to residents in order to get an RSVP, so we knew how many kids we would have, and we would, so we could know how many adults we needed present, and whether we would need one room for certain age kids and a second room for other age kids. And I got no responses from residents. Maybe I didn't reach out in the right ways. I don't know. But, and the select board had even tentatively agreed to pay this individual for her services, which I think is fair. It doesn't necessarily need to be a volunteer. So anyhow, so that's what has happened over the past 2 years. And I think it's great that the select board had thought about this. And even though it's not in the state mandate of what the select board is responsible for, it doesn't mean that the select board can't take it on if they so choose.
Well, the mandate of the select board is to implement the town plan. And on page 19 of the town plan is the description of what we want for our residents. And some of what Tasha and Laura were saying is what our town plan promotes. And so I appreciate, Peter, what you tried to do. And I think that those of us who have been talking about it are trying to be able to use our networks to find people to provide childcare. And if there is a precedent for the select board paying that person or those people, you know, then I think that that's fine. You know, what's frustrating for me is that we've lost a relationship, a de facto relationship between the school and, let's say, town meeting. And that, so there are pieces that I personally want to see strengthened, put back together. And childcare is what we're talking about tonight, and it's one of those pieces. To follow up another very small instance of that, I talked with John Gagnon, who's the school principal, about finding somebody to take the microphone, a couple of kids to take the microphone, because I was very disgruntled last year that Beth Bristol and I think a young homeschooler, Miriam, right, sort of stepped up to do that. But that's sort of different from this particular conversation. You know, the big frame for me is reestablishing our relationship between town meeting and the school. But, you know, so this is where we are right now.
Right, and I would say, yes, Don?
Oh, I want to suggest that it strikes me that historically there was a little kind of like auxiliary in the 7th and 8th grade that sort of assisted the town meeting move forward.
Yes.
And I don't know how it got developed or whatever, but it was a nice touch, a nice support system.
Yes.
Could we not, I heard it already come out somewhere else in our previous list, could we not have a little auxiliary here in Guilford that would sort of support, work with the select board and maybe other community members to actually get some of these services in place so that it didn't rest on the shoulders of our town administrator or even the select board as we're thinking about other things, whatever. Or maybe we probably aren't going to be able to be attentive enough is the real issue. Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. I think that one good suggestion is that we perhaps commission of, you know, a town meeting commission that would take responsibility in our town with volunteers to be responsible for the organization, with perhaps the town moderator as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's one, to me, that's one viable option.
I think it would be really important to sort of be really clear with, if this were to happen, whoever it is, this commission or whatever, that there's a limited number of tasks that we're asking them to do. It's not just, this is the dumping ground for the community to give all their ideas, and you guys, why didn't you do this and why didn't you do that? I don't want to get to that, but very clear set of steps of things like childcare, managing the mic, or a few other things, maybe the relationship with the meal, if we want to continue that, although that may change too here without the school meeting.
So now that we've had this presentation, is it fair for the select board to put this on the agenda for next meeting and to come up with some suggestions or vote on a commission or volunteers, or figure out the mechanics of doing this so that we can have childcare and whatever else we need for the town meeting?
Is there time to do that at this point?
It's not the town administrators, it's not in the town administrator's job description, that's for sure.
Is there time to do that at this point? I mean, I'm just wondering, that sounds like a great idea for the future. But what are we looking at here, a month? Or
Just over.
Something like that, yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
So the next select board meeting would be 2 weeks, and
then it's 2
sounds
weeks.
Yep,
pretty
correct.
Well,
I mean, I'm just wondering if we can find a way to support the
I don't think.
childcare, like,
I think it
without-
could be done in a very simple way for this year.
and that's what
And
I'm,
then
that's
maybe
what I'd
this
like
is a
to
big
encourage.
idea for starting for next year, what you're saying, Richard, like a commission, whatever you want to call it, which ideally would involve some school people.
Oh,
to
yeah.
address
Right.
this
Sure, well, why
stuff.
not? I mean, the 7th and 8th grade have moved away, but the kids haven't, and the parents haven't.
Yeah,
And,
so it would be
you
to
know,
invite
to me, that's a
engagement.
civic
Yeah.
opportunity.
But
And
but
to
I
the-
think from the town, we need to offer invitation for that.
Right.
Can we just hire a babysitter or a childcare provider, excuse me?
Yeah, well,
like,
they're
and make
adults.
that decision,
Yes.
like, tonight.
I'm, my only, with the select board, and this is where I don't remember last year, I know there was a separation. From a legal responsibility, a person who can care for children has to be, if we organize it, I'm sure, has to be vetted, certified, all the
That's a good point.
background checks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering if, from a volunteer standpoint, we couldn't get a group of concerned Guilfordites that would be willing to participate this coming town meeting, because we're 4 weeks away.
So not hired, but volunteers.
I think we should.
That's my opinion.
I think that we set a precedent where we were willing to pay somebody last year. I think
So we
that,
must have cleared this last.
I think that we.
It's not a money issue to
should-
me. That's
You know,
not it
If we're worrying
at all.
about the insurance piece, we should, the
The
town.
legal piece is
Yeah.
what I'm
Well,
concerned
I mean, I
about.
think-
Childcare has very specific
Well, yeah,
guidelines.
it
from-
won't, yeah.
I
Laura
believe.
is well aware of
Well,
what those are.
yeah, and
I'm
so.
sorry, Laura, I apologize. I'm not trying to educate
There's
you.
no apologies, please. No, I think we're all trying to figure this out. And, but I think it, why not talk to whoever the town's attorney is or the insurance people? Just talk to them. I mean, what's the precedent here? I mean, what does the town need to be thinking about from a legal point of view?
So it sounds to me like, I don't disagree with that. It sounds to me like we need to be working on 2 tracks.
Mhm.
One is that the select board may not be able to be formally involved as much as like paying someone or whatever, because it's simply not possible with all the rigors, if there are that
But-
many.
but
I don't
maybe
know.
not.
Maybe not.
Maybe
So
not.
we need to be going down both tracks, and we need to be able to quickly move if we need to get volunteers to possibly be childcare providers this year in a 1-year thing as we develop a better plan for moving forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want us to make it bigger than it is.
But some of the things are very
But we
real.
need to be wise, and I
Yeah.
know that. I know there are other towns that provide childcare, so should we be talking to those other towns?
Well,
Or something
Don
like
McLean
talking with the
talked
principal.
with, I think Don talked with
Dummerston.
Dummerston, Marlboro, Vernon.
So Vernon provides it, the town of Vernon
It's
provides
in
it,
the
town of
evening.
Dummerston provides it.
Marlboro
And Marlboro
provides.
used to, but don't have young children.
Oh, that's right, they've
They used
aged
to.
out.
They've aged out, right.
So maybe that's the starting place.
I think also having a conversation with John Gagnon, the school principal, is going to be informative in regards to legal constraints, insurance, maybe hopefully quelling some concerns that you all may have.
Yeah.
Last year, did those same issues come up, and did we get around them? What?
It was difficult.
But there was an individual that had all
Yeah,
those things?
because there was an individual who worked in childcare at a professional level
that was able to do it.
Yeah, and
So, if I may, I'd like to suggest, I would like to thank Tasha and Laura for the presentation. And I think that it may be now appropriate for the select board to discuss this amongst themselves and to see where we can come out with it at this point tonight. Does the select board agree with that?
Sure.
Sure.
May I make one final suggestion? Richard, your idea about like a future vision for a commission is exciting, and I, being a newer resident, would like to see something I would hope that the school would begin to integrate is more civic opportunities, and perhaps this idea of a commission could also include some students from the school.
Yes,
definitely.
Very good idea.
Well, what I'd like to see is that I think that Laura and Tasha have already started working on how to get childcare for this meeting, and I myself want to support them in continuing that so that they can find people. I believe that the people should be paid, and if I need to be part of taking up a collection to pay them to save liability from possible to the select board, then I'm okay with that. I just want us, in this public meeting, really, to send a message to the town that we support having childcare. We want people with children to come to our town meeting. The kids who are old enough, we want them to check out what goes on there. The kids who are younger, homeschoolers will have a chance to get to know the kids who go to our school, and it's something that I feel really strongly about. I don't want to see a burden put on Peter or Penny, but I do think that we need to say that we care.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. I'd like to move the discussion on, and I think this is a question from Ellie, or a comment.
Oh, good. Just a comment. I really appreciate Tasha and Laura coming and presenting, because I've seen, as an election official, I've seen all the children crawling around the floor the past 2 years. And there is a growing number of children doing that, and parents. The other thing I just wanted to throw out there, there's a discussion about the regulations for childcare. There are different regulations or lesser regulations for events or childcare that occurs for like a day.
Well, it's not a childcare center.
Right, because it doesn't have to go by the center rules. But I don't know exactly what they are off the top of my head, but I know it's a bit more casual, shall we say.
Awesome.
So I don't want you to leave this conversation, the select board, feeling like there are these rules that are not possible to attend to. So,
Ellie, would you be able to let us know what the regulations are for a one-day? I mean, is it somewhere that you can find them?
I think it's your insurance. I mean, it's not a registered program.
I think John Gagnon is our best point of contact
Yeah.
because he's going to know.
If you want to know any
There's
of the
basketball
regulations.
games, there's all types of
There's not gonna be
special
regulations
events
for
that
The state regulations, if you wanted to know any of them, are all online. If you look
Okay.
up the Department of Children and Families,
Okay.
first of all. I think John would be a good advocate. There's also, the school has insurance for their preschool classroom.
Well, yeah.
And some of these kids are the kids that we're talking about. But,
I would just throw out there that it would have to, I think it would have to, from my understanding, it would have to be a coordination between John and the town, because that is the school's facility, but the town, the select board is insured by a different insurance company.
yes.
So I think it would have to be partnership between the two to make sure that whatever the requirements of said insurance companies was, that it was being met.
Yeah, no, and that's what we want.
Right, and I wish it was so simple, it would just.
Yeah.
Well, I think we
Right.
just don't know, so we
We
have to
don't
do
know,
some
and I
investigation.
think we just need to
find
work
out.
together. We can solve
Laura
this.
and
Yeah.
Tasha.
We're gonna go, I know you wanna get rid of us.
If you could keep us posted on what you're finding out, if you could funnel that information to Peter, he can, like, if you
Great.
find somebody who opportunistically appears who can do childcare or several people, please keep us posted about that, and we'll keep you posted about our how we develop on this very important topic.
Okay, thanks, Richard. I think it could be, I think we can do it. I think these are issues that can be
Yeah,
solved.
I think so.
I just wanna say that.
Richard, do you have any action steps you wish me to take in this?
I think that we should, when Tasha and Laura leave, that we should revisit this and then decide on our plan of action, or what we can do.
I think we should contact some of the other towns to find out
Yes.
how they
Yes.
pull this off.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Yeah.
Thank you
Donna-
guys for
Donna
bringing the
Sanders.
issue
Thank you
to
for
the
coming
select
in.
board. I think we
Thank
all
you.
support
Thank
what
you.
you're doing.
Yeah, I know we can do it. We can do it.
And you can stay for the rest of the meeting, it is a public
Yeah.
meeting.
You don't have to leave.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
That's great. God,
So, select board, in regard to this issue, do we want to come up with a couple of action steps to see if we can expediently accomplish having childcare at the town meeting for this year? That seems to be the pressing issue, and I think that we need to definitely research the liability and insurance and vetting as it relates to the select board. And it seems to me, Peter, that would be something that you could do. I mean,
Yep.
that's in the realm of your
Yes,
position description.
yes.
So that's one action step, to find out as quickly as we can what the legal and insurance issues might be for a one-day childcare event
Having, in conjunction with town meeting.
Yes.
in conjunction with town meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll be happy to follow up with Tasha and Laura and with John Gagnon.
Great, thank you.
John has not offered to help with this, but I think that if Tasha, who's the school parent, approaches him more strategically, that we'll get a different outcome.
Excellent.
Okay. So those are some I think the steps that we can take immediately that can move us forward with what I think is entirely possible for
I think it should
for
be.
us to do.
I think contacting another town is like an actual.
Well, Don McLean has already done that, and
But
so
do we know, is it volunteer or paid?
I think that they're paid. But I can find out what he found out as well, and I'll
Randy,
report back.
Would you
I'll report
funnel
back
that
to you.
information to Peter so that he can collect it all?
Sure.
Thank you. And if it comes to the point of of us needing to, or if we think that it's in our best interest to create a line item in our budget for this, that's possible too, is it not?
Yeah, that's, I mean, one of the primary responsibilities of the select board is the town budget. So you folks can create account and line items for whatever you feel is a priority for this town. So,
Okay, so I think that would come after we do this initial.
And I also like your idea of the commission, personally. I think
let me just
that makes
clarify,
a
it
lot
will
of
need
sense.
to be a select board committee, not a commission. Commissions are very specific.
For the future is what I'm talking about.
Well, I wasn't talking about a select board committee. I was talking about a commission or a committee like we have a planning commission or the cemetery commission, where Guilford citizens take responsibility for.
And are funded by the select board to do so.
In this instance, that would
Yes.
still be a committee, not a commission.
Okay.
In the future, if it was laid out, or for this year?
Even in the future, because
okay.
the commissions are very specifically laid out by state statute.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay, so an action step would be for the future then, for us to explore the creation of a committee, a town meeting committee, basically.
yep, exactly.
Okay, good. Ellie, yes?
I just don't want you to forget that parents can actually pay for this service too. So that, you know, that parents can pay a couple dollars an hour, you know, probably not the going rate for childcare, but they could pay a couple dollars an hour to throw into the kitty that would help defray the cost for the town.
Yeah, but I do think that that not being able to pay shouldn't be a barrier for people.
Agreed, totally.
I agree. And it may be a very civil gesture of the town to support childcare at the town meeting.
So.
But that's something to be explored.
Yes.
Okay, I think we've done it for this.
Thank you, Richard.
I can't put my bug in that we ought to move town meeting to a Saturday, and that would help resolve some of these issues.
Okay.
Saturday children have to be looked after as well.
I know, but there are more people around to support.
All right, on to the warrants. Do we have?
I'm sorry,
a motion?
I apologize.
Can we read the warrants?
Sorry, I think that's a big
issue. I'll make the following motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 1/19/20 for $7,449.68. Payroll week ending 1/26/20 for $7,434.05. Expense warrant number 2014 for $26,277.88. And expense warrant number 200DZ for $272.77, for a grand total of $41,434.38.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Only discussion I'd like to add on expense warrant 2014 is it consisted primarily of the big items anyway, were salt, Blue Cross insurance, Blue Shield, and our Wyndham solid waste assessment that I
Oh,
noticed.
right. Yeah, that was big.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Gordon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Peter, do you have communications for us?
I have one very brief communication, and it is regarding the emergency select board meeting of last week, in which we have received notification from the Director of Property Valuation and Review from the State Department of Taxes that they have received the select board petition to redetermine the values established as of January 1st. Our district advisor will be in contact and will offer to meet with the town select board and other officials, and they will be in touch with us soon.
Great, thank you, Peter. Could we just summarize the action steps from this meeting that you have, Peter?
Yes, the action steps were we have approved, you, I should say, have approved 2 meeting minutes. There's the 3 action steps I have listed from the discussion about select board responsibilities in town meeting, etc. I am going to reach out to VLCT regarding select board liability for childcare at town meeting day. Branda has volunteered to follow up with Tasha, Laura, Dawn, and John Gagnon regarding the discussion. And I am going to explore the future possibility of creating a town meeting day committee on behalf of the select board.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Yep, and then you approved the warrants.
And do I have a motion to adjourn?
Would you like to review the summary of actions from the previous meeting very briefly?
Yes, thank you for reminding me about that.
No problem. Minutes were approved. The annual budget was approved to present to residents. The select board moved and approved to participate in the Wyndham Regional Commission broadband feasibility study. You approved the Powers Generator service contract. By the way, as a side note to that, the select board did ask me to confirm with them that it was for 2 years. The service managers stated that all new contracts and all contract renewals are automatically for 2 years. But
that's
just
great.
for the sake of clarity, she sent me a new contract that specifically stated that it is through July of 2022. And then you approved the warrants and we adjourned the meeting.
Can I make a comment? Just on your summary, I love the summary of actions. I think it's excellent. I think the minutes being approved and the warrants being approved, do they have to be there? I mean, don't we
No, I don't
always
think
do
so.
that? So I like the idea of having the
Sure.
meat there, the budget. We talked about the, you know, the participation in WRC and the powers generated. I don't think we need the warrants or the
Okay.
minutes mentioned personally.
As you folks wish.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
A motion is made.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Are there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
So we're
Nice to see
adjourning
you
at
all.
whatever. Thank you, Richard, for joining us. Thank you, Veranda, for allowing Richard to be here on your
It's been a great
computer.
pleasure.
Okay.
Thank you,
Ciao
Veranda.
for now.
Good morning. Welcome.
Is it a good morning? I have had coffee spilled all over me twice this morning. It's so hard.
Was it good coffee?
It was fabulous coffee, but my clothes are not appreciating it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Representative Senator.
I'm pat myself down.
Um,
But I do love.
All right, welcome to the conference on S23, which was started in your neck of the woods, came to us while the four of us served on the committee last week. Let's just go quickly around to make sure that we all know who each other are. Representative Tom Stevens.
Mary Hooper Montpelier.
John Kalaki from South Burlington.
Michael Sorokin, Chittenden County.
Senator Ballin, Windham County.
Allison Clarkson, Windsor County District.
Former House member.
Former House member.
I am the only former House member on this team, which makes me specially qualified to be on this conference committee.
So with everything in front of us this week, I was hoping that we would be able to just dive right in. I think we both have expressed our bodies' respective desires to see this pass. And so it's just a question, I think, of being across the table and getting a clarification of what actually we're talking about.
Yep.
I presume it will be a little bit less complex than the family leave bill, but there are plenty of complexities within the differences in the two bills. So Damien and then Joyce, if we could get, Damien, if you could just lead us through the differences and also kind of educate us on some of the changes that we put forward that may not be relevant any longer, whether it's because studies have been done or other language has been put into the bills, into the statute someplace else. And then Joyce, if you could run through after Damien the issue brief that you were able to get done last fall, that would be great. Was it fall? Damien, all yours.
Thank you. I'm just pulling up the document on my iPad. For the record, Damian Leonard, Legislative Counsel. And you should all have a copy of the side-by-side in front of you at this point. And you just pull it up on my iPad and I will walk through it with you.
Well, you may have mine.
Thank you, Senator. I apologize. Senator Clarkson, here I have. Oh, we have an extra copy. So here.
Here we go. Okay.
We got it. All set.
You have a
There you go.
Yeah,
Here, you can get your copy back. And we have an extra copy over there. So just to bring us up to speed, the House's proposal of amendment to the Senate Senate's original proposal amendment on this bill was to go with a minimum wage increase of 2.25 times the CPI, or 5.5%, whichever is less, until the minimum wage is equal to or greater than $15. And then after reaching $15, the minimum wage would return to its increase by the CPI, or 5%, whichever is less, which is the current increase that we've been seeing year over year. The House proposal also established tip pooling requirements that were consistent with federal regulations, and provided that the minimum wage increase, that 2.25 times multiplier, could return down to just the CPI in any year in which both state sales and use tax revenues decreased by 2% or more relative to the prior year, and the state revenue forecast had been reduced by 2% or more. So that's what's commonly referred to as an off-ramp, or a
Recession trigger?
Yes, a recession trigger there. That's designed to kind of mirror recession. It's something that's done in New York and California, or that is in their minimum wage laws.
Damien, may I ask?
Yeah.
We know that New York has several zones for minimum wage increase, so is that true in each of the zones?
Right, so in New York, they can make the assessment with respect to any of the zones, and that comes out of the understanding that the economy in the city may be different from the economy upstate.
Well, particularly in the Adirondacks, I mean, north of Albany.
And again, that was done in a climate, that was written in a climate last year where there was, from the fiscal offices on down, of pretty more than lukewarm fears of a recession on the horizon, which, according to the fiscal stuff last week, seems to be less urgent.
Less urgent, but.
Always on the horizon, but just less urgent than it was a year ago.
Yep.
So in contrast, what the Senate sent back at the end of the session last year did away with the increase to $15 and instead came with an increase to $11.50 on this past January 1st and $12.20 on next January 1, and then returning to the CPI increase thereafter. So that's kind of the core of the bill. The other pieces in here, in the House version, there were some changes in the definitions. There was a clarification on the definition of student to be consistent with the current Department of Labor interpretation, and the additional definition of tip because of the tip pooling requirements. That is all out of the Senate version. The next, in the House version, there were two sections, sections 3 and 4, that dealt with the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. Those sections complemented what was put forward by the House in a bill to address that issue, and then what eventually went through in the appropriations bill at the end of the session, generating, I believe, something like $7 million in additional funding for that. And this was designed to complement that. So that has already passed through. It is not in the Senate version. Section 5 of the House bill and Section 2 of the Senate bill required a report on increases in Medicaid reimbursement rates that would be needed to enable the payment of minimum wage to employees of certain Medicaid participating providers and independent direct support providers. The Joint Fiscal Office has prepared an issue brief on this subject. They did not have some of the teeth in that bill or in that provision requiring providers to report. But Joyce can talk more about the data that was provided in that report. Section 6 in the House bill created a study committee to examine the possibility of creating a separate minimum wage that would increase more slowly than the standard minimum wage for employers that provide certain benefits to their employees, such as health care benefits above a certain level. Section 7 would have required legislative counsel. That section is not in the Senate bill. Section 7 of the House bill would have required legislative counsel and the Joint Fiscal Office to submit a report regarding potential alternative mechanisms to the CPI for indexing the minimum wage to inflation after 2024. That did not make it into the Senate bill. Just as an aside, and I've said this to both committees of jurisdiction, this is something that any member could request from us at any time if you were interested in that. So Section 8 in the House bill was Section 3 in the Senate bill. That created a study committee to look at the impact of altering or eliminating the basic wage rate for tipped employees. This is known as the tipped wage. So currently that's 50% of the standard minimum wage. And then it would have also looked at eliminating the sub-minimum wage for secondary school students during the school year. I think everyone here is familiar with that, but just as a reminder, under Vermont law currently during the school year, secondary school students are subject to the federal minimum wage, which is generally $7.25, but can be lower in certain instances. And then during the summer, the break between school years, they're subject to the Vermont minimum wage, which is $10.96. And this has been a source of confusion for employers in recent years.
And other concerns.
Right.
Damon, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but can you just give us a reminder, what would be you said there are some instances in which employers could pay less than the federal? What are those?
So they would still be paying the federal minimum wage, but under federal minimum wage law for employees under, I think it's under 20, I'd have to double check.
Okay. So it's
You can
age
pay a sub-minimum wage for a probationary period at the beginning of their employment.
Yep.
And that's set by federal law. So
And there's also a training wage.
that's
So
what
they
I was
get
talking
the
about.
$4.25 an hour, right?
Right.
Isn't there a $4.25 an hour
I
law?
can't remember the rate, but yeah, there's a training wage for employees under a certain age. That's well below the $7.25 an hour.
Great, thank
So
you.
it's not only confusing, but difficult for people who are actually trying to earn money to go to college, which is wildly too expensive. So, I mean, there are lots of issues that are packed into that.
Right.
If we establish a different rate, our policy over, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't nuts.
Yeah, so the way the federal wage and hour law works is it sets the floor, and states can enact laws that are equal to or more protective of employees. So you can, a higher minimum wage, greater overtime provisions, that sort of thing, can all be set at the state level.
So for instance, we have our minimum wage is now $10.96 because we have what we put into law over time. New Hampshire does not have a minimum wage, so they default to the federal minimum wage as their minimum wage.
Just imagine what their high school students are being paid.
So I think that's, I mean, the longer we do, with the frequency that we do to go into the statute, it's become clear that there's certain aspects of it that are outdated.
Yeah.
You know, the spread, the difference between our minimum wage and the federal minimum wage has grown over time. So
Yeah.
I think that was the thought behind having that study, just to say that this is this. I mean, I can't imagine that someone would turn and say, I'm going to hire somebody for $7.25 an hour when they can work next door for $11.96 an hour. That's the market at work. But the fact is that they can. And then in terms, if I can just jump ahead to the agricultural study, which is next, we've learned the same issues. The agricultural workers can be paid the federal minimum wage, but there are market issues.
Sure.
There are contract issues for other workers who come in. There's just the different levels, and when asked, when you see the list of exemptions after a while, you finally have to just ask, well, why is this so? And so that's what this was for. We approached the House Agricultural Committee and the department last year, and they both expressed an interest in having a study done so that because if you ask the Department of Agriculture, they'll give you the 42 different answers that they aggregate from people.
Sure.
But this is just a way to try to get an understanding of it so that we can move forward with better information. So much of the statute was written long ago.
Okay.
Could we have, in the Senate version, I know it's the same as the House and what we sent over at the end, but in our original bill, did we have a study on tip wages in there?
You did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was something that the Senate added in the original amendment that they sent over to the House.
Okay.
Remember
So
that?
the House kept that. The House added the agricultural wage study, which was then kept by the Senate in what it sent back. at
How
end of
about the
session.
sub-minimum?
The sub-minimum wage for secondary school students, I believe that was in from the Senate, and then kept by the House.
Remember, we had a fairly robust conversation about a universal wage rather than a tip wage, rather than a differential, and we had that great professor from the West Coast talk to us about all the challenges that tip wage earners face.
Okay,
So Joyce just pulled up the federal regs for me while I was speaking, and I can confirm that it's for workers under 20 years of age. The first 90 days under federal law, you can be paid $4.25 an hour, and then you go up to $7.25.
Okay.
So we've talked about the working group to examine the wage and hour laws for agricultural workers.
before you leave that,
Yep.
so that makes the issue of when a school student becomes even more relevant if it can default during a vacation period to that training wage, right?
Well, so it's the